So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto returns stronger than Jiraiya. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Return to telling. On this particular afternoon, a lone figure was spotted sitting at the Hokage monument. The said figure in fact was sitting on the head of the yondaime. One leg dangling off the edge, swinging back and forth as if it was the fringe of the yondaime blowing in the wind. The other leg propped up close to the figure's body, in turn propping up his forearm, on which the figure's head was resting on his open palm. His head was tilted slightly to the side with a faraway look on his face as he gazed down at the village where he once belonged to before he left. Such an expression on his face giving him the look of innocence if one was to look only on the surface. Once the wind blows his blonde hair aside and one has to look deep into his clear blue eyes, one will see an intensity that comes with a lot of hardship, pain and emotional scarring. The figure looks down at the head he was sitting on and lets out a sigh. It's been 3 years now, Otu-san. Since I last saw you, said the figure, chuckling in a sad manner. Though at that time I didn't know. The figure shifted his gaze to the head on the right of the one he was sitting on. "Na, Oyaji, why didn't you tell me? I would have done anything to have known. I guess I can't blame you. You're dead, can't say anything, and I'm sure you had your reasons." The figure then turned to look to his left and started laughing. "Well, I have to pity both of you. Not only are both of you dead, but you are stuck right next to Bachan's ugly mug, especially you, Otu-san," said the figure, throwing his head back in hearty laughter. Rustling of leaves cut the figure's quiet time with the dead cages as another person made his appearance. The seated figure looked back to see a tall man with long bushy white hair appeared out of the vegetation into the clearing of the monument. "Naruto, it's time to head into the village," said the tall man by the name of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto's face lit up and grinned at his sensei. "Finally I get to see Bachan, Shizune-chan, Sakura-chan and the rest of my friends again," said Naruto, doing a little jump and punching his fist in the air in a display of joy and excitement. Jiraiya looked at his student in amusement. For all the changes he went through, be it physically or mentally, parts of him clung on like a leech. As the saying goes, the more things change the more remains the same. Naruto has definitely grown taller. From being the shortest guy in his class at the height of 1.45 meters tall to 1.6 meters tall, he was far from towering people but has grown considerably. His hair still continues to defy gravity, sticking out in unruly long blonde spikes. Though it had the tendency to droop down. For example, his fringe covering his eyes at times, especially when tying his forehead protector in haste as he did before arriving in Konoha. His face had lost his baby fat and had a more angular masculine look to it. The features on his face have sharpened, so had the whisker-like marks, giving him a feral look when his expression matched the intensity that was in his eyes. Despite the intensity, the clarity in his eyes has never left him, showing his determination, resolve and control. His taste in clothes had changed as well. He was involved in different environments and was exposed to a lot more things and situations. He has opted for wearing black baggy pants tapered right above his ankles by dark orange drawstrings held secure with a similar dark orange cloth belt, a weapon holster secured on his right thigh, dark brown sandals replacing his blue ones, and a black-fitting sleeveless round collared shirt. As much as that did for his image, that isn't all. Currently he also donned a long dark blue baggy robe, open and untied, covering his body to his feet. At the back of the robe, a bright orange spiral has been embroidered at the spot in between his shoulder blades. Together with a katana and wakizashi forming a daisho tucked at the left side of his cloth belt and a pair of forearm protectors, he sported a look synonymous to the samurai of the daimyo of the fire country. Under all that clothing his body matured to a small build still. However, it was lean and chiseled from the years he spent working with the ways of the sword. His current childish display of innocent joy, although unbecoming of his status as a ninja or a samurai, just goes to reinforce the fact of how much he has changed and how much he has remained the same. Hi. Let's hurry then. It's a long way down from here through the vegetation to the village," said Jiraiya. "Hurry, you say, Iro-senin," replied Naruto with a mischievous look on his face. Reaching into his weapon holster, he pulled out a queer-looking kunai and waved it at his sensei. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the sudden realization of what Naruto was about to do. Naruto, grinning at his sensei, threw the kunai past him. Right before Jiraiya could say anything to stop him, Naruto disappeared from his sight, leaving Jiraiya wanting to pull his white hair out in frustration. "Arg. I'm going to get you for leaving me alone after coming here to accompany you back to the village," Jiraiya screamed. Taking a breath to calm himself down, he muttered to himself. Should have never taught that, but the principles of that. About 100 meters before the appearance of the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya finally caught up to Naruto. There he was waiting patiently leaning on a tree, his left leg bent with his foot planted on the trunk, arms tucked into his robe, and his head leaning back trying to blow his hair out of his face. Naruto, seeing his sensei has arrived, uses his foot to push himself into an upright position. Naruto then quickly fell in step with his sensei heading towards Konoha's gates. "Why are you so slow? Getting too old for this shit, Hiro-senin?" asked Naruto annoyingly as he grinned at his sensei walking side by side. "Gee. First thing this old man is going to do when we get back to the village is to persuade Tsunade to put up an announcement for Ichiraku to ban you from buying ramen," Jiraiya huffed in mock annoyance. Naruto gasped. "You wouldn't. After that stunt you pulled I am definitely tempted to. How dare you leave me up there alone? What if I was attacked by a mob of lusty scantily clad women? There is no telling what they would do." With the last statement Jiraiya's expression went from mock annoyance to perverted. Naruto could see him drooling together with a slight nosebleed and a faraway look in his eyes. "Gee. Keep dreaming," Naruto retorted, sticking his nose up in the air, his turn sporting the look of mock annoyance. After 3 years of constantly being around his sensei, he has come to accept the perverted nature of the man. He used to be angry at how a person could be so degrading to women. However, after a certain incident he has come to realize the fact that was how his sensei copes with his loneliness and at the same time an extreme expression in his appreciation towards the opposite sex. Something suddenly hit Naruto in his mind. Talking about the opposite sex got Naruto thinking about Sakura and that got him thinking of Sasuke and his promise to the girl. That immediately got him into a somber mood. "The sensei," Naruto started. Jiraiya's head snapped in Naruto's direction with speed threatening to give him a neckache for a couple of days. Naruto rarely called him sensei. Only when he was bothered and had difficulty discussing something serious. "It's been 3 years already. Do you think we have enough time to?" Naruto trails off as Jiraiya predicts he would be having a hard time vocalizing his thoughts. Jiraiya nods understanding what his student is getting at. "Don't worry. From what I know of we have sufficient time to seek him and the snake bastard out before he can claim what he perceives is to be his," stated Jiraiya. He sees Naruto's shoulders sag slightly. "You know, even though I'm really excited about coming home, a part of me is dreading it," Naruto said hesitantly. Jiraiya nods once again. "I understand. It's not that you don't want to come home, but you know coming home means the time to fulfill your promise is near and that means you will face off with Sasuke yet again. That is what you are dreading. As much as you two bicker, I know that you care for him like a brother," Jiraiya said quietly in a rare fatherly manner coming from him. Naruto just nods, not saying anything and keeping his eyes downcast. "Look, we are here already," Jiraiya said, pointing to the gates just meters away from them. "We'll take it step by step. Worry about it when you actually have to do it. We won't know how things will turn out." Getting their clearance from the guards and walking into the village, the duo have no idea how true what Jiraiya had just said. On this particular afternoon one could also see another blonde, female this time, hunched over behind a desk scribbling away almost covered from sight by stacks of paper. The goddess runs her fingers through her hair and lets out a sigh. People wouldn't think such a glamorous job such as being the Hokage would consist mainly of fights with paper, said Tsunade putting down her pen and pushing herself back as she leans back on her chair. Chuckles could be heard from one of the two figures flanking her assisting with the paperwork. On her right would be Shizune, fellow medic and personal assistant to Tsunade and a longtime friend. On her left would be Sakura, a promising apprentice already surpassing her expectations that she held for the girl. Already the young girl turning 16 is coming close to what Tsunade was in her prime, with added abilities in her arsenal which Tsunade didn't have in her time. "Now Tsunade-sama. Are you about to create another excuse for you to shirk your responsibility?" said Shizune, quivering an eyebrow at the Hokage. Tsunade crossed her arms and stuck her nose up in the air, snorting in indignation. "HN. What's wrong with taking a little break?" "Nothing unless the little break lasts almost the entire day, Hokage-sama," added Sakura letting out a snicker. Tsunade glared at her apprentice. Sakura backed a bit holding her hands up but started giggling. "Well, you do have a reputation for doing that," said Sakura, hands covering her mouth trying to stifle a giggle from exploding into outright laughter. "Well, that is true," said Shizune, nodding in a safe manner. Tsunade's already crossed arms tightened around her huge bosom and closed her eyes in a display of refusal to admit to their playful accusations. "Gee. Now both of you are ganging up on me," retorted Tsunade. Before any of the three could carry on with the conversation, a loud knock on the entrance to the office was heard. "Come in," shouted Tsunade. Following the command the door opened and the on-desk duty entered. "Hokage-sama, you have 2 visitors saying they are old friends and family," giving Tsunade a slight bow. Tsunade's eyes widened. "Could it be?" Tsunade trailed off. He gave a small knowing smile and nodded his head. "It is as you have expected, Hokage-sama," replied the. "Let them in," said Tsunade hurriedly, barely able to contain her excitement. The Chunin left, closing the door. Only a moment later the door reopened admitting Jiraiya and showing to Tsunade that he hasn't changed over the past 3 years. Jiraiya grinned at Tsunade and took a step to the side to show the person trailing behind him. Naruto took a couple of steps to the center of the room. With a flick of his hands he flared his robe apart further. In a swift practiced motion he bent to one knee, crossing his right arm to place his palm at the end of the hilt of his katana, his left hand close to a fist on the ground by his side, and his head bent down low in an elaborate display of trust and respect towards the Hokage. "I have returned, Hokage-sama," said Naruto solemnly. This fancy show definitely got the attention of the people in the room with various reactions. Jiraiya was chuckling as if he expected this. Tsunade was seated upright stiff with her face twitching in various places in an obvious attempt to contain whatever emotions that are running through her from showing. Sakura had her hands gripped on the table with her eyes wide open and mouth gaping in shock and disbelief. She kept switching glances between Naruto and Shizune, trying to get reassurance of the reality at hand. Shizune was scratching her head lightly with a look on her face, which shows that she was unsure of what to make of this. As the twitching ceased, Tsunade stood up and walked around to the front of her desk. She narrowed her eyes and stared intensely at Jiraiya. "When we agreed to allow you to leave with the brat to train him, I don't remember either of us mentioning turning him into a Pampa samurai." Jiraiya said Tsunade. Her eyes looked up in thought and she continued. "Though he was already pompous to begin with." Jiraiya couldn't help but guffaw at what Tsunade said. Sakura still looked like a fish out of water, however now the glances alternate between everyone in the room. Shizune was now scratching her head with both her hands even more bewildered. Naruto still had his head down. However, it can be seen that his body is trembling slightly, trying to maintain being in character to the image that he was portraying at the moment. "Ah. I come back showing that I have changed and matured, and the first thing that Baka-chan does is to mock me. I'll show her pomp," thought Naruto in indignance. However, before Naruto could do anything to react, he felt a pair of arms wrap around and pull him close gently into a very warm embrace. He felt a light pressure on top of his head, followed by a feeling of wetness on his scalp, shocking him into momentary paralysis. While Naruto was in his thoughts, Tsunade had bridged a short distance between them and got down on her knees to bring her to his level and enveloped him in an embrace while resting her head on top of his, shedding a few tears. "I missed you, Naruto," said Tsunade in a voice filled with deep tender emotions, followed by tightening her arm slightly trying to get Naruto even closer to her. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade showing the rare expression of her sisterly affections towards the young man, went to close the door behind them to give them some privacy. As the shock subsided for Naruto, he circled his arms around Tsunade, returning the hug. He too shedding a few tears unseen by the rest. Sakura's expression softened at the heartwarming scene, and Shizune could be seen wiping a tear off the corner of her eyes, both knowing what the two mean to each other. Jiraiya, after closing the door, looked back, giving a warm smile of his own to the pair in the center of the room. Everyone remained in that manner in silence for a couple of minutes. Soon the pair released each other and got up to their feet. Tsunade made her way back behind the desk and sat down. Likewise, Naruto and Jiraiya retrieved chairs to get seated in front of the Hokage and her two companions. After being seated, for the first time in 3 years, Naruto and Sakura made eye contact. Sakura gave a warm smile and a slight nod that showed more was to come in catching up once they were in a more private setting. Naruto gave his usual reply. His hand retreated to the back of his head and grinned wide at Sakura. As everyone settled down, Tsunade leaned forward, elbows on her desk, palms together in wonder, and she stared at the both of them. "Explain, Jiraiya," she said simply. In return, Jiraiya had a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Ah. Before I say anything about why he is dressed and trained in such a manner, I suggest you take a look at the swords that Naruto wields. It might just do all the explaining for me," said Jiraiya. He looked at Naruto and nodded towards Tsunade. "Naruto." "Hi, Iro-sennin," said Naruto sharply. He stood up, smoothly removed his pair of swords from his waist and gingerly placed a pair on Tsunade's table. Tsunade glanced down at the swords. At first glance it looks like a regular daisho set. Everything about it was black. The only difference was the way the different parts shined due to the different materials used to make the swords. Jiraiya, noticing the slight skepticism on Tsunade's face, cleared his throat and nodded to the swords. Unsheathing them, Jiraiya said, the glint in his eye was even more evident. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Jiraiya and looked at the swords again. Adjusting herself to sit upright, she reached forward and picked up the katana. Holding the sheath in one hand and the hilt in the other, preparing to unsheath it, unsure what she might see. She took another look at both Jiraiya and Naruto. The glint in Jiraiya's eye had intensified, bordering the line of impatience uncharacteristic of the man, and Naruto was already fidgeting with excitement and impatience typical of the brat. Taking in a breath, she exerted pressure on the sword and unsheathed it halfway. What she saw almost caused her to drop the sword. Hands trembling, she looked at the sword with a tinge of regret, sadness and fear. "This is..." Tsunade trailed off shakily, glancing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya simply nodded once while from the corner of her eye, she could see Naruto's head bobbing up and down vigorously. Tsunade resheathed the katana hurriedly putting it down and reached for the wakizashi immediately unsheathing it. Looking at the second blade just reconfirmed her thoughts. The difference between this pair and regular pairs was that the blades weren't shining metallic silver. However, it was matte black with kanji engraved on each blade. The kanji for love on the katana and courage for the wakizashi. This was the pair of swords that was secretly sent to the daimyo of the Fire Country for safekeeping about 16 years ago. Sakura and Shizune blinked at the swords, at the nodding male heads and finally Tsunade. They were definitely out of the loop. This is, Sakura said, trying to get an understanding of what was going on. A sudden snap of the wakizashi being sheathed caused Sakura to jerk back. Placing the wakizashi down, Tsunade turned to look at her apprentice, not surprised at the lost look she saw on her face. Though when she looked at Shizune she was quite surprised to see the same look on her friend's face. Even though the location of the swords was kept highly confidential, the existence of the swords was common knowledge of that era. In fact, having read through numerous reports made by the Sandaime, there were many incidents where attempts have been made to locate and steal the swords within Konoha. She would have thought Shizune would have at least heard about the pair. This pair of swords is called the Flame of the Leaf. They once belonged to the Yondaime. Although he never used it, he had it forged for a specific purpose. Engraved on the swords as you saw earlier are the kanji for love and courage, which are the two principles in which the Yondaime believed one must have in order to carry out the will of fire that he saw in his family, his comrades, his friends and his people, said Tsunade in a telltale manner. Jiraiya nodded once again in agreement. However, this time round Naruto had a faraway look with a bittersweet smile on his face, which didn't go unnoticed by Tsunade. She saw Shizune's face light up in recognition and she smiled at her friend nodding. Turning back to Sakura she saw that her apprentice was further confused. Sakura was smart and didn't miss out much on what Tsunade left out. That would mean the purpose was never his to fulfill, and what is this purpose? You definitely sound like you know what it is, and why is it with Naruto now when he wasn't even born when the swords were forged? Asked Sakura trying to elevate her confusion. Naruto stiffened at the questions and looked nervously at both Sakura and Tsunade. Tsunade was silent for a moment trying to weigh the situation. She let out a sigh and kept her eyes at Naruto with a pained compassionate expression while she gave her reply to Sakura without any eye contact. Yes, I do have the answers to your questions. As much as I want you to know, it is not my place to tell it to you. Sakura, seeing her sensei looking at Naruto in that particular manner, places her eyes on Naruto with a concerned frown. Naruto continues to fidget and shrink into his seat under their scrutiny. Thinking back on the past, Naruto has always been boisterous and happy-go-lucky in his mannerisms. However, he never really talks that much about himself other than his love for ramen and his dream to be Hokage. Also, he has tendencies to go moody at times. I wonder how all this has to do with Naruto, thought Sakura. Tsunade cleared her throat, snapping everyone including Sakura out of their thoughts and giving Tsunade their attention. Alright, enough of this. Jiraiya, from what I see I understand why there is reluctance in explaining your travels with Naruto. You don't have to. However, she pointed straight at Naruto, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. You will submit a detailed report on your travels with this pervert over here, leaving nothing of importance out. I want facts and figures. None of your rubbish stories were created by you. Tsunade trailed off again when she noticed Jiraiya laughing hard, almost falling out of his chair, and Sakura giggling uncontrollably. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched in irritation. What is it this time? Asked Tsunade, horribly annoyed. Have you ever seen the brat's handwriting? Said Jiraiya, slapping his thigh as he goes into another round of hard laughter. Nah, Jiraiya-sama. I wouldn't call it handwriting. It's more like chicken scratch. Sakura added in between giggles. Naruto looked down, hands gripping on his robe, mumbling expletives to himself. Tsunade turned to Sakura and gave her a sickeningly sweet smile. Uh-oh. Exclaimed inner Sakura, recognizing that smile. Well, my dear apprentice. Since you have had experience in reading his scratches, you have the honor of deciphering his script. When I am having difficulty in reading it, Tsunade said sweetly with an evil gleam in her eyes. Sakura looked sick. Oh crap. Look what you got yourself into. Screamed inner Sakura. No. Shouted Naruto and Sakura together. They turned and looked at each other frowning. Shut up. They screamed at each other in unison, yet again pointing fingers at each other. They then narrowed eyes at each other and simultaneously jerked away from each other's sight, crossing their arms and letting out a loud HN. The mimicking of each other, giving the rest in the room some comic relief. Alright, enough. Hope you both learn from this. Sakura stopped making fun of Naruto. Ha! Naruto shouted, pointing at Sakura. The girl retorted by shaking a fist at him. And you? Tsunade continued. Naruto shrank back into his seat. You will watch how our handwriting turns out for your report. If I can't make out one word. Just one word, I'll burn the report and make you rewrite the whole thing." Naruto looked like he was about to faint. Sakura stuck her tongue out at him and Naruto glared defiantly at her. Tsunade gripped her hair in frustration at the antics of the young ones. Shizune just chuckled and Jiraiya shook his head disapprovingly. "Naruto," Swan said in a quite serious voice. That killed any interaction between the two young ones in the room and Naruto snapped his attention to Tsunade. "Take a break from your training. It's been 3 years and I work on that report. I expect it on my table in a week. If you are going to be Hokage as you said you would, you have to learn to write proper reports and hand them up on time." Tsunade continued. "Both of you are dismissed." Tsunade started shuffling some papers around, so did Sakura and Shizune in preparation to start assisting the Hokage with the paperwork once again. Jiraiya got out of the seat and was about to exit the room when he heard, "Wait." That came from Naruto. "Take a break. Report. Dismissed. That's all?" Naruto began to ask. Naruto turned to look at Sakura. "What about retrieving Sasuke? I know Iro-sennin said we still have time, but shouldn't there already be information about his whereabouts by now? And shouldn't plans be made or at least start to be made?" Hearing all the questions, Sakura turned pale. Her hands shook and papers started to fall out from her hands. Tears threatened to fall. Without warning Sakura suddenly stood up. The papers she was holding scattered on the floor and her chair got knocked aside. Before anyone could do or say anything she fled the room with her hands covering her face. Both Naruto and Shizune rose from their seats to chase after the girl. Tsunade placed a hand on Shizune to stop her. Seeing Tsunade's example, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the arm and forcefully got him to be seated. "Let her go to Shizune. She needs her space." "She still hasn't come to terms with it yet," said Tsunade softly. Shizune frowned slightly at the door, left ajar and settled down in her chair, even though she was worried. Naruto, unlike Shizune, did the opposite. He jumped right out of his seat again and slammed his hands hard on the table in front of him. The force of the action caused the items on the table to rattle against the heavy woodwork. "What the hell was that about?" shouted Naruto at the top of his voice glaring at Tsunade. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Naruto and her voice came out low and venomous. "What happened to the manners you displayed earlier?" If it was possible Naruto's glare would have intensified as he dug his nails into the table in an effort not to explode at the moment. "If you do not calm down and take a seat to discuss this matter, not only will I refuse to utter a single word on the matter, but I would also personally make you regret that you went out of line this time round." Swan finished every bit as venomous as the way she posed the earlier question. Naruto went from glaring to shocked. Tsunade had never threatened him in this manner before. Sure, there were times when she threatened him when he was being annoying, but that itself lacked the bite and conviction this threat held. Realizing the seriousness of the issue at hand, he retracted his hands and sat down once more, taking in a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Tsunade, seeing Naruto calm down, relaxed herself. "Good." Swan sighed and took a look around the room in contemplation of how to tell Naruto the news. After a few moments of thick silence she decided to be honest and straightforward. "Naruto, Sasuke are dead." Chapter 2. Acceptance. "Sasuke is dead," Naruto repeated in askance, looking desperately at both Tsunade and Shizune, hoping this was all a sick joke. Tsunade looked aside. She couldn't bear to see the look on her surrogate little brother. Herself was a picture of pain. She knew how much Sasuke meant to Naruto. She knew the fact that if he couldn't complete his task and fulfill his promise to the girl he cared so much for, it would tear him apart. Shizune was tearing openly, staring straight at Naruto, unable to form any words at the moment, only feeling the pain that she knew would surface in Naruto once the information sunk in. Jiraiya looked off to the side with a dark, solemn look on his face. He had his arms and legs crossed in a manner to withdraw himself from the scene. He doesn't deal with angst very well. He had viewed this as a possibility before. However, he has never voiced a possibility, fearing how Naruto would react to such negative thoughts. Suddenly, just as Sakura had done, Naruto stood up, knocking his own chair away. He, however, didn't run away in tears. He did start backing away from the rest. He also started to wave his arms wildly in front of him, barking a bitter laugh. His reaction shocked the remaining 3 in the room. "Sasuke is dead? You got to be fucking kidding me. How can he die? That snake bastard wanted him and Sasuke is strong. He wouldn't have gone down so easily in the company of that snake bastard and that fucking traitor." Naruto spat out the whole time, barking out that painful bitter laughter and shooting them accusing looks. Though one couldn't fault his logic over the situation, those in the room could see that he was using this to go into denial. Naruto continued to take small steps backwards in his bid to deny what has been told to him. "There is no way he is dead, you hear me? There is no fucking." The rest of the sentence was silenced as Naruto was covered by a forceful hug, pinning his arms to the side and his shock once again rendering him immobile. This time round it wasn't Tsunade, but the tight, forceful embrace came from Shizune. Her left arm curled around Naruto's arm and body, gripping tightly on the back of his robe, and her right arm at the back of his head, pressing it down on her shoulder, while her own head pressed down on his. Jiraiya left his seat to close the door once again, and perhaps also to get further away from the intense emotions that are rising in the room. "Don't. Naruto." Shizune muttered out loud on his robe in between sobs. "Don't. Doubt us. It's painful enough having to deliver this news to you, knowing how much he meant to you as a brother. Don't. Doubt us. It's even more painful seeing you react this way, trying to pretend that what we say isn't real. We wouldn't do such a thing to you. Just let it out, Naruto-kun. We know you are in pain, that you are hurting." Jiraiya, now leaning on the door, was facing his feet with his eyes shut tightly, willing his tears back. Tsunade, still unwilling to look up, also has her eyes shut tight. However, she has already started releasing tears of her own. Upon hearing the last words Shizune said, Naruto lifted his arms, clutched Shizune's shirt tightly, dug his face deeper into her shoulder, and let out a long loud pain-filled wail. Hot tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes and drenched into Shizune's shirt. The vibrations of the painful release shudders through Shizune. She shifted her hold on the boy to a more gentle yet firm hug, stroking his back, allowing him to pour his emotions out and run themselves down, while she herself does the same, crying for the boy's loss. The occupants of the room remained that way for quite a while. All waiting for Naruto to finish letting out his grief and pain. As his tears reduced to sobs and finally came to a halt, Naruto released his grip on Shizune's shirt. Instead of immediately letting go, he tightened his arms around Shizune for a moment in a light squeeze. "Thank you, Shizune Onachan," he said softly into her shoulder. Finally he released her, and as he wiped his remaining tears away with his robe, he calmly made his way back to his seat. Making eye contact with Tsunade, he gave her a small sad smile, and Tsunade returned one of her own. Shizune, as she herself makes her way back to her seat, squeezes Naruto lightly on his shoulder in a final show of support to carry on. Naruto's eyes shift a bit in discomfort, knowing that the conversation will not end in this manner. As he runs through his head what to ask, Tsunade rests her eyes on Naruto with a gentle, attentive expression on her face. Naruto decided on asking a simple question. "How?" Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment and gave a slight nod to herself rather than anyone else. "We don't actually know for certain. I sent out Anbu forces for intelligence missions in hopes of finding out the location of the Sound's hidden village ever since you left. About a month ago we managed to pinpoint its location. After confirming the location, I sent out a squadron specializing in infiltration. They returned a couple of days ago. From the reports that were submitted upon infiltrating the village, it was discovered that the village was in chaos. It was stated that the reason for the chaos couldn't be pinpointed, however, it could stem from the fact that a pair from the squadron found the bodies of Kabuto Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke." Tsunade paused to see if there was any reaction coming from Naruto with her last few words. Naruto's eyes were downcast and had a solemn look on his face, however, he remained calm. Naruto, aware of Tsunade's intentions, just glances up and softly says, "Carry on, Bachan." For once Tsunade couldn't get irritated at his way of addressing her. In fact, she welcomed it as it reminded her so much of the bright, energetic boy that he once was before he left, and hopefully someone that he would return to soon. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement and continued her narration. Of the pair, one got close to inspect the bodies, while the other posed as a lookout. Reports from the lookout states that from his position he could see who they were clearly and got confirmation from his partner after he returned from his examination to prove the authenticity of the bodies. However, the squadron was engaged in a battle on their way to exiting the village. They managed to overpower their enemies, escape from further attacks, and even secured a prisoner. Unfortunately, with a stroke of bad luck, those who were injured in this mission included the person who did the examination and is currently in the hospital. Although his condition is stable, he is in a coma, and we have yet to get details other than hearsay that was reported by his partner. Further information can only be received in due time and if he wakes up. However, they managed to bring back proof for one of the bodies. The last sentence was said in a slow, cautious manner that had an implication that didn't go missing on Naruto. "He did it, didn't he?" he asked in a tight, controlled voice. "Naruto, you have to understand that." Tsunade's attempt in a rushed explanation was halted when she saw Naruto sharply raise his arm for her to stop and him shutting his eyes tight in pain. Tsunade shook her head slightly and rubbed at her temples, trying to soothe the built-up pressure that has formed in her head from today's short but intense event. This was painful for the both of them in different ways, but painful nonetheless. Naruto took a very deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Letting his arm drop to his side again, and as he slowly opened his eyes again, it could be seen that despite the evident pain in his eyes, he had calmed himself down once again. "I understand, Tsunade-bachan. It is protocol in all hidden villages when faced with such situations. Though just because I understand doesn't mean I have to like it," he was forced out seriously. Jiraiya, still leaning on the door, gave a small proud knowing smile. Shizune blinked in slight shock and Tsunade just stared blankly. What? Snapped Naruto in slight irritation at the looks the pair were giving him. In his irritation and dislike of how things turned out, he didn't realize the fact that he had just said something very uncharacteristic of his old self and had displayed to pair one way in how he had matured in his travels. Tsunade shook her head dismissing the look she was giving him. Of course not, Naruto. Not for a moment I expected that from you. Hearing that, Naruto's expression softened and he proceeded to ask his next question. What are you going to do with it? I know this so-called proof of yours are his eyes. There is no denying it, and the fact that you have it preserved somewhere. What else other than that would prove his presence? For now the Elders Council and myself have yet to reach a decision. Tsunade replied simply. Naruto curled an eyebrow at Tsunade. For now? Why the hesitation? It's been a few days already, and a few days too long for such an important decision. Even if a decision didn't want to be made in haste, a day or two would have proved sufficient to think it over and reach a conclusion, or at least a plan, Naruto prodded, sensing something was off. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched, Shizune blinked even more than earlier, and Jiraiya's knowing smile grew to a grin. Since when did this brat get so smart and perceptive? Tsunade thought and narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya for a moment. Tsunade sighed and laid eyes on Naruto once again. Okay brat. I have plans, but seriously I'm not going to tell you about it now. Why not? Exclaimed Naruto, characteristics of his former self shining through. Because it's been taxing enough on both of us and those in the room already. The reason why I dismissed you earlier in the first place was for you to get some rest and settle down before having to hear the news. I even gave instructions for the nins in the village not to reveal the information till I said they could. Tsunade paused, taking in a breath, trying to calm down. Besides, I wanted to speak to you about it without Sakura's presence. Although she has accepted it, she is still very unsettled over the news. Tsunade, looking at Naruto now, could see the look of guilt entering his face. Tsunade sighed. And look. I didn't tell you that so that you beat yourself up over it. Go. Again he interrupted her, this time by suddenly standing up again. He stepped forward and retrieved his swords that were still lying on the table. As he re-secured his swords to his waist belt, Tsunade spoke up again in irritation. And just what are you doing? I didn't even get to finish what I wanted to say earlier. She said, seething and glaring at the young man. Upon finishing the menial task, Naruto looked up with a mischievous grin on his face and said playfully, I do recall being dismissed earlier. Not giving Tsunade a chance to retort, he turned around, tucked his arms into the sleeves of his robe, and made his way to the door. Jiraiya, seeing this, let out a chuckle and stepped away from the door. If looks could kill, Naruto would probably be headless from the intense glare Tsunade was giving him. Don't you forget your neatly written report, brat. Tsunade shouted after him. Hi Ba-chan. You will have it in 2 days' time instead of a week, Naruto said, nonchalantly waving his hand without turning around as he exited the room. As soon as the door closed, Tsunade threw her hands up in the air and let out a cry of frustration. Arg. That brat is so infuriating. Jiraiya and Shizune just chuckled at the outcry, as both could hear that despite the frustration and irritation evident in the tone of voice, there were also hints of affection in that statement which Tsunade tried to smother. Night has fallen as splashes were made in the running water of the stream by a person idling next to it in the dark. This person, with cheek-length pink hair and glazed aquamarine eyes that was stained with a tinge of red signifying an end to a bout of crying, was carelessly throwing pebbles into the running water. Sakura was seated, huddled up with her knees to her chest, an arm lying on top of her knees, cushioning the chin that rested on it, and the other arm reaching out to her side to pick a random pebble to be thrown next into the stream. Staring out at the water, she thought of the first time her team worked together in this very area, trying to get the 2 bells from Kakashi-sensei. Sakura chuckled and thought of the good old days long gone. A sudden prickling sensation running up her back alerted her to an intruding presence behind her. Immediately getting up and drawing out a kunai, she got into a defensive battle stance. Looking into the shadows of the vegetation that was behind her, she tried to spot the location of the presence she felt. Directly in front of her, about 25 meters, she spotted a gleam of light resembling a reflection of the moon rays that was out in this clear night sky. Narrowing her eyes, she barely makes out the figure enough to know that the object reflecting the light was a forehead protector, meaning she was facing a ninja. For a while there you were resembling a brooding bastard I used to know, the figure said in a chuckling voice. She knew that voice. She just heard it earlier this afternoon. Naruto? Who else could be bothered to associate himself with a brooding bastard? The figure asked light-heartedly as he stepped out of the shadows and into the dimly lit clearing. The moonlight was shining directly at Naruto, and even in the distance Sakura could tell that he had on his face a sad reminiscing smile. She dropped her guard, and as she kept her kunai she replied in the same light-hearted manner, other than myself, only a one-eyed tardy pervert and a loud obnoxious brat. Though he doesn't seem to be very loud and obnoxious at the moment. Naruto laughed out loud. Loud enough for you, Sakura-chan? People do change over the years, you know, said Naruto, reducing his laughter to a chuckle as he took steps to reduce the distance between the two former teammates. I noticed you changed a lot. From growing taller to fancy clothes, new weapons and opposing mannerisms. I can't say the same for you other than your similar height growth and those gloves of yours, Naruto said teasingly, leaving a lot of things out that he noticed. And you are still a brat despite your changes, said Sakura, crossing her arms in mock annoyance. How could you not see the most obvious change in me? She continued, glaring at him. By now Naruto closed the gap to about slightly more than a meter away. He looked at the way she was standing with her arms crossed and one of her feet tapping, impatiently waiting for his answer. He looked up at the sky, tapping his cheek with his fingers in thought. He then shifted his gaze back at Sakura, purposely alternating between her face and the way she crossed her arms with a teasing look to match his earlier voice. Well, I didn't think you would want me to mention those, said Naruto, allowing his gaze to linger a little longer than necessary at her crossed arms, or rather, those. She blinked and looked at where he was looking at. Her eyes widened in realization and immediately struck Naruto at the side of his head. Hentai. Tai. Naruto was bent over, one hand on his knee supporting his weight, the other hand rubbing the side of his head that was struck vigorously. And here I was about to add that you are treating me a lot nicer. Though after that hit I could definitely say that you have grown stronger. Ha. You better know it. Exclaimed Sakura, crossing her arms once more before realizing what she was doing and settled for placing her hands on her hips. Though that wasn't any much better in Naruto's view, as it just puts emphasis on how much curvier her body has grown. However, Naruto decided to keep this to himself. Well, at least for the time being, Naruto thought mischievously, and I seriously hope you haven't turned into a pervert like Kakashi-sensei or Jiraiya-sama, she said, narrowing her eyes at him. Naruto straightened himself and shrugged at her statement, taking a few steps to the edge of the bank of the stream. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto shrugged once more and bent down to take a seat. He pats the ground next to him and a silent invitation to sit next to him. Sakura frowns slightly in confusion and finally just decides to settle down next to him. What's with all the secrecy? It's not just the shrug earlier. Also the lack of explanation for your training, your travels, your new outfit, weapons and the nervous looks you were having when I was asking those questions earlier this afternoon, Sakura said, voicing her thoughts and curiosity. Naruto curled up in a similar manner to Sakura's posture before he made his presence. Everyone has their secrets, Sakura-chan. Some more than others. Returning back to Konoha, I knew there would come a point where everything would be revealed. Not just to you but to everyone I know and possibly more. However, that was not my intention tonight when I looked for you. However, I promise you that you would be the first to know, said Naruto, his solemn mood not having left him totally. And you always keep your promise. Sakura said, smiling genuinely at Naruto. However, Sakura didn't realize how the innocent question reminding her of his ways affected him in a drastic way. Guilt set in so fast and hard that it hit like a punch from Tsunade to his stomach. Naruto avoided eye contact like a plague and started trembling like he did earlier on. Sakura noticed the change and knew something was wrong. She shifted her body to directly face him while Naruto was still facing the stream. Naruto? Sakura asked with concern, though still oblivious to what exactly is going on with him. She placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Naruto jerked violently at the touch, shocking Sakura. Naruto curled further into himself, gripping the sleeves of his robe tightly, eyes shut. Sakura, seeing this, put her in threat of going into another round of bursting into tears. Naruto. Please. Sakura pleaded. I'm sorry. Sakura-chan, Naruto stuttered, his voice coming out raw and hoarse. Really? Sorry. Naruto continued, tears already trailing the corners of his shut eyes. For? Sakura asked with a timid, worried voice. For? Breaking my promise. Not once. Twice. Sasuke's gone. This time for real. Naruto struggled to get out. Finally getting what was going on after hearing this and the way he struggled with his words, Sakura launched at him in a fierce hug, bursting out in tears loudly. If Naruto had not reacted quickly to brace himself with his arm, she would have knocked him over, sending both of them sprawling on the ground. Sakura tightened her hold on him and shook her head violently at the back of his neck, her hair whipping around, gently hitting his neck repeatedly. No. Don't say that. If it's anyone that should be sorry, it's me. If I didn't make you promise me that, you wouldn't be suffering like this. I'm so hard. Even after all the times you risked yourself saving and protecting us. I still am. I still treated you like dirt. She cried. She cried hard and loud as she pressed her face into his back now. Naruto held onto her arm and shed his own tears silently in contrast to hers. As her crying became soft sobs, she continued in a small voice, I promised myself to make it up to you. Sakura-chan. You don't have to. Naruto said softly, touched by her words. And I wasn't the only one suffering. You are suffering too. No. Yes. I mean. Arg, whatever. That's not important at the moment. Yes, it is to me. He continued with the same soft, concerned voice. Even though it's not like my silly crush on you back then anymore, which annoyed you to no end, you are still one of my precious people, and I still care for you nonetheless. Naruto could feel fresh tears on his back as he heard her mumble almost incoherently, see. Even now you still care for me even when I was so mean to you. The past never mattered to me, Sakura-chan. I don't care. I'm still going to make it up to you. After you tell me all of your secrets I'm sharing with you mine and dig out things even you don't know about yourself. Hi. You are going to be my bestest friend next to Ino Pig. Hi. We are going to hang out more often. Go shopping so you have more things to wear than just your blinding orange jumper and this oversized samurai robe. Hi. We'll find new places to eat at so that you won't be eating just ramen at Ichiraku or that nasty instant stuff you have stuffed in your kitchen. Hi. And I'll find you a girlfriend that will be just as pretty as I am, so you will stop having perverted thoughts about me. Hi. Suddenly Sakura pulled back though her arms still lightly around Naruto and shifted herself again so that this time she could stare at him straight in the eyes. Naruto blinked. Sakura's eyes narrowed slightly. You weren't thinking of anything perverted about me this whole time were you? She asked with a hint of a venomous voice. At this point Naruto couldn't help but burst out in a loud boisterous laugh for a few moments like he used to in the past, while Sakura still looked at him skeptically. Naruto just closed his eyes and shook his head slightly with a small sincere smile to show her how silly her thoughts were. Casting her doubt aside, she launched herself onto him for another fierce hug. This time however due to the different direction from where the force came from he couldn't brace himself and he fell on his back with Sakura a little off to his side, arms around his neck. She snuggled closer while mumbling something very softly. Best of friends Naruto. He couldn't help but be touched by the childish sincerity of those simple words. Hi. He replied simply putting his arm around the girl that was once the girl of his dreams. As they remained silent in this position not much time passed before Naruto heard soft snores coming from the girl. She must have been exhausted after the emotional rollercoaster ride today. Seeing that his robe was spread out after their tumble to the ground and not wanting to disturb the girl's peaceful slumber, he wrapped his robe around the both of them as best as he could to prevent both of them from catching a cold on this chilly night. Looking up at the clear sky and the shining stars Naruto wondered how such an emotionally and mentally wrecking day ended with such a note of childish innocence. Naruto was all too aware of how being a ninja and leading a traumatic life at the earlier points of his life has robbed him of his childhood and innocence. Being forced to grow up at a fast pace. At times of high emotional and mental pressure could cause one to regress into a state of him or her being a child, revealing what it was like for the person when he or she was very young. Looking down at the fragile state that Sakura was in right now he could see that when she was a lot younger, she probably was a lonely girl wanting nothing but a close friend. Despite the differences that they both had 3 years ago, and even now maybe they actually had quite a lot in common, if only the degrees were to differ. Thinking back on the words that Sakura had rambled about, Naruto was lulled to a peaceful sleep himself as he looked forward to a better friendship with a childish grin plastered on his face that was synonymous with Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 3. Teasing Encounter. Naruto stirred a little as he woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes he had to use his hand to block out the glaring sunlight from his face. As his eyes adjusted to the light he took a look around his surroundings. He was still lying down beside the stream with the pink-haired girl snuggling precariously next to him, showing they have been undisturbed throughout the night. Looking at Sakura, Naruto noticed that the girl was still sleeping. She had a look of peacefulness on her face as she was softly breathing on his chest with her hair partially covering her face. Naruto contemplated on whether to disturb the girl's peaceful slumber. She probably has training with Tsunade or other things to accomplish. One of which would probably be explaining to her parents why she didn't return home for the night. Naruto paled a little at the complications this situation could result in. Even though they weren't disturbed it didn't change the possibility that they could have been spotted in this manner. After all this is a training ground which was used by a lot of people. Naruto looked at the position of the sun. It seemed like it was still early. If they weren't spotted by now the chances of being spotted would increase by the moment. As innocent as yesterday's proceedings went, the end result would have looked suspicious and it would take a lot of explaining to dispel such suspicion. Especially if the night was spent with a person of special circumstances like him. A word from a villager passing by would get the girl into a lot of trouble. Other than selfish indulgence there wasn't a reason to remain this way. Naruto shifted his position a little to be able to face Sakura. Gently shaking her, Naruto attempted to wake the girl up. Sakura-chan wakes up. It's morning already, said Naruto, still nudging the girl. After a few more tries finally the girl stirred. Unhooking her arms from Naruto's neck, she used an arm to push herself up while the other hand rubbed at her eyes sleepily. Opening her eyes she saw Naruto still lying down looking at her with an analytical look on his face. Naruto was looking out for her reaction to waking up next to him. Silently he wonders if he was going to be smacked into oblivion. It surprised Naruto to see Sakura blinking at him and her expression changing to something warm as the look of recognition was evident on her face. It was even more surprising as there was no shyness or awkwardness between the two as they smiled at each other. The exchange was the recognition and acceptance of yesterday's events and the way it turned out. The both of them sat up brushing off the dirt from their clothes. While doing so Naruto decided to address his concern. Say Sakura-chan, don't you have Tsunade Bachin training today? Also how are you going to explain not returning home last night to your parents? Said Naruto noticing Sakura looking up and thought at his words. What time do you think it is? Sakura asked. Looking at how far the sun has risen, it looks to be about 7:30, Naruto replied. Sakura got up on her feet and delivered a soft playful punch to the top of Naruto's head. Naruto gave a look of bewilderment. Sakura snorted in return. Firstly, it's Tsunade-sama. I would have thought after the way you presented yourself yesterday, you would actually express your respect for her in a more formal manner, Sakura said with a hint of annoyance. Old habits die hard, said Naruto shrugging. Sakura rolled her eyes at him. I don't have to meet Tsunade-sama for training till 10. I'm sure you are aware of her sleeping patterns, said Sakura to which Naruto snorted before she continued. About my parents it shouldn't be a problem. I work shifts at the hospital nowadays as part of my training with Tsunade-sama. I let them know that something urgent came up at the hospital which ended really late, so I slept over there. That would explain not being able to call and not returning home. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing has happened over the last few years. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Sakura extended her arm to help Naruto get up on his feet. Let's head back. Even though I did not return home at night, I always returned early in the morning. My parents will be expecting me to return for breakfast, a shower and a change of fresh clothes. Of course. I also want to head back to my apartment. It's been ages since I touched the place. I probably have a lot of cleaning to do, said Naruto. Sakura let out a laugh and started walking back to the village. Hey. Wait up. Why are you laughing? Asked Naruto frowning as he caught up and fell in step with Sakura. Sakura giggled some more. Oh. You'll see, said Sakura with a mischievously evil grin. Naruto's eyes widened. Huh? Sakura just waved her hand dismissively showing that he will have to find out on his own when he reaches his apartment. Okay. Besides, I have other things to get done as well. Oh? Such as? Sakura asked curiously. Well, I got to write that report. Even though Bachan said a week, I told her before I left that I would give it to her by tomorrow. With 3 years of facts and figures I would have to get started right away, Naruto stated. Hearing about Naruto writing down the 3 years that have gone got Sakura in deep thought. Naruto eyed her curiously. Sakura-chan. Sakura shook her head slightly dismissing any worries that would have risen from Naruto. Millimeter. I know we still have a lot of things to talk about. I was just remembering what happened yesterday and what I said. Even though I was being very emotional, I meant what I said to you yesterday. Said Sakura now with a very determined look on her face. Naruto's face broke into his usual wide grin. I didn't doubt you for a moment, Sakura-chan. Naruto exclaimed laughing. Sakura smiled in return. I know. I just wanted you to be sure of it once you see that I am a lot more calm, Sakura stated. Naruto acknowledged her by nodding his head vigorously. He stopped nodding suddenly and his eyes peered up at the sky and thought. Hey, do you remember where the weapons shops are? It's been a while and I can't really remember the exact location, Naruto inquired. Sakura raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Huh? Why do you need to go to the weapons shop? You lost all of your kunai and shuriken during your travels or something. Besides you already have your swords right. I bet you use that more. Well, I need some stuff custom made. Another thing which I intended to do today. Okay. Well, the one I frequent has a very good blacksmith. It's near Ichiraku so it shouldn't be hard to find. Just head down a couple shops towards the Hokage Tower from Ichiraku. Once you hit a junction take a right turn and there should be a couple of shops down that stretch. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Naruto suddenly stopped walking and bent to the side digging into his weapon holster. Sakura stopped as well and looked back at Naruto, wondering what the hell he was up to this time. Naruto pulled out a small odd-shaped weapon. It looked like a cross between a kunai and a sai. Naruto looked at Sakura and extended his hand to her offering the odd weapon. Before I forget. Here, take it, said Naruto. Sakura blinked in confusion and looked at the weapon oddly trying to figure out what it was. It's none like she has ever seen before. What is this? What am I supposed to do with this and how? Sakura asked. Naruto grinned mischievously. That's the custom-made kunai that I need to make in more numbers. When you are in trouble and if you need help make sure to stick it hard in the ground, Naruto answered. Sakura gave him an incredulous look. And just how is that supposed to help me? I'll explain that together with the rest of the stuff I said I will tell you about, Naruto replied looking ready to shoot down any protest. Seeing that look on his face, Sakura sighed in resignation, knowing she won't be getting anything out of him for now. "Fine then," she replied sullenly. Naruto did a little skip as he walked down the hallway to his apartment. So far as tension-filled the events have been, things have turned out well, even though it was not what he expected. As he turned the key to unlock the apartment door, he froze right before he opened it, remembering Sakura's words to him earlier. "Oh. You'll see." As much as he was curious, he couldn't help feeling dreadful. It wasn't so much of the mischievous hint in her voice that bothered him. However, when it came to matters of his apartment, it was rarely cheerful with the treatment that he got. Despite how unlikely the case of ill treatment was to come, hearing from the way Sakura said it, he couldn't shake off memories of crashing windows, upturned furniture, vandalized walls and such. Cautiously turning the knob, he opened the door silently. Once again, things weren't how he expected them to be. Sure, his fears were unwarranted. However, the sight of a spick-and-span apartment where everything was neatly placed impeccably with smells of scented cleaning solution that seemed to be recently used just caused him to just stare dreamily into his uncharacteristically clean living room. Shaking out of his reverie, he took a couple of steps in and turned around to quietly close the door. As if still not quite believing the sight that he saw earlier, he turned a little bit to peek behind him to verify if he was dreaming. The sight stubbornly remained the same. He turned around fully and slowly walked around the small cozy living room, touching the furniture and other various things, as if inspecting the reality of things. In Naruto's shock, he was unaware of the presence of another person in the apartment. Neither was the other person aware of Naruto's entry. That person was just exiting the toilet, looking down, her dark hair partially covering her face, keeping her pale eyes out of sight from other people, as she casually observed to see if she cleaned her hands properly after doing a little touching up to the apartment. After all, she had heard news that her old crush from her academy days was returning soon. She was sure that he would appreciate returning to a nice clean apartment. Hinata's eyes downcast, was still unaware of the fact that the very person was doing exactly so. About 5 meters away in front of her, Naruto with his back to her was still in a daze, feeling around the room, marveling at its cleanliness. Hinata lifted up her gaze after sufficiently satisfied with the state of cleanliness of her hands. She unwittingly let out a surprised squeak at seeing the presence of another person in the apartment, which didn't go unheard by that person. "Huh?" Naruto muttered, turning his head to look at the source. Hinata's eyes widened in a mingling of recognition and surprise. The very person she was thinking about, although looking very different, was definitely standing in front looking back at her. In acknowledgement to this, her being sensitive around Naruto, her senses were overloading. She was starting to feel giddy, and her vision was blurring. As the acknowledgement hit its peak, everything went blank for Hinata and then crumbled to the floor. Hinata stirred as her consciousness started to return. She could feel that she was lying on something soft, possibly a bed, and she was covered with a blanket. Opening her eyes, she saw clear blue eyes staring intently at her. Realizing and knowing who it was, shock sprung once more as a squeak involuntarily came out and she instinctively sank underneath the cover for safety. From under the cover, she could hear Naruto laughing. Hinata reddened hearing his laughter. With a burst of indignance, she lifted off her face and mildly glared at Naruto, who was seated on a chair trying his best not to fall over from laughing. Though she herself has changed a lot over the years under the scrutiny of her beloved, she could only pull off so much. "Don't laugh. It's not funny," she protested softly and hesitantly. Naruto tried his best to stifle his laughter and failed. Launching into another bout of laughter, he also failed to remain in his seat as he fell over and out of Hinata's sight. "Omen Hinata. I didn't mean to laugh, but you got to admit that your reaction was rather comical," Naruto said, his head popping up right next to Hinata's from the side of the bed. Hinata jerked back slightly at his sudden reappearance and at such close proximity. She could feel her cheeks reddening again and she tugged at the blanket to cover half of her face in an attempt to hide the blush. Naruto backed up a little bit and stood up. He pulled his fallen chair upright and close to the bed before taking a seat once again. He then rested his eyes on Hinata again and his head tilted to the side in curiosity. To Hinata, that small action looked so adorable to her that she thought she was going to pass out again and die a very happy death. "So Hinata, I placed you on my bed seeing that you fainted. However, I don't remember bringing you home in the first place," Naruto said with hints of amusement in his voice and his eyes. Hinata's face went from pink to white to bright red in a span of a second. It didn't hit her till then that she was on his bed, and also the way he put his words together gave the impression of something that had sprouted from her fantasies might happen. He did notice this and burst out laughing again. "Omen. Gomen. It's rather cruel of me to tease you like that seeing you just fainted. I don't want to scare a shy girl like you into fainting again," Naruto said, putting a stop to his laughter. Hinata calmed herself down and sat up. She managed to hold eye contact with Naruto. "It's okay. I'm not as shy as I used to be. I have changed over the years as well. I was just shocked at suddenly seeing you again," Hinata said evenly. She silently congratulated herself at being able to sound normal despite the embarrassing moments that just passed. That's good. Naruto trailed off, nodding thoughtfully. However, without warning, his expression reverted to a playful, mischievous look once again. Because here I am thinking what would happen if I were to see you unconscious once again on my bed. Hinata fainted straight away after her brain processed the words. It was seriously too much for the poor girl. Oh crap. I think I went too far with that. Arg, too much influence from Iro Sennin and the blasted kitsune. Chapter 4. Of old acquaintances. It took a while longer this time round for Hinata to wake up, but eventually she did. She almost passed out again just remembering what Naruto had said to her. Her eyes widened. Because here I am thinking what would happen if I were to see you unconscious once again on my bed. Hinata immediately lifted up the blanket to check herself. Seeing that her clothing were all in place, she sighed out in relief and some part of her acknowledged disappointment. What am I thinking? Hinata berated herself, turning red at her own reactions. Ahem, Hinata heard someone cough. Her head snapped to the side. She saw Naruto seated on the chair. His head once again adorably tilted to the side, his cheek resting on his palm with his forearm propped up on the arm of the chair, observing her with an eyebrow raised. You didn't think I was serious, did you? Naruto asked innocently. Hinata tried to get out. Her whole face felt hot from embarrassment and she felt like her head was going to explode from the pressure. Naruto started to panic when he saw Hinata swing slightly. Straightening up with eyes wide open and waving his hands violently in front of him, he attempted to somewhat calm the poor girl down. Gomen. I won't tease you. Don't faint on me again. Naruto shouted in panic, already full blown. Hinata burst out in laughter. Naruto froze at the sudden action. Hinata suddenly realizing what she did, she clamped a hand over her mouth. Gomen. I didn't mean to laugh at you. It's just that you look so comical like that. I couldn't help it, Hinata said softly, doing a little imitation of Naruto's actions earlier. Naruto himself laughed at that. Rubbing the back of his head, he gave her his usual wide grin. Hi. It's okay. I never heard you laugh before. It's refreshing. You should do that more often, Naruto said. Hinata gave a small smile and nodded, blushing slightly at the compliment. Hey. Earlier on, before I couldn't help teasing you, I actually wanted to ask you how come you are in my apartment and why is it so clean? Naruto asked, eyes twinkling when he mentioned clean, still in disbelief. Hinata laughed slightly at his expression. After you left 3 years ago, there was an incident where Hokage-sama happened to see the state your apartment was in. To say the least, she was appalled, Hinata said with her usual softness. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hinata laughed softly and continued. Hokage-sama herself paid for a D-rank mission to my team to clean up the place, and after which I requested that I maintained its cleanliness from time to time. Hinata blushed at the end. Naruto gave her a sincere smile of thanks. Though I don't remember passing her a key, Naruto muttered thoughtfully. I heard Kakashi-san brought her through the window, Hinata explained. Naruto's sweat dropped again, this time with a little twitch. Hokage-sama got a locksmith to make a spare key for the apartment, which is how I got into the apartment, Hinata further explained. Naruto nodded. Hinata shifted a little while she fished in her pockets for something. Pulling out a metallic object, she extended it to Naruto. Seeing that it was the spare key, Naruto shook his head and pushed it back to her. Hinata's forehead creased a little in confusion. Keep it safe for me, okay? I tend to lose small things like that from time to time, so one of my friends having a spare could help me out when there is a need to, Naruto said with a small nervous laugh. Hinata looked at Naruto and just nodded slightly, internally feeling grateful that he at least thought of her that way. Naruto smiled again, but his stomach growled. His smile turned sheepish and apologetic. Say, have you eaten breakfast? As you can hear, I'm quite hungry, Naruto said, laughing. Hinata smiled and shook her head slightly. Well, great. Seeing that I haven't been home in 3 years, there's no food here, so let's go out and grab something. My treat. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto-kun, you don't have to. Nah. Don't worry about it. Consider repaying you back by helping me keep my apartment neat and tiny. Naruto said with a wave of his hands. Oh, okay, Hinata accepted hesitantly but inwardly beaming. As both of them made it out of his room, Naruto grabbed his robe and led her to the door. Wait, Naruto-kun. Hinata said, halting. Naruto said, looking back. Hinata pointed to the dining table. In the middle of the table was a big basket of fruit and vegetables. Naruto ended up on the floor with a thud as he face faulted. I don't remember seeing that when I came in this morning, and I thought you said there wasn't any food at home, said Hinata, looking curiously at Naruto. It seemed to Hinata he knew how and why that basket got there. It's Kakashi-sensei. He must have snuck in while we were in the room. He has this thing about stuffing me with fruits and vegetables once in a while, Naruto grumbled, obviously not pleased with the gift. Hinata giggled at his grumbling. Then we shouldn't waste Kakashi-san's effort, Naruto-kun. She said with a smile. Naruto nodded grudgingly. Hi. Why don't you take a seat at the table while I get us some water, Kay? Naruto said with a little bit of resentment. Hinata laughed softly at his silly antics, nodded and got seated at the table. Naruto proceeded to the kitchen to get the glasses and water. As he made his way to the table he noticed Hinata frowning slightly while at the same time having a blush. A little confused, he curled an eyebrow at her. "Hinata?" Naruto asked cautiously. Hinata looked up at him and quickly averted her eyes away from him. Her frown deepened and her cheeks grew redder. Naruto could see that she was trying to smooth out the frown on her face, but failing. She looked almost angry. Is she? Wonder why is she acting this way? Naruto thought as sat across from her and placed a glass of water in front of her, still observing her. Hinata lifted her hand showing a piece of paper that was previously blocked out of view by the basket. Her hand was trembling slightly. Apparently a note came with the basket. Still not thinking much about it, he took the note. Taking a drink from his own glass he held up the note and read it. "Dear Naruto, you sly fox you. After I returned from a mission yesterday evening I heard that one of my students has returned from his training journey. Out of the goodness of my heart, insert huge heart shape drawn here, I went in search to greet my number one unpredictable student. It took me some time to find you. However when I did the sight that greeted me melted my heart, insert deformed looking heart shape drawn here. There you were sleeping soundly with, insert musical note drawn here sweet Sakura-chan, insert musical note drawn here in your arms, like without a care in the world. I couldn't bear to break that scene so I left. I came in this morning thinking you would be famished after yesterday's activities. Ha ho ho. Thus I left you with this basket here, insert basket of fruits and vegetables drawn here, seeing that you have the company of yet another unconscious girl. You lucky dog, you don't want to know what is drawn here, you and not even 24 hours has passed. You are definitely Jiraiya-sama's student and number one unpredictable ninja. I'm proud of you. Ha ho ho. I hope you did what I would have. Insert drawing of Kakashi with eyes crinkled and glee cheeks blushing. P.S. I faintly heard sounds of scribbling yesterday. I can't wait for the next Paradise volume to come out. Ha ho ho. Naruto read the note, frozen in place, glass already crashed to the floor with the water still in his mouth. His face grew pale from the start and more so as each line went past. As he finished the last line of the note the water came spurting out effectively destroying the note. That gave him a direct view of Hinata. Her face was downcast now hiding whatever emotions that were displayed on her face. "Hinata." Naruto started unsure what to say to her. "I shouldn't have read that. I'm sorry," Hinata said her voice clipped despite the apology. "Hinata." Naruto tried again. "It's none of my business." "I know." Hinata snapped, jerking her head up, staring right straight at him. Naruto flinched, not expecting that. Her eyes wide and reddish looking to burst out in tears and pain etched in her other features. Recovering from the shock Naruto's expression reflected her pain however in a much softer manner. Hinata's eyes narrowed and used all of her willpower to bring her tears back. "I don't want his sympathy. I don't." Hinata's eyes widened again when Naruto suddenly disappeared from her sight. She felt something wrap around her squeezing her lightly into a hug. She then felt something hard and cool pressed on top of her head. Naruto had swiftly hugged her from behind resting his head on hers. "Don't say that." Naruto said softly and gently into her hair. Hinata stiffened. "I know in your eyes anything about me is your business. All these years I didn't realize it until an odd friend of mine showed it to me. I was a fool." Naruto asked, chuckling softly. Hinata was now trembling in his embrace. Her hands gripped hard on her pants and tears silently fell from her now shut eyes to the arms that were holding her. "I'm still a fool. Even though at this point I can't say I feel for you what you feel for me, at least I know I care for you as much as you do for me. After all you are one of my precious friends," Naruto said, causing the girl to tremble harder in his hold. This time her grip was on his arms and her head tilted also pressed on his arms. "Besides, nothing happened yesterday. I know it looks suspicious, especially the way that Baka-sensei of mine wrote it to be," Naruto said with irritation. Hinata let out a sound which sounded like a twisted mix of sob and a chuckle. "I know in the past I blatantly expressed my crush for Sakura-chan out in the open, but… Oh, what was that for?" Naruto let out in pain. Hinata had bitten hard on his arm though he still held on to her. "Don't have to remind me. I'm frustrated enough as it is," Hinata mumbled into his sleeve. Naruto chuckled. "Hi. Gomen. What I am trying to say is that I don't see her any differently than I see you Hinata-chan," Naruto stated simply while saying her name in a musical manner. Hinata pressed her face even harder into his arm upon hearing this. She was highly embarrassed at the newly added suffix to her name, but extremely delighted. Also at the fact of being placed on par with someone that he used to idolize so much. She releases a bit of the pressure on his arm to say something in return. "Even though this isn't the way I wished it would be, but I'm still happy," Hinata said before once again pressing her face into his arm out of embarrassment. He gave a light squeeze and smiled into her hair. Hinata could feel it, however now it sort of changed. You know Hinata-chan. Naruto started once more musically. If you were jealous, you could spend the night here tonight, Naruto whispered teasingly. Hinata's eyes shot open. She stiffened as she heard and felt the words being whispered into her hair, and images exploded in her mind. Just as suddenly her eyes closed once more, her body relaxed and her head lolled to the side. Hinata-chan. There was no answer. After all, what can you expect out of the girl? Even though she has changed, Naruto holding her saying such things plus the possibly naughty thoughts that invaded her mind, the shock probably kicked in so fast there wasn't even time for a nosebleed. I did it again, didn't I? Naruto asked out loud to no one in particular, sighing. It's been hours since Hinata left his place. Naruto was slumped over the table, arms stretched out looking like he was attempting to hug the dining table. In those few hours by himself he was trying to complete his report about his training, his travels, his progress and his encounters. Although just 4 main points, having to report 3 years worth of those main points while successfully maintaining enough concentration to write neatly for those few hours exhausted him. He wasn't even halfway done, probably just slightly short. Groaning, he pushed himself up and a growl from his stomach echoed his own groans. Looking up at the clock on the wall, the time shown was 2:30. Lunch was definitely due. Deciding to take a break, he tidied up his table and grabbed his robe. Shrugging it on and straightening it without securing, as always, he proceeded to the task of securing his swords. After all that is done and over with, he left his place heading straight to his favorite eating stall, Ichiraku. Looking at the place while he walked closer to it, he saw that it didn't look that much different outside. However, as he stepped in, the difference was there, and it was definitely in space. The place was a lot bigger. The counter was pushed further back now. There were circular tables and chairs for more people to dine. Although the restaurant now looked a little bare, it still looked as if it was doing well. The number of customers could be because it's way past lunch hour. Naruto's face lit up when his eyes rested upon a group of 4. A chubby person was waving enthusiastically at him while simultaneously eating his ramen. Another was just leaning back on a chair, arms crossed, looking at him as if the sight was going to knock him out to La La Land. The blonde girl in the group was gripping the table looking at him with her mouth wide open, big enough that a fist could probably fit in. The last person in the group gave him a once-over with his eyes before blowing out a small cloud of smoke with a smile that had a cigarette hanging at the corner. Hello Asuma-san, Shikamaru, Choji and Arino-san. Mind if I join you guys? He asked politely. To this Asuma smiled wider, Shikamaru nodded nonchalantly, Choji nodded vigorously, still slurping noodles, and Ino. If possible her jaw would have dropped further. Naruto pulled up a chair from another table and from where he approached them got himself seated between Asuma and Ino. The whole time he was aware that Ino's gaze hadn't left him, and together with that gaping mouth it was making him seriously uncomfortable. Giving her a side glance, he placed his hand under her chin and gently closed her mouth for her. Ino-san, it's impolite enough to keep staring at someone, let alone with your mouth wide open like that, Naruto said again politely, though glee visible in his eyes. This definitely got her out of her stupor as she jerked back, breaking contact, and glared at him. Asuma burst out in laughter miraculously, his cigarette not dropping from his mouth. Shikamaru snickered. This earned a punch from the blonde girl. Shikamaru grunted and muttered something under his breath which Ino didn't miss. Ino punches him again and then turns sharply back at Naruto. I bumped into Sakura earlier and I know she told me that you have changed quite a bit, but this. She exclaimed with her hand extended out, moving up and down as if displaying an alien to the rest. Rather than getting offended, somehow Naruto couldn't help but burst out in laughter at her reaction. The rest didn't seem bothered by it and just grinned. Well, Ino-san, it has been 3 years. I'm sure plenty of things have changed about you guys. For example, Naruto pointed to the Chunin vests that Ino and Choji were wearing that were missing 3 years ago with a wide grin. Ino beamed proudly, patting her vest, and Choji took a look at his chest and smiled. Yeah. Ino and I got those a year after you left. Actually, most of those from the Rookie 9 including Gai-sen's team got it that time, said Choji, setting down his chopstick seeing that he was done. Following Ino's example, patting his Chunin vest proudly. Though looking at Choji, Naruto noticed something was amiss. His smile twisted slightly after he said the second sentence. A thought entered Naruto's mind and he smiled sadly. Yeah, most did, Choji. Sasuke died and I didn't see Sakura-chan wearing one, and there's me who just came back, Naruto said, chuckling sadly. Everyone's faces fell at his words and became very quiet, not really too sure what to say to him. Yeah, I heard about it. I know Ba-chan told everyone not to tell me, but in the end she told me herself, he said. Choji now looked at him with a stern expression. That's not really what I meant, he said firmly. Naruto waved him off. I know. I just wanted you guys to know that I already know so you guys don't have to try to hide it from me. It was tough hearing it, but I already accepted it, Naruto explained. Choji frowned and shook his head slightly. What he meant was really very different from what Naruto perceived, however he didn't continue. Naruto shifted his gaze back at Ino. "You don't seem very upset with the news, Ino-san," Naruto said, keeping his voice light, not wanting to trigger anything off her. "Ino? Call me that, K. Not fair, you talk all casual with the rest and you get all stiff and formal with me." Ino huffed out in mock annoyance and punctuated that by crossing her arms sharply. Seriously, this surprised Naruto. Not only did Ino mention something totally different, but the fact that she actually wanted him to treat her like the rest when she wasn't exactly the nicest person to him kind of threw him off. Nevertheless, he accepted it and gave her a genuine smile. "Hi Ino," Naruto said with an expectant look, wanting her to get back on topic. Ino noticed and sighed slightly. "I'm guessing you expect me to be bawling all over him and stuff, huh? I am sad, don't get me wrong." However, Ino trailed off, and surprising Naruto once again, she broke into a wide grin. She then violently launched and attached herself to the person next to her. "Shikamaru." Shikamaru jolted with his eyes bulging. Naruto burst out laughing. "I swear that's the first time I have seen you so awake," Naruto exclaimed, sending everyone to join him in a bout of laughter. "Well, except for Shikamaru, that is." He was grumbling. "Gee. I knew this was going to be troublesome," Shikamaru mumbled, typically closing his eyes. Shikamaru was expecting to get hit again, however it never came. Curiosity getting the better of him, he opened his eyes and looked at Ino. His eyes widened when he saw Ino, instead of giving him a good whack, was closing the distance with a pout. Kiss, Shika-kun," Ino said in a sugary sweet voice. Shikamaru jerked back. Not too far away, Ino was still holding on to him with a vice grip. "You gotta be kidding me." Shikamaru gasped, aghast at what she was about to force him to do in front of his friends and sensei. Ino suddenly turned her head to look at Naruto again, grinning evilly. "Isn't he so fun to tease?" Ino asked. Naruto almost fell out of his chair laughing. Choji just chuckled, shaking his head, already used to the antics of his fellow teammates, and Asuma grinned. He always got a kick out of seeing Shikamaru caught off guard. Shikamaru, however, looked like he was going to mutter something else, but glancing at the girl next to him, he wisely refrained, lest she pulled off a worse stunt. Must be the prankster's presence. This is so troublesome. The lazy genius sullenly thought. As all the laughter died down, Naruto looked at the man who had been quiet the entire time, watching them with amusement. "Say, Asuma-san, they don't allow smoking here, do they?" Naruto asked, looking curiously at the wisps of smoke forming a small smoke cloud over the man's head. "Absolutely not." Naruto heard someone shout from behind the smoking man, followed by a loud sound. Almost immediately the air smelled fresher. The smoking man jerked as another loud noise was heard. Apparently his back just got sprayed. "Ayamane-san," Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he caught sight of the person walking up to them holding a spray can of air freshener. Beside her was an aged man. "Oji-san," Naruto exclaimed once again. "Oh my, if it isn't my number one customer," the old man said with a warm smile. The woman with the spray can blinked, looking at Naruto. "Naruto-chan?" she asked with a look of disbelief at the vastly different Naruto. Naruto's sweat dropped as he heard snickers coming from his peers. "Neeson, I think I'm old enough for you to stop calling me that," Naruto said flatly. Am laughed behind her hand and stepped up next to him. She bent forward a little to the seated Naruto and ruffled his hair with a warm smile of her own. "You will always be Naruto-chan to me despite how old you get," Am replied, saying his name in a sing-a-song manner. The snickers behind him just got louder. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted as Am continued ruffling his hair, knowing he can't do anything about it. "Still an adorable one," she continued. This time, instead of snickers, Naruto could hear the trio softly mimicking Am's voice. "Naruto-chan is so adorable. Aw, isn't he cute? Naruto-chan. Naruto-chan." They kept going as Naruto flushed in embarrassment. "Is there enough embarrassing the poor boy, yeah? The usual, Naruto?" the old man asked. Naruto's face lit up immediately. "Hell yeah." Everyone laughed at the outburst. After bidding farewell to everyone once he consumed his lunch, he proceeded to the next thing on his agenda. Following the simple instructions given by Sakura, he didn't have any trouble finding the shop. The bell was heard as he opened the door to the shop, and immediately the first thing he saw were three familiar faces. "Am I going to run into the whole world at every stop I make today?" Naruto thought in amusement. "Hey Kiba, Shino," he greeted the first two from the door. "If it isn't a loudmouth idiot who disappeared for 3 years. It was quiet without ya," replied Kiba in jest, smirking, to which Naruto smirked back. Shino just nodded at him. "Couldn't be. The village still has you," Naruto retorted, to which Kiba snorted. Looking past them, Naruto looked at the girl surprisingly behind the cashier's counter. "Hey Tenten," Naruto greeted her. She just looked blankly at him and then turned away without saying anything. She then exited into a room behind and surprisingly left the counter empty, with only the three of them in the main part of the shop without supervision. Naruto raised his eyebrows and looked at the two guys in question. "Long story. Gotta do with these, Kiba said, making a gesture flapping the vest he was wearing over his regular clothes. Now that his attention was brought to that item, Naruto noticed that both of the guys were wearing Chunin vests. As usual, Shino didn't say anything. However, he looked as if he could be sporting a grimace on his face. He suddenly remembered what Choji mentioned earlier and the bothered tone he used. Actually, most of those from the Rookie 9 including Gai-sen's team got it that time. That's not really what I meant. However, I ain't got the time to explain. Me and Shino here gotta meet up with Hinata at the Hyuga compound now for a training session with Hiashi-sama, seeing that Kurenai-sensei's out on a mission. You probably should drop by if you have time. Hinata would like that, Kiba stated. I bumped into her in my apartment this morning, Naruto replied carelessly as his attention wasn't on Kiba or Shino. However, he was peering past them at the back room or what he could see of it from the door left wide open. Kiba chuckled, looked at Naruto and glanced back at where the latter was looking. Well, we gotta be going. Don't ask Naruto, Kiba said firmly. Naruto glanced at Kiba for a sec before reverting. Kiba sighed and started walking, which got Shino moving as well. From the look on your face, I know you are going to. Stubborn as always. You know she'll turn you into a pincushion with her kunai if you do so, Kiba said with a feral smile. He suddenly stopped and tilted his head to the side. With a soft whizzing sound, a kunai zipped past Kiba's head. Naruto, moving only his left arm, easily picked the kunai out from the air before it went past him. Even though accurate, it wasn't thrown with much effort. Best she heard me, eh? Kiba asked, looking at Shino. Shino nodded in reply, and the both started walking again. As Kiba walked past Naruto, he placed a hand on his shoulder as a sign of farewell. Shino nodded to give a sign of similar fashion. Don't say I didn't warn ya, Kiba warned him once more. Catch you guys later, Naruto said absently, not once his gaze left the doorway at the back of the room. Kiba nodded in acknowledgement and left the shop with Shino. As the bell was heard ringing again, signifying the closing of the door, Naruto made his way to the counter of the shop. Just as he reached the counter, Tenten's head popped out from the doorway at the back, staring at him using the corners of her eyes, the blank look she gave him earlier still there. Naruto stared back calmly and extended his hand that was still holding the kunai, ring end facing her. I believe this is yours, Naruto said softly. Tenten looked at the kunai and looked back at him, her expression not changing. She then came out fully, and from behind the counter she snatched it rudely from his hand and in a blink it disappeared. Naruto briefly wondered how she did that. Now that she was in his view, he did note that she wasn't wearing a Chunin vest. Both of them locked eyes with each other in silence, not moving. Suddenly Tenten stuck her out at him as if asking him for something. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. Well, what is it that you want to buy? Seeing that you are in a shop. Give me the item, Tenten said in an edgy voice. Naruto was suddenly reminded of how most people in the village treated him. Did she somehow find out about my secret? Is that why she is treating me like this? But that doesn't make sense. Kiba said it's got to do with being a chunin. Even what Choji said implied that. What has that got to do with me? Hell, I'm still a goddamn genin. Well, technically at least, Naruto thought. Are you buying anything or not? Tenten asked once again, her edgy voice now impatient. Well, not exactly. Then you can leave, she said curtly, interrupting whatever else Naruto had to say. From the time he returned, things refused to be easy for me, and now this really reminded him too much of how he was treated in the past. Naruto threw out all rational thought and banged his hands hard on the counter as his temper got the better of him. What the hell is your goddamn problem? Naruto roared. Tenten flinched, however she didn't back down and continued to stare silently at him, her face now dark and stern. Naruto lifted up a hand and roughly pointed his index finger at her as if throwing a punch. I get enough of that fucking shit from the adults. I definitely don't need it from someone around my age, especially when all I wanted was to ask a goddamned question. Naruto continued, arm shaking accusingly at her. Tenten narrowed her eyes at him. You already did ask and I'm not about to answer. I don't know what the hell you are talking about, the adults, but it has nothing to do with them. Now leave, Tenten replied in a controlled voice. Naruto was taken aback by the statement. Shit. If this has nothing to do with the adults, then high chances are it's really gotta do with the Chunin rank. I almost blew it because I didn't keep my temper in check. I'm getting my ass handed to Kyuubi for that. Oh crap. What the fuck am I thinking putting it that way? Now I'm never going to hear the end of it, Naruto panicking in his head as he hears a rumbling laugh from the back of his mind. Shaking out his thoughts, he took a deep breath as he straightened himself to calm down. He held her intense gaze once more. Gee. That wasn't even the question I initially wanted to ask. If so, I wouldn't have looked for you in a shop which I didn't even know you were working in, Naruto said grudgingly, a lot calmer but still ticked off. Now it was Tenten's turn to be taken aback. It just became obvious that they both have misunderstood each other. Realizing this, Tenten's expression reverted back to the blank look she had on earlier. The shop belongs to my parents. I just happened to help out today because they are busy with stuff out of town. Tenten said, her voice has lost its edginess, however it still sounded clipped. I was mentioning to Sakura-chan that I needed to customize something this morning and she directed me here, seeing I haven't been around in 3 years. So I came to ask if you guys do such a service, Naruto said evenly now. Customized weapons? Tenten asked with a raised brow. Yeah. Well, not exactly. I already have the weapon. It's a projectile actually, so what I'm wondering is if you guys could replicate it, since I might be needing more of it and many places I went couldn't, Naruto answered. Let's see it, Tenten said, extending her hand once more. Naruto bent to the side a little bit and dug around in his weapon holster. Because he didn't really leave his side of her, Naruto noticed that Tenten's gaze trailed down initially towards his weapon holster. However, she caught sight of something else and she shifted her gaze to his other side, where she locked onto his pair of swords. He could have sworn something lit up in her eyes. Now, because her eyes were locked on his swords, Tenten didn't notice that Naruto already pulled out the said projectile and placed it in her extended hand. There you go, he said. Blinking at hearing his words and the sudden feeling of cool metal in her hand, she looked down at what was in her possession. Her eyes widened and she slipped her finger in the ring and lifted it close to her face, turning around at different angles to inspect at the finer details of the three-pointed kunai. Suddenly she grabbed the kunai by its handle and thrusted it out at Naruto, stopping just inches away from his face. Naruto didn't flinch, but he once again narrowed his eyes at her anger starting to resurface. Tenten was mirroring him in expression. Where did you get this? Tenten asked, the edgy voice returning. It was a gift, Naruto replied with the same edginess. From whom? I'm not about to answer, Naruto quoted with a sneer. Tenten's arm shook. From whom? She repeated. Her voice's edge has taken on a layer of venom. Naruto could feel himself being lured into the emotional trap which will result in him ending up exploding once more. Naruto closed his eyes, and once he reopened his eyes, his features had smoothed out, however his clarity and intensity in his eyes increased. He directed it straight into Tenten's eyes. I don't know what your problem is with me, nor at this point do I care for the reason behind it. However, I refuse to answer to the person who points at me the weapon I handed over out of goodwill. So you take that weapon and stab it right through my head, as you will not receive a single hint of the answer from me, Naruto replied. His voice was quiet and controlled. Tenten's arm shook violently at his words, and as suddenly as she threatened the use of the weapon at him, she brought it down, averting her eyes away from him with clear effort visible. I'm sorry, she said. For the first time her voice came out soft. Why do you insist on knowing? Naruto asked, his voice to soften as well, however, still keeping his eyes on her. Because every single one of these were crafted by my parents' very own hands, Tenten replied absently as she kept her gaze at the weapon in her hand. I see. I cannot tell you, but I assure you neither myself nor the person who gave it to me acquired it through dishonest means, Naruto said honestly. Tenten's head shot up. How can that be possible? My parents crafted those for only one person, and that person is dead. Tenten exclaimed, this time her disbelief not holding any resentment as she locked her eyes on Naruto again. Naruto shrugged. He turned around, breaking eye contact. Please keep that safely and show it to your parents once they return. Also kindly request for me that I wish to discuss replicating those. I will come back in a few days, alright? Naruto said without turning back. Without waiting for an answer as well, he started to make his way out of the shop. Naruto, wait. I still have a few more questions, Tenten called out. Naruto stopped and looked over his shoulder with his eyebrows raised. Pretty demanding, don't you think? Especially after the way you treated me today. Naruto asked playfully with a smirk on his face. Please. I'm already putting aside whatever it is that is bothering me, Tenten pleaded. Fine, but you have accepted the fact that I won't be able to answer some questions without speaking to your parents first, Naruto agreed hesitantly. Thank you. Firstly, how many of these do you have? Tenten asked, holding up the 3-point kunai. 3. Though one is currently with Sakura-chan as a gift from me, partly because I constantly worry about her, Naruto answered. Alright. That would automatically lead to the next question I had in mind. Does that mean you can execute the bound with this kunai? Naruto looked down and thought. He bit his lip, wondering whether he should answer that. Looking up, he answered, yes. Another impossibility from what I have been told about these. How? Tenten asked, confusion starting to show. To this Naruto shrugged. Tenten took that as a sign which said the next question please. Fine. If you have these in your possession. Tenten trailed off. She flipped the 3-pointed kunai and expertly caught it by the broad side of its sharp blade in the middle, using her fingertips to avoid getting cut. She then thrusted her hand out once more, only this time pointing it using the ring end and at Naruto's waist. Are those swords what I think they are? Which is what? Naruto asked in return with a quirk of an eyebrow. Anu no Ishi, Will of the Flame, answered Tenten. Naruto chuckled in amusement. For you to know that name, your parents must have had a hand at creating those pairs of swords, Naruto said in delight. So is that a yes? Who knows? Anyway, enough questions for today. I have other things to do like nasty reports, said Naruto shuddering at the last few words. That is the last I'll ask. I know you know. Naruto walked a few more steps and gave her a sidelong glance. He placed his left hand on the sheath of his katana under the guard of the sword. With a flick of his thumb, a very small portion of the matte blade was exposed, showing hints of kanji etched on it for a moment. The moment passed when Naruto's right palm pressed on the end of the sword, shutting the glimpse out with a soft click. Naruto grinned at Tenten's expression. She was looking like a perfect imitation of Ino earlier today. Chapter 5. To lay on the line. Jiraiya was about to come back from one of his information gathering sessions. As sleazy as the old coot could get, he was very good at it. Therefore, when it comes down to using those skills for serious business, you know you can rely on him. Well, provided he doesn't get distracted by the ladies first, of course. At this current moment, Tsunade was hoping that wasn't so. Shizune, are you sure you saw him earlier? Tsunade asked about getting ticked off. Although it was still in the morning, she had been waiting for some time for him to appear. The information she was waiting for held the key for the successful use of what the village gained possession of about a week back now. So far she has been able to suppress the information that they have the eyes of the last Uchiha, but seeing the mission and the numerous people that got involved in it, it wouldn't be much longer before hints of it being whispered around. After all, the information of Sasuke's death had been officially announced. The news was greeted with various reactions. From grief from those who respect the Uchiha as a clan name in its entirety, to downright disgust and damnation from those who saw the last Uchiha as nothing but a traitor. Yes, I did. Out in the open he does catch a person's eye, however unpleasant. Shizune grimaced, clearly not too fond of the renowned pervert, as she herself has nearly been exposed to his lecherous eyes numerous times. Well, that is true, which could only mean he got distracted. Tsunade said the last word with much distaste. Just as she got enough of waiting and was about to send for an Anbu personnel to track him down, the door to the Hokage's office opened and admitted the white-haired pervert with a wide grin on his face. I do hope that grin of yours is for appropriate reasons, Tsunade said flatly. Jiraiya pulled up a seat in front of her table and laughed. Why, of course. Her huge rack was definitely whack. Oh. Jiraiya muttered quietly. Tsunade sat back down on her seat after delivering the blow, however her face was still twitching. Shizune just let out a sigh and shook her head from the side of the room. I don't have time for this, Jiraiya. The council has been expecting me for the last hour. For myself, I have been expecting you for an hour before that. Tsunade grumbled furiously. She has been awake since before 8. Jiraiya asked Shizune with an incredulous look on his face while pointing at Tsunade. Shizune saw that Tsunade's twitches were getting worse and she couldn't help but give Jiraiya an uncomfortable look. Jiraiya. Hi, hold your horse now. The old geezers can wait a bit longer. Yes, it's important, the information I got, but that's not the only thing that I have with me, Jiraiya explained. He stuck his hand into his robe, dug out 2 scrolls and tossed it over to Tsunade. She caught the 2 scrolls easily with one hand. Open the red one first. That's the other thing, Jiraiya said casually. Tsunade opened up the scroll. Her eyes narrowed as she could feel anger starting to surface. I'm sure you know what that means, Jiraiya said pointedly. Tsunade nodded curtly, her usual sign showing that it will be handled. Rolling it up, she opened the second scroll. Good. With this we can settle matters with the council and finally reach a decision unanimously. Which just leaves the candidates. Tsunade sighed with both relief and dread, knowing with solving one problem it just created another. The council will not agree to your first choice, Jiraiya stated clearly. I know. However, I don't even know whether he will agree with it in the first place or not. I will speak to him after we do the experiment once I am done with the meeting, Tsunade replied. Jiraiya just nodded this time since he wasn't entirely enthusiastic about the whole deal. Tsunade suddenly stood up. She picked up the scrolls and tucked them into her own clothes. Making her way to the door, she signaled for Shizune. Let's get going, Shizune. I know I'll be needing your support in this, Tsunade said tiredly, not looking forward to tying this whole thing up. Shizune nodded in agreement. Pausing for a moment, Tsunade briefly glanced at Jiraiya. And Jiraiya gets Kakashi here and tells him to be ready. By the time he gets here I should be done with my discussion with the elders, Tsunade said distastefully, once more knowing it will be more of a verbal fight than anything else. At the moment, Naruto could be found sitting on top of the replica of his father's head. He was at the Hokage office earlier to personally hand his report over to Tsunade. However, he found out from the Chunin on desk duty that she left for what seemed like a possibly long meeting with the elders' council. With what happened earlier at lunchtime, he wasn't in the best of moods and was left with no one to speak about it to. Nari-chan, a voice teasingly said from the back of his mind. Akakitsune, don't start. I'm not in the mood right now, Naruto replied, annoyed. Now that's not the response I was expecting in gratitude for my effort in trying to cheer you up, boy. The voice said curiously. I don't need it, Naruto said curtly. Oh? What do you need then? From hearing the tone Kyuubi used, Naruto didn't like where this was going. Anything else other than whatever it is that you are planning, Naruto replied flatly, making it clear he knew that the kitsune was up to something. Don't regret what you just said, boy. Hahaha. Huh? Naruto asked stupidly. Suddenly a burst of pain exploded in his head as he let out a scream. The pain increased till it forced him into unconsciousness. Over the years the leaky sower has changed quite drastically. While the path to the jail cell depicts his state of being, the jail cell itself depicts the relationship that the host and tenant shared. Currently he was in what looked to be a room of sorts instead of a jail cell, showing that after 3 years as drastic as the scenery has changed, so has their relationship. The room was dark. That fact hasn't changed over the years. However, he could feel his tenant's presence coming from the corner of the room. Taking small steps towards that direction, he was feeling dizzy. It being the after effects of the burst earlier, of course. As he got closer, he could make out the outline of the figure he was looking for. As he shook off the dizziness and his eyes got used to the dark, he could see the shapely figure lounging lazily on a couch. She had bright red waist-long hair which carelessly fanned out and at the same time spilled over her equally red tight sleeveless dress, accentuating her feminine curves and her tanned skin. With 9 tails fluidly swaying by her side sticking out from the high slit of her full-bodied length dress and with crimson eyes piercing right at him, no other evidence was needed to show that this woman was indeed the 9-tailed fox. An intimate friend and teacher over the recent years, yet an indirect antagonistic tormentor for most of his life and at times like now a direct one. What the hell was that for? Naruto roared at his tenant. One of her tails shot out, grabbed him by his neck and forcefully dragged him towards her. Naruto tried his best to resist the hold, but the tail just squeezed his neck slightly harder. He was then pulled up and forward once again with him hanging only by her tail. He was placed just centimeters away from her face. She leaned forward and tilted her head to the side of his. She gave his ear a heavy lick, earning a deep growl from Naruto with him glaring at her the best he could from the corners of his eyes. She nibbled at his earlobe while saying playfully, "What did we teach you about controlling your temper? Or have you forgotten the lessons from people who actually bothered to do so? Quite ungrateful, aren't you, boy?" Naruto replied by letting out another growl and reaching for his swords, but found that they were missing. Kyuubi let out a highly amused laugh. "This is the result of you not visiting me here the past week after your last lesson. Seems like you have forgotten as well that despite this place here is within you, this is my space however limiting, and that means I am more adept at controlling what goes on here than you are. Doesn't help that you are running off your anger, does it?" Kyuubi reminded him teasingly. For the countless number of times these past few days he forcefully released his anger and calmed down. "So why did you do what you did earlier?" Naruto asked quietly. "I'm just giving you what you need," Kyuubi said, leaning back lazily again as she put Naruto back on his feet, seeing that he has calmed down. The tail holding him retreated back to her side. "And how was that so?" Naruto asked, sounding even more moody. "Well, initially I just wanted to cheer you up, but since you refused and said nothing else would do, I chose that way," Kyuubi answered, sounding very pleased with her answer. "I don't think anything will work for a while," Naruto said, starting to sink into despair. "Stubborn as always," Kyuubi retorted, curtly narrowing her eyes. She shot out all her tails and since they were so close he couldn't block all the strikes. Kyuubi hit him unexpectedly hard. The force of the hit sent him crashing into the wall at the other end of the room. "Since you seem to revel in beating yourself up for something that is out of your control, I decided that since I was actually responsible for your misery, I would do the beating that you enjoy so much myself," Kyuubi said, darkly walking up to Naruto elegantly with her tails flying wildly behind her. "But Kyuubi didn't give him a chance to finish his words. All 9 tails shot out again, dealing ferocious hits as she stood still watching him passively. As the tails did its damage, his mind was dealing a different one. Naruto just finished telling the tale of his secrets to Sakura with the presence of Iruka around. Sakura had come over to his place bringing lunch in hopes of hearing his story when she bumped into Iruka and seeing Naruto might be needing support, Iruka decided to join her. Some time had passed when he revealed his first secret about Kyuubi. He had heard chopstick clang on the table as Sakura dropped it, however, he just carried on wanting to get everything out in the open with both of them. The whole time he had his eyes downcast in fear that the expressions on Sakura's face would prevent him from finishing what he had to say. Since she didn't stop him, he managed to say it all. Now that he was done, he summoned the courage to look up at them. Needless to say, shock was evident on both of them. Iruka knew some of the stuff but not all. Iruka also looked dejected as he glanced at his former academy student with pink hair. Sakura's emerald eyes were wide and shaky. Even though still seated, she had backed away from the table quite a bit. Her hands trembling, covering her mouth as if trying to hide the words that were about to appear from her mouth. "I had hoped things wouldn't turn out this way, but looking at how everything didn't go the way I expected, I guess I shouldn't be surprised," Naruto said forcefully but softly. His throat felt tight from the pressure of wanting to just lash out at everybody. Naruto stood up and looked at his former sensei. "Naruto." Iruka started reaching out for him. Naruto made a gesture with his hand coupled with a light shake of his head. "It's okay, Iruka-sensei. We both knew this was to be expected the night I found out about Kyuubi. I was just being overly optimistic," Naruto said, trying to reassure his father figure, but sprouting each word he was saying struck pain in his heart. Picking up a stack of papers, he made his way to the door. "I am going to see Bachan to pass her my report. I promised her I would hand it to her by today." "Iruka-sensei, please take care of Sakura-chan," Naruto said, his voice sounding hollow. Naruto stopped at the door and looked back at Sakura. She sat there unchanged as if lost in another world. Naruto shut his eyes, willing all his tears back except for one which escaped down his cheek. Opening the door, he abruptly turned and left his home and shattered hopes behind. As the beating ceased, Naruto fell down to his hands and knees. "Had enough?" Kyuubi asked cruelly, now standing in front of Naruto's bent figure looking down at him, still relaxed, contrasting the manner in which she spoke. Naruto tried to say something in vain as it came out in coughs, blood splattering on the floor together with tears. One of Kyuubi's tails came forward, slowly cupping Naruto's chin. Lifting his head up while simultaneously caressing his cheek, Kyuubi looked into Naruto's eyes, seeing a lot of pain in it, knowing it didn't come from the beating she just gave him. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Kyuubi softly asked, her voice uncharacteristically warm. Naruto's left hand clutched his chest where his heart was and closed his eyes. While nodding, a few more tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. More tails came forward and helped him up on his feet. Once he was stable, the tails retreated and she took a step forward, this time caressing his cheek with her own hand. "Beating yourself up for not being able to stop something which others are responsible for doesn't make things any better. If it's anyone to blame, it should be me," Kyuubi said softly with a tinge of regret. "I believe we already had this conversation a long time ago," Naruto replied flatly, not pleased with her last statement, staring right at her eyes. "And I believe I beat the shit out of you enough to stop feeling sorry for yourself, Naru-chan?" Kyuubi asked again, tilting her head slightly with an amused tone of voice. Naruto gave a snort as his answer. "Now that is the spirit I've seen all these years," Kyuubi said, chuckling. She shifted her hand, moving higher and now fiddling and toying with his hair as she gazed deep into his eyes. "Do you want me to make it feel all better? I'm sure you are still hurting." Kyuubi cooed with a crooked smile and a look that promised pleasure. "I also believe we have accomplished everything that we needed to stop doing it already," Naruto replied firmly, his voice laced lightly with scorn. "Well, we don't have to do it just for those reasons alone. I also fondly remember that you didn't once complain about what we had to do," Kyuubi said with a silk-like teasing voice and an evil glint in her eyes. Naruto silently returned the look with a flat stare. "Oh fine. You can be so stiff and stubborn at times," Kyuubi exclaimed. She pushed him away slightly and turned around, about to walk away. However, she looked over her shoulder at Naruto with an evil grin. "Come. We have some time before that insanely big-breasted woman is ready to receive you. Even though I'm done beating you out of your earlier miserable state, I have yet to punish you for avoiding me for the past week. We may have unlocked your ability to access the last form, but you are far from being able to wield it proficiently enough to keep it from being a suicide technique," Kyuubi chided him. Naruto grimaced. Unlocking the last form had a huge impact on him regarding his whole life as a purpose. Thus he was dreading having to deal with it anytime soon. Kyuubi faced forward and walked away first, knowing he would follow. "Naru-chan." Kyuubi continued without halting her steps. "Since you seem to have forgotten a number of things, I want to remind you that I don't take rejection well." Naruto paled at what she was implying, knowing she had an evil smirk on her face right now without having to see it. "Ugh, that man is impossible," Tsunade exclaimed. She was leaning on a propped arm on the table with the other hand tapping at the table impatiently. Shizune for the second time today felt really uncomfortable. Tsunade wasn't the best person to be around with when she was impatient. Suddenly the doors of her office opened. Finally, Kaka. "Oh, it's you," Tsunade said, expecting someone else. Naruto, who was the one who walked in, looked at Tsunade oddly. "What do you mean, oh it's you? I come here on time to hand up my report in 5 days in advance from your expectations, and this is the thanks I get." Naruto grumbled, waving the stack of papers with him. Tsunade sighed. "Naruto, I really appreciate it, yet at the same time I don't," Tsunade replied flatly, looking at the stack of papers Naruto was waving, looking at the stacks of papers littered on her table, and finally looking at him. Naruto realized what she meant after following where she was looking. "Oh. Yes, oh." Tsunade muttered sarcastically. "Naruto-kun just put it here first. I'm sure Tsunade-sama will look through it when she can," Shizune said reassuringly, pointing to the edge of the table that happened to be free of anything. "More like using it to soak up her drool," Naruto mumbled to himself, averting his eyes as he placed the stack where Shizune pointed. "What was that, brat?" Tsunade hollered, face twitching violently. Before Naruto could retaliate further, the door opened once again to admit the people Tsunade had been waiting for. Kakashi and Jiraiya. Yo. Kakashi said in greeting with a raise of his hand. Jiraiya didn't say anything and nodded a greeting to everyone in the room, looking serious. Turning around, Naruto caught sight of the both of them. Naruto's mouth twitched as he glared at his old sensei. You. Naruto's turn to holler. You and your stinking note. Oh my. Is that how you greet your old sensei after 3 years of absence? Kakashi asked playfully, his only visible eye crinkled. What do you expect after pulling a stunt like that? Naruto carried on in frustration, marching right up to the copycat nin. I would expect a prankster like you to appreciate something like that, Kakashi chuckled. Naruto's face looked like he was going into a fit after getting his past habits thrown in his face. And what is this all about? Tsunade asked dangerously. Naruto gives Kakashi a swift hard kick to his shin before turning around and giving his Bachan a sheepish grin, not wanting to explain. Kakashi yelped and starting hopping on one leg, furiously rubbing his kicked shin, trying to ease the pain. Whatever. I don't have the time for this. Tsunade yelled, slamming her palms on the table. Everyone suddenly straightened, all eyes fully on Tsunade. Must be some serious business. Thinking that he wasn't called for whatever that was going to be discussed and thus none of his business, Naruto decided to excuse himself. Well, Bachan, since all I came here to do is hand up my report and that you look like you got a big pile of shit to deal with, I'll just make myself scarce, Naruto said genuinely without any sarcasm, turning around to make his way out. Tsunade sighed as she decided to do something she didn't plan on doing so soon. Naruto waited, Tsunade called out. Naruto stopped and looked over his shoulder quizzically. Although at this point this has nothing to do with you, but one way or another I can see you being dragged into this, Tsunade said with effort. At this point the toll of the events that went on today started to show on her tired face. Seeing this, Naruto silently faced her and waited for her to continue. The reason why I have Kakashi and Jiraiya here is because I'm about to do an experiment, Tsunade carried on. Experiment? Naruto asked, a tad confused. Yes. With the help of Jiraiya and Shizune, I am going to attempt to seal the Sharingan. Chapter 6. Sealed. Yes. With the help of Jiraiya and Shizune, I am going to attempt to seal the Sharingan. What? Naruto exclaimed immediately, eyes bulging out. Naruto looked over at Kakashi and pointed. And you are going for it? Why? Naruto asked the copycat nin, looking incredulous. Kakashi just looked back, giving a sheepish grin. Naruto calmed down. I wasn't quite done yet before you burst out like that, Tsunade said, too tired to even shout at her surrogate brother. Oh. Naruto replied, feeling a little stupid. He heard snickers coming from both senses. Naruto's eyes twitched. Before you burst out once again, take a seat, Naruto, Tsunade said. Hi, Naruto said, obediently pulling up a chair and got himself seated in front of the. As I was saying. I am going to attempt to seal the Sharingan. Well, actually it will be more of Jiraiya and Shizune. I will be supervising just in case something goes wrong and Kakashi needs medical attention. Millimeters, Naruto mumbled, nodding vigorously. I am not sealing it off entirely. As you can see, the reason why your sensei here covers his left eye with his forehead protector is because his Sharingan is active all the time and it is chakra consuming. Covering it would render its sight useless, thus not draining him of chakra. Millimeters. A few months after you left, I was going through the individual profiles of the ninjas in Konoha when I came upon your sensei's profile. A thought had occurred to me then. Naruto looked up curiously, paying even more attention as new information was about to be introduced. Granted, it made Kakashi more powerful, the single Sharingan. However, he can use it only sparingly, seeing he wasn't of the bloodline. I thought of the possibility of partially sealing off the Sharingan so that regular usage of the eye in normal circumstances might improve the compatibility between the eye and his body, which in turn might improve his ability in using and accessing other capabilities the Sharingan has. I have shared these thoughts with Kakashi during that period and asked him if such a chance arose that there came an opportunity for this to happen, would he take it? I told him that should it fail he might not only lose the Sharingan but the sight of his left eye as well. He said yes without hesitation. Tsunade paused for a moment to see if Naruto was following. Seeing the clarity still in his eyes, Tsunade carried on. The reason why we have waited almost 3 years now to do this experiment is because the key came only when you and Jiraiya returned to Konoha, Tsunade said. Huh? Naruto blurted out, this time confused. At this point Jiraiya took over. Tsunade's knowledge and experience with seals are minimal at best. She needed my opinion on this to see whether it worked. However, seeing we purposely decided not for Tsunade to know our whereabouts, she couldn't contact me on the matter. The reason why, of course, out of the legendary 3, no doubt Orochimaru had the most experience with his habits of tinkering with things, Jiraiya said distastefully. However, while Orochimaru had the most experience, I had the most extensive knowledge on the subject. Remember, Naruto? I worked together with your father to create the seal on your belly, and it was taxing research from the basics all the way up, Jiraiya continued only to pause once again. With Jiraiya completing his last line, Naruto had jerked his head towards Kakashi. When Naruto didn't see even a hint of shock or confusion on his sensei's face, he narrowed his eyes angrily at him. You knew all this well didn't you, and you didn't say a thing? Naruto growled. Naruto. Tsunade chided him sharply. Gee. I know. I wasn't ready to know yet back then, but still. Naruto said, jerking his head the other way now. Your father was my sensei, Kakashi said quietly. Naruto never heard Kakashi speak that way before. His eyes widened and anger drained out, replaced by shock. Dusan never said anything about you in his letters, Naruto whispered, gripping his pants tight. Too many things, too little time, Kakashi replied in the same tone, only sadder, giving a hint that it was not just meant for the yondaime, but for himself as well. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed, and both Kakashi and Naruto broke out of their reverie. To carry on, when we returned, Tsunade approached me with the idea, and I went off to find the information necessary, and we are here about to carry out the experiment, Jiraiya finished. I see, but why call it an experiment? I mean, you can just say it's an operation or something. An experiment sounds so. Orochimaru-ish, Naruto ended it awkwardly. Naruto-kun. The reason for that is because we don't know what the outcome might be, whether or not the sealing is successful, Shizune turned to voice out. Also, Tsunade started suddenly but hesitantly, not really wanting to approach the subject. At the time I was looking through Kakashi's profile, Sasuke had already defected to the sound. I had to take that into consideration. Tsunade trailed off, not being able to muster the strength to complete the sentence, knowing how sensitive Naruto was to the topic. One way or another he would end up dead and we would have to retrieve his eyes. This is where I come in, isn't it? That is why this is an experiment. To see whether you can transplant both instead of just one eye on a person, and you want me to receive his eyes, Naruto said in quiet anger, catching on to the conversation. Yes, Tsunade sighed out. I know for a fact you treated him like a brother. No, Naruto said simply with a tone of finality. He looked up at the seriousness carved into his face. He would have wanted you to have it. You don't know that, Naruto replied stubbornly. Tsunade sighed again, feeling defeated. He was impossible when he was like this. Still, Naruto. Kakashi spoke up. Naruto gives Kakashi a sidelong glance, the seriousness not backing off. The responsibility will be shouldered by someone. The other reason I know why Hokage-sama wants you to have them and her main fighting point with the council is that you have proven to have the mental strength to bear it, Kakashi said, looking straight at Naruto, his gaze unfaltering. What do you mean? Naruto asked with skepticism. You being a Jinchuurikisp. Naruto, Kakashi said simply. All the more the old fogey sitting around wouldn't want a monster like me owning the precious Uchiha eyes, Naruto scoffed. What I meant is that you are one and you haven't fallen to becoming close to what most people call you, Naruto, Kakashi said softly but with pride in him. And what has that got to do with anything? Naruto asked grudgingly, not wanting to be convinced. Unknown to anyone other than those who have access to my profile, even without the seal we are talking about here, there are already side effects, Kakashi explained vaguely, an uncomfortable feeling as if he was picking at a scab of an unhealed wound. Huh? Naruto blurted, getting confused again. Kakashi started to fidget very uncharacteristically from the cool, calm and collected copycat nin. Contrary to what most people think, it isn't just our minds that hold memories. Parts of our body retain memories as well, and possibly more than the mind. An example would be how we constantly drill ourselves into jutsu. Our bodies memorize the movements so we can execute them instinctively, Kakashi elaborated. And the eyes? Naruto asked, trying to clarify as he sensed his sensei going around the bush, not wanting to say it out directly. Kakashi flinched slightly. Just imagine you having another person's eyes and seeing memories that the person retained in his eyes, especially of the person with a Sharingan, Tsunade spoke up, saving Kakashi the pain of having to say it out on his own. Kakashi gave Tsunade a silent look of thanks, and Tsunade nodded in return. Naruto gasped. Then it will be like me. Too. Lives. In one body, only different, Naruto muttered, getting lost in his thoughts. Kakashi nodded, looking at Naruto sadly. Naruto then frowned, not in anger but in sadness. You know, I'm really happy you guys think so highly of me that you want me to do this if the experiment is a success, Naruto said, surprisingly sad, wiping a tear that slipped out. But don't you think I've paid enough? Everyone was deadly silent. True. I didn't end up like Gaara used to be, for example, but how many times have I bordered the line? Naruto asked softly, pain lacing his voice. Everyone in the room averted their eyes, feeling the guilt at having to ask so much from someone who has never had it easy in his life. Kakashi-sensei, if what you and Tsunade-bachan said is true, you must to some degree understand what I am saying, Naruto said, wanting at least one person here to understand. Hi, Kakashi said solemnly. Naruto smiled sadly and looked at everyone. Kakashi was hunched in a chair. Naruto didn't even realize he took a seat. Jiraiya was looking off to the side leaning on the wall with his arms crossed. Shizune looking down, finding a piece of thread to be the most interesting thing in the world at the moment. Tsunade looked out of the window with a look in her eyes that said she was thinking of her deceased loved ones. You know, having a feisty sadistic fox in ya, Naruto started again, this time more light-heartedly, relieving the tension somewhat and getting everyone's eyes on him. I'll never hear the end of it from her if I decided to house a breeding bastard in my head, Naruto finished chuckling. I'm glad you know me that well, Neri-chan. Oh, shut it. Oh ho 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 ho. Her? Everyone exclaimed, with the exception of Jiraiya, of course. Jiraiya was already told of that fact when the two males were traveling together. Reading the report, Naruto muttered, rolling his eyes at everyone. Tsunade got up from her chair and walked over to Naruto's side. She placed a hand on his head, ruffled his hair a little and looked down at him with a small apologetic smile. I'm sorry, no. Tsunade said, more than asked, warmly. Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head for a moment before looking up at Tsunade with a sincere smile. Don't be. I understand where you were coming from. Though give it to someone that won't irk the council or the villagers. That way the only thing the person has to deal with is the breeding bastard's memories. If it's someone I know, I will support the person as much as I can, knowing it can be tough to have that baka around all the time, even if it's just memories, Naruto said, chuckling again. If that's the case, there's on. Tsunade didn't finish her line. The office door burst open and the Chunin came rushing in, painting. Hokage-sama. There's trouble with the prisoner. The Chunin blurted out. Tsunade frowned. Did she escape? Tsunade asked, worried. I don't know. She was about to break out when my partner went to engage her while I came to report to you, the Chunin replied hurriedly. Gee. What lousy timing, Tsunade muttered. Tsunade-sama, you can go ahead. As you mentioned earlier, only Jiraiya-sama and myself are required for the procedure. If any complications arise, we won't be far and I could attend to him while Jiraiya gets you, Shizune said calmly and confidently. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Fine. Let's go to Naruto. I might need your help, she barked, not liking the situation. Naruto jumped out of the chair hearing his name and hurriedly followed Tsunade. Prisoner? Naruto asked simply while the three of them rushed down a long corridor leading to the interrogation room. I'm guessing that with all that has been going on for you, my mention of a prisoner from the sound didn't carry as much weight as the other news I informed you of on the day you returned, Tsunade replied. Oh. They arrived at the interrogation room a moment later. The door was closed with another Chunin seated next to the door. He seemed to be tired and panting rather hard. Tsunade bent down to examine him. You seem okay other than a little winded and some bruising. Did she escape? Tsunade asked while she administered a simple medical to relieve the man of his pain. No, Hokage-sama. I managed to knock her out after a fight with her. I secured her to a chair in the room, the injured Chunin replied. Well done, go get some rest in you, Tsunade now said to the other Chunin that first accompanied them. Bring him to the hospital to get him checked out just in case and inform your replacements on your way out to replace you here. In the meantime, Naruto and myself will be here, Tsunade instructed. Hi, the two Chunins replied in sync. Naruto watched the two go down the corridor slowly. He then heard the door open. Turning around, he saw Tsunade give him a nod and a hand gesture to follow her into the interrogation room. Naruto closed the door behind him and looked at the prisoner. She was still unconscious, her head lolled to the side, her red shoulder-length hair dangling lifeless, revealing what would resemble to be a pretty face if it weren't for the dark angry bruise loading her cheek to her lower eye on the left side of her face. She was wearing what seemed to be an odd cross between a round neck shirt, a kimono and a Chinese cheongsam beige in color with black tights underneath to retain some modesty with the range of movement the outfit gave. The outfit was also looking rather dirty, showing that she hasn't had a change of clothes since she was captured. Naruto blinked and took a couple of steps to take a closer look at her face. His eyes widened in recognition. It's her, Naruto said, turning around looking at Tsunade. Tsunade in turn looked curiously at Naruto. Do you know her? Tsunade asked, expressing her curiosity. She was one of the Sound Five who assisted Orochimaru in assassinating Hokage Jisen and participated in the Sound's extraction of Sasuke team from the village more than 3 years ago before we went to find you. I don't know her name though, Naruto answered. It's Tei and it's Sasuke-sama to you chicken shit, a rough husky voice spoke from behind Naruto. Naruto turned around to see the prisoner awake and glaring at him while struggling against the ropes that bound her to the chair. Chicken shit? Naruto asked menacingly while pointedly ignoring the Sasuke-sama remark. That's right, asshole. I remember you. You ran away from me when we were fighting 3 years ago chicken shit, Tei answered smugly, emphasizing on the nickname. I had other priorities, Naruto said darkly, glaring at her. She tilted her head in an amused gesture. Which didn't go through at all, Tei countered with a smirk. Why are you? Naruto growled, about to launch at her when he felt a firm hand pressed on his shoulder. Naruto looks back seeing Tsunade gazing at him seriously. Naruto, calm down, she said simply with an even voice. Gee. Naruto retorted, brushing her arm off and pulling up a chair to sit down while still glaring at the prisoner. Taya glared back defiantly. Tsunade held back a sigh and pulled a chair herself. Whatever you guys want, you aren't getting anything out of me other than my name, which I gave already, and it means nothing, Taya scoffed. You told us you know Sasuke team, Naruto retorted. Everyone in the sound knew Sasuke-sama, she replied angrily, emphasizing on the suffix. And you are probably another one of his fangirls, Naruto said, his turn to give a smirk. You asshole. How dare you call me that? Taya yelled, struggling even more violently. Before Naruto could say anything else, once again a firm hand was placed on his shoulders, coupled with a quick glance before staring intently at the female prisoner. Tsunade was about to speak. I'm sure that you are aware that while you are in our custody, your reluctance. Cooperating will make your life uncomfortable here. Also, with the chaos that was happening back in the sound when you were captured, with us keeping your presence here tightly sealed, your chances of leaving Konoha are slim to none, Tsunade said diplomatically. My life has been one big discomfort, you hag, Taya spat out viciously. Your sugar-coated threats do nothing. Instead of getting angry, Tsunade smiled, a light of amusement entered her eyes. Oh? Is that so? Well, I'll just be on my way then. Of course, since your life has been a big discomfort, I'm extending to you the comfortable presence of my brother here, Naruto, she said in a sly manner. Both Naruto's and Taya's eyes bulged out. Noting their reaction, Tsunade confirmed to herself at this point this would be the appropriate course of action. Naruto, outside with me for a moment, Tsunade said, getting up and leaving the room swiftly before he could protest. As Naruto stepped outside, closing the door after him, he whirled around to voice his opinion on the matter, only to come face to face with a stern-looking no-nonsense Tsunade with her arms crossed. Naruto gulped. Before you say anything, hear me out, Tsunade said with hints of threats. Naruto silently looked at her in defeat. Seeing that look on his face, Tsunade softened and sighed. Listen, Naruto, I observed something in there just now. I have perfectly good reasons to do what I'm doing. Firstly, from the reports that I received, attempts at interrogation have been futile to this point. Apparently she wasn't lying about her life being a big discomfort. Reports show very high tolerance to pain, Swan stated, causing Naruto to flinch. Naruto has accepted a lot of the things about being a ninja, especially since his 3-year absence from Konoha. However, he never liked any of it, and he knows it will remain that way for him. She continued to clam up and gave minimal and most of the time redundant information that we know of already, Tsunade continued. Naruto just nodded this time, his face starting to frown. However, the short moments in the room with you triggered her anger, and she has said and implied more things than the whole time we have been interrogating her put together. I will be telling the interrogators to put you in for the evenings for an hour or so from tomorrow onwards. After which you will give me a verbal report at the end of each session. Your first session starts after this. Be sure to report to me later. I'll either be at the hospital or at the office by the time you are done, Tsunade instructed. Naruto by this time has fully turned away, just nodding in acknowledgement. Naruto. Tsunade called, which Naruto stubbornly ignored. Naruto says something. Tsunade coaxed affectionately. As much as he has grown and matured, he can still be a kid at times. Naruto turned around and looked at Tsunade with a blank face. What do you want me to say? Tsunade sighed and placed a hand on top of his head. I know you don't like any of this, but remember, as these are the very things you will have to deal with and order you're meant to do. For the safety of your own village. To prevent as many of our own people from having to go through this, Tsunade said with a sad smile, showing her own bittersweet thoughts of the position she held and the one this boy dreamt of holding. I got it, Naruto said with a forceful release of a breath showing his acceptance. Never let go of your dislike of such things though. The day that changes is the day you should quit your dream or retire. Whichever comes first, Tsunade said firmly. Naruto looked up at Tsunade with a silent bittersweet smile of his own. I have to go now. It's best I go check on the procedure to see how it's doing. I'll see you later, Naruto, Tsunade said, turning to leave. Later, Bachan, he said in return. Naruto turned to face the door and thought of what he was going to be doing. Taking a deep breath, he put his hand on the doorknob, opened it and took a step in. A soft click was heard as Naruto closed the door. Naruto turned around to unsurprisingly find Taya glaring at him. He sighed and took off his robe, the weight of the item feeling uncomfortable with the burden that he felt on his shoulders. Hanging the robe on the chair he was sitting earlier, he placed himself in it once again. What's the matter? Finally tired of being a samurai wannabe? Taya egged Naruto on. Naruto didn't reply, choosing to sit still and be quiet. Taya frowned angrily at the lack of reaction. My stare causes you balls to get caught in your throat or something, chicken shit. Taya tried again. Doesn't being hostile all the time get you tired? Naruto asked softly in return. Taya frowned further. What are you trying to get at? She asked skeptically. I'm just trying to see if you feel the same because I know I am feeling tired all of a sudden, Naruto explained, shrugging as if it didn't matter. This is all a ploy, right? Some cooked up scheme that is planned to get info out, right? Taiya kept asking, anger still present. Yes. If I had kept shouting at you, Naruto replied with a flat stare. What? Taiya exclaimed incredulously. Naruto shrugged. Taiya was seething. Naruto's presence alone was ticking her off, and now he was playing mind games with her. Suddenly something clicked in her mind and her anger increased. The damn hag wanted me to be ticked off so I would blurt things out in my anger, Taiya growled in a tight voice, her body trembling visibly. I'm glad someone is finally catching up with the conversation, Naruto said with slight amusement. That tone alone wanted to make Taiya snap his head off if possible. However, seeing the situation she is in at the moment, she did her best to keep it down. Why? She managed to get out without losing her temper again. Why what? Naruto asked innocently. Taiya couldn't help but glare at him once again. Why are you disobeying your Hokage? Taiya asked again, succeeding in keeping her voice level despite keeping her glare. I don't see how I am doing that, Naruto replied, blinking his eyes at her. Don't screw with my head, chicken shit. You know what I am talking about. Taiya burst out, not being able to help it. You are getting angry again, Naruto stated flatly. Oh wow. Thanks for the information, Mr. Obviously, Taiya replied sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Naruto kept quiet, just observing her. Taiya growled menacingly. Your Hokage wanted me pissed off so bad that I would blurt stuff out. Why the hell did you even hint at it? Taiya asked, screaming at the top of her voice. Her frustration getting to a new high. It looks to me no matter what I say you will be pissed off, Naruto said, noting her reactions. Taiya let out a high-pitched scream, venting her frustrations and proving Naruto right. As the scream died, Taiya looked down, panting. Told you it would be tiring, Naruto reminded her. Taiya's head jerked up, though still panting, and looked as if she wanted to rip his throat out. Answer the damn question, she spat out, her voice hoarse now. Would you answer a question of mine first if I will? Naruto asked curiously. I knew you would still be trying to get information out of me, she said venomously. I never said otherwise, Naruto replied honestly. Why are you being so goddamn honest? It's infuriating to me. Taiya shouted, making her point. Why shouldn't I be honest? Naruto asked. Because you are a goddamn enemy. Why are you telling me what you are trying to do and even hinted at what your Hokage wanted you to do? She screamed once again. Frustrations escalated again even after the brief release of emotions earlier. Enemies? Yeah, I guess so. I was just thinking we are two people who have led uncomfortable lives, Naruto said, finally answering her question. Taiya froze at hearing his answer. Sitting idly, Sasuke was staring aimlessly out a window, fiddling with a kunai. Taiya had just screamed a string of curses at him, comparing him with a rock. Sasuke looked back at her with a look of recognition in his eyes, while she glared at him. You are just like the dope back home, he said quietly with a smirk. Taiya was broken out of her memory by the sound of the door opening. Uzumaki-san, a voice called out curtly. Naruto turned around to look at the source of the voice. Even though Taiya wasn't addressed, she herself looked up at the person. At the door was a male looking slightly older than Naruto, wearing the regulated Chunin uniform. He had on his face the look of ice as he intensely stared at Naruto, as if trying to bore a hole in his head with his eyes alone. You can leave now, Chunin said curtly once again. Naruto turned back with his eyes closed and got up. Opening them, he looked at Taiya with a smile on his face. Well, looks like my time is up. Oh, don't worry though. Hokage-sama has instructed me to visit you more often, so you will get to enjoy my comfortable presence, just like how he is right now, Naruto said amusingly, pointing a thumb at the Chunin. Taiya glanced from Naruto to the Chunin and saw that the latter was trying his best to keep his temper in check. Looking back at Naruto, he gave her a wide grin. Taiya somehow couldn't muster up her anger and settled for rolling her eyes at him. Maybe he was telling the truth about himself, also leading an uncomfortable life, Taiya thought. Naruto lifted his robe that was on his chair and slowly wore it. As he was doing so, Chunin and another person, probably his partner, came in and dragged Taiya away by the chair that she was tied to. Presumably back to her jail cell. Naruto promptly left the room to search for Tsunade. You did what? Tsunade exclaimed when Naruto reported his conversation with Taiya to her. They had just returned back to Tsunade's office after Naruto found her in one of the wards of the hospital. Apparently the sealing was a success and Kakashi was warded for observation after being rendered unconscious due to the strain of the procedure. All that is left with Kakashi is to see if there were any adverse outcomes from the sealing. Do you realize that by doing so you just put her on guard and it will be more difficult to get anything out of her? Tsunade questioned Naruto. He nodded silently. Then why? Tsunade asked tiredly. Because I could see that she was like me. Her anger served the same function as my silly grin did back then, Naruto answered quietly. Which is? Tsunade asked cautiously this time. "The way to deal with the pain of our lives," Naruto replied with sadness creeping into his voice. "What good will this do, Naruto?" Tsunade asked, sighing. "You wanted information, right? If she is able to relate to me, then she will be more open and we can strike a deal. It's better than trying to beat answers out of her which didn't work and trying to trick her into it, which when she realizes it will cause her to clam up and cut off further knowledge we can gain," Naruto explained calmly. "We have other ways of getting this information. Why are you going through so much trouble?" Tsunade prodded further, still not fully going for this. "Firstly, the other ways would probably include missions, which means putting more people at risk. Secondly, I would like to give her a chance," Naruto said with determination starting to set in his eyes. "A chance?" Tsunade asked incredulously. "Hear me out, Bachan," Naruto requested stubbornly. Tsunade looked at him frowning but accepted it with a nod. "As I said earlier, she's like me. I can't say that I had the best life in this village, but I've had better days of late and I can see it turning even more now. The sound is in chaos, and even if it isn't, so once I manage to get information out of her, she has nowhere to go, and I would want her to have a shot at having precious people as well, cause she definitely sounds like she doesn't. Also, if I want to be, I have to learn how to create that chance for people. It pains me to have to see other people go through similar pains that I have without having to see a glimpse of light that I see now. I am as much a prisoner as she is. If I can break out of it, I want other people to be able to do so as well," Naruto shouted with conviction towards the end. Tsunade rubbed at her temples and sighed heavily. Memories of Dan and her little brother Nawaki, is this the right name? It just popped into mind as if it's the right thing. Flooded her mind. She could never turn down such conviction. She would curse herself, then refuse to support such notions. "Fine, Naruto," Tsunade said in surrender. She looked at him to see his face light up in happiness which just melted her heart. "You do have an uncanny ability to get people with pains to warm up to you, seeing that I myself was one of them," Tsunade said, ending off with a chuckle. Naruto cheered loudly and ran over to Tsunade to give her a tight squeeze, to which she just shook her head in amusement and returned the embrace. Chapter 7. High on frustrations. After Naruto was done at the office, it was pretty late. Thankfully, he managed to grab a quick bowl of ramen from Ichiraku's before they closed. He was tired from today's proceedings, and with somewhat of a full belly, he was getting a little drowsy and just wanted to go home to crash on his bed. Naruto dragged his feet tiredly across the hallway of his apartment building that led to his place, creating soft scraping sounds on the ground. He shoved his hand into his pocket to fish out his keys. Taking them out with a jingling of bumping keys, he proceeded to unlock his door. Before he could do so though, his apartment door flew open and he found himself staring into a pair of emerald eyes. He blinked. "Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked worriedly, not quite sure what to make of this. "You're back," Sakura replied hoarsely. "I didn't think of you." Naruto was cut off when Sakura suddenly and roughly grabbed him by his arm and pulled him into the apartment. Naruto stumbled a little into the living room from the force of the action. The door slammed shut and Naruto turned around to see Sakura panting slightly with a fierce look on her face. To say the least, Naruto took it negatively. He took off his coat, not wanting it ruined, and tossed it aside. He relaxed himself by putting his arms by his side and closing his eyes. "Hurry up and take your shot. I'm tired and I just want to sleep," Naruto said, pain and resignation in his voice, thinking she stayed around to personally display to him her hatred for him. Nothing happened for a few moments. Naruto heard a soft sound of something hitting the ground and the sound of sobs. He opened one of his eyes slowly to spy on what's happening. Sakura was on her knees, bent over with one of her arms supporting her in that position. Her other hand was partially covering her face as streams of tears came pouring out of her eyes. Her body trembled harder as more tears came out and she made choking sounds of racking sobs as she lost control over her emotions. Naruto sighed and shook his head slightly. Just what the hell is going on? Naruto thought. Maybe she realized once again what a bitch she was, Kyuubi said sarcastically. Kyuubi? Naruto chided her. Gee. She's probably doing what you were doing to yourself earlier, Kyuubi muttered grudgingly. I hate it. Myself, Sakura spat out in between sobs, proving Kyuubi right. Told ya. Shall we administer the same treatment I did for you? Kyuubi asked. Kyuubi's voice was filled with glee and excitement. Naruto shuddered at the thought of doing such a thing to a friend. Kyuubi has always been extreme with the way she showed her concerns. As effective as it had been for him doesn't necessarily mean he wanted to extend it to others he cared about by his own hand. Sakura-chan, don't, Naruto said softly, trying to pacify her. Ah. You Konoha ninjas are too soft for your own good. Kyuubi sneered. I believe I already proved otherwise. Now leave us alone. Naruto retorted sharply. Whatever. Kyuubi muttered grudgingly once again before receding to the back of his mind in quiet observation. No. Sakura burst out suddenly, snapping her head up, her body stiff for a moment, showing pain in every feature on her face. She jerked her head to the side and she started trembling again as fresh tears appeared. I waited. I waited for you to return. I already planned what to say when I see you again but. Sakura halted, choking slightly on a sob. The moment I saw you again. I got scared once more like how I did earlier. I don't want to be. Sakura screamed at the end. I can't help it. Even now I can't even look at you. Sakura whispered honestly. Naruto's shoulders sagged. He didn't know what to do or what to say to her. Whatever strength that he had left in him drained away and he fell on his butt. He curled himself, hugged his legs and gazed at his former crush, former teammate and dear friend dejectedly. Even though Sakura wasn't looking at him directly, she could see the effect her words had on him. Her arms tensed up and her fingers curled up in an attempt to grip something at the pain she felt out of doing this to someone who had done so much for her. I hate myself, she repeated viciously. After all you have done for me, time and time again I hurt you. I say one thing and when something happens I revert back to this. Sakura carried on saying the last word with evident self-hatred. She slowly and forcefully inched her way towards Naruto. When she was close enough she managed to face him and she reached out to him with a stretched shaky arm. Naruto slowly lifted up an arm and reached out himself. It was agonizingly slow. The moment their hands touched Sakura's arm instinctively pulled back and she looked away. Naruto lunged forward and grabbed her wrist firmly in a way that didn't allow her to retreat further, yet at the same time didn't hurt her. Sakura's arm shook violently and her fingers closed into a fist tightly in an attempt to control herself. She forced herself to look at him and Naruto saw her face crumple up in obvious distress. See. I tried once again and the moment we touched I pulled back. I pulled back. Sakura moaned disbelievingly in despair. Naruto moved to her side and enveloped her in an awkward but warm hug, not once letting her go. Sakura's body stiffened and curled up in his embrace. I'm scared of you, Naruto. Even when you are this gentle with me I am. I don't want it to be like this. I don't. Someone please help me. Please. I never wanted it to be like this. Sakura cried out erratically and in pain. Hush Sakura-chan. It's okay. It will be okay, Naruto said softly and gently trying to calm the distressed girl down. Naruto gently scooped her up and slowly made his way to the bedroom. Naruto felt the pain not only for the girl, but for himself as well. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he had hope otherwise. It would have been easier if things had swung at either of the extremes. Immediate acceptance or rejection would have proved less troublesome, however that wasn't meant to be. This conflict of emotions that he witnessed tonight was the last thing on his mind that he wanted to inflict on anyone as a result of letting his secrets out. He had already stopped blaming himself for it, however it didn't change the fact that it hurt to be the one responsible for it. He vaguely wondered if it was going to be like this every time he had to reveal his secrets to anyone. The girl in his arms right now was clutching tightly onto his shirt, drenching it with her tears, giving him a deja vu moment. The whole short journey to his bed the girl was muttering what seemed to Naruto to be repeated incoherent apologies. He gently settled her down on his bed and untangled her grasp from his shirt. Turning away he intended on leaving the girl alone for the night. He halted when he felt something latch on to the fabric of his pants. Looking back he saw Sakura looking at him with teary red eyes filled with fear, pain and confusion. Naruto, I'm sorry. Please. Don't go, Sakura called out, her voice hoarse with the conflicting emotions. Naruto gave her a bittersweet smile and gently pried her fingers from his pants. It's been hard on the both of us. It's enough for me for now to know that you are trying. It hurts but it's okay. We will work something out somehow. It's enough for tonight. Get some rest Sakura-chan, Naruto said gently wiping her tears and her hair away from her face in an affectionate gesture. Sakura frowned slightly in protest. Naruto simply closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. I'll be outside tonight. Naruto collapsed on the couch. His body was aching. It was another tense day. He placed both his hands behind his head and stretched himself out on the couch. Looking up at the ceiling he thought about what happened today. The initial shock coming from Sakura at hearing his story, Iruka's dejected look, the beating from Kyuubi, the whole deal with the sealing of the Sharingan, his encounter with Taiya, his quarrel with Tsunade and now this. He suddenly felt old and wilted. He sighed, made himself comfortable lying on the couch, and wondered how long before everything would settle down. One step at a time. No point trying to rush through things. That will probably make things worse and prolong your suffering, Kyuubi said gently, making her presence felt again. Oh? Are you trying to comfort me? Whatever happened to the being too soft for your own good speech? Naruto asked mildly sarcastic and out loud seeing nobody was around. It's waiting to be shoved up your ass boy. Can't I have a moment without you making me out to be hostile all the time? Kyuubi asked irritably. Never. Naruto exclaimed in an exaggerated manner earning a chuckle from the both of them. Seriously though, it's taxing. I'm starting to get tired of all this, and I get this stinking feeling that it's just all starting, Naruto said grimly and his face frowning in discomfort. If that's the case then let's get out of this dump. This time it's just you and me without that damn sad excuse of a sensei you have trying to wring out certain aspects of activities that we have in private, Kyuubi said with excitement. You don't have to put it that way you know, Naruto said with a deadpan voice. Oh please. You were loving every moment of it no matter how much you denied. Kyuubi said sarcastically. Naruto made a sound to clear his throat. How could you ask me to give up? Have you forgotten who you are talking to? Naruto asked in annoyance. Ha. Trying to change the subject eh? We were originally speaking about that, you know, Naruto said his voice flat again. Just for that alone I am going to squeeze a confession out of you, and you know what I mean by that, Kyuubi said with glee, teasing him mercilessly. I'm going to do that now. Oh god no, Naruto pleaded, his voice dripping with dread. A sharp searing pain shot through his head as an answer. Everything went black as he fell unconscious. Naruto stirred to a warm feeling he felt on his cheek. That feeling promptly left and he heard the sound of the door opening. As he opened his eyes he got a blurred view of something pink trailing out of the door before it closed with a soft thud. His head was throbbing slightly, probably from the sharp pain that was inflicted to him before he blacked out. He rubbed his forehead and with a groan he slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. It was still dark. As his vision recovered its focus he caught sight of a piece of paper left on the small shaky coffee table that was in front of the couch. There was a glass pinning its edge to prevent it from flying away, just in case a gust of wind flew into the living room. From what Naruto saw so far Sakura had just left his place and left a note. Naruto reached out clumsily for the piece of paper and brought it close to him for him to read. As he finished reading it his face paled at the last line like how it did when Hinata was around. He looked down and he groaned. He concluded that he hated morning notes written for him. Naruto, I want to say once more how sorry I am for the way I have been treating you. I can't even begin to ask you for your forgiveness. I thank you for not once giving up on me, and as much as I don't deserve this I ask that you continue to hold that till I can prove I am worthy of your forgiveness. It's ironic I guess. At this point after all that has happened you are the very thing that is tearing things apart further yet at the same time the only thing that is keeping it together. I know you can see how hard this is for me, but the least I can promise you is that I won't give up. Like you said we will work it out somehow. Love, Sakura. P.S. I don't really know how to say this, but please remember to change your pants. Also with what I said about telling me everything. Maybe I'll make this an exception. I am not sure I want to know what exactly goes on between you and Kyuubi. It was impossible for Naruto to escape the roaring laughter that was present in his head at the moment. He got up, went to the toilet to strip off the clothes he was currently wearing and dumped them into the dirty laundry basket. He took a quick shower to freshen up. He shivered as he got out of the shower. His apartment didn't have hot water, thus the shivering. Wrapping a towel around him he went to the window. Seeing that it was still dark, but with hints that light was appearing, he figured it should be some time past 6 a.m. He went to the kitchen to boil water for some tea to warm him up. While the water was boiling he fetched a pair of boxers for himself and used the towel to wrap around his shoulders. Once the tea was done he returned to the couch delicately sipping his hot tea, feeling it warming his insides. If you need warming up I got better ideas, Kyuubi said with a low husky voice. Haven't you had enough already? Naruto asked incredulously. Another roar of devilish laughter was present in his head. Happy aren't ya? Naruto asked grudgingly. And you aren't? Kyuubi asked curiously. Naruto kept deathly quiet. He regretted ever asking that question. Are you sure you want to go about denying it again? Kyuubi asked playfully again. I didn't deny anything, Naruto stated carefully. Then say it again to answer my question, Kyuubi said, again with a low husky voice. Naruto gritted his teeth and then mumbled something under his breath. Do you want me to repeat yesterday's performance? Kyuubi asked dangerously. I loved every fucking second of it. There. Are you happy now? Naruto burst out. Very. Kyuubi said, her husky voice sounding very pleased. Ugh. I need to clear you out of my mind. I'm going to train. Naruto exclaimed and went to get ready as the laughter persisted in his mind. It's been a couple of hours into the morning. Naruto was at one of the training areas in the nearby forest surrounding Konoha. For those couple of hours he had been working with his swords. By now he has already memorized all the sword forms that were taught to him in his first year of absence from Konoha. In that time he and Jiraiya had been spending time at the Fire Country daimyo's residence in the guise of being an apprentice samurai who was the son of a diplomat from the area which wasn't far from the truth. After all he is the son of the Yondaime, and with the gift of the Hanu no Ishi which he received there he needed training from a samurai to wield it effectively. He received training from a renowned samurai under the orders of the daimyo with Jiraiya at his side to supervise and give advice and ideas from time to time. Naruto and his instructor had a heated relationship at best. However Naruto excelled under his tutelage. Memory had nothing to do with his current proficiency in While it was necessary for him to memorize the forms, it did little for his actual handling of the sword. It took him countless hours of grueling practice sessions over the 3 years for him to reach this point. Even so, there were parts that were still slightly awkward for him to perform, and he lacked the fluidity that his samurai peers had from the shortage of experience as compared to his peers who have been practicing the art since childhood. But what he lacked he made up with his uncanny ability to think quickly on his feet and his fervent spirit. Because of that, he could hold himself well during spars set up during that period and was no pushover. Naruto dropped to one knee in exhaustion. Not stopping once in those few hours, sweat was pouring all over his exposed torso and was panting hard. From that position he carefully sheathed his wakizashi. However, using his katana that was still drawn, he stabbed it into the ground and with effort and support from his sword, he got up onto his feet. Although he was tired, he felt refreshed at having been able to exercise his body, relieving him of the stress that has accumulated over the days since his return. With a slight jerk he removed his sword from the ground and staggered to where he neatly placed his clothes aside in the shade before he started the session. Also with his clothes was a much smaller version of Gaara's gourd containing water and a face towel. Taking a swig out of the gourd, he quenched his thirst and used a towel to wipe the pouring sweat away. Thankfully, he wasn't the type to sweat much at his lower body, so he didn't look as if he pissed in his pants after such a workout. Looking at the side where his unsheathed katana laid on the ground, he was suddenly reminded of his conversation with Tenten. Thinking this was a good time to take a break and at the same time follow up on the conversation with Tenten's parents, he sheathed his katana in preparation to head back to the village. It took some time for Naruto to arrive on the street where the shop was. He took his own time walking there, seeing he needed some time to cool himself down after his workout. As he approached the shop, he saw someone he knew about to go into the store. "Aheo, Tenten." He called out cheerfully while silently wondering how come she was still around at this hour. Shouldn't she be training or something? Tenten turned around to see who called out to her, and when her eyes caught sight of Naruto, her expression visibly darkened. She gave an unladylike grunt in reply. Surprisingly though, she waited for him to approach her instead of just storming into the shop by herself as Naruto had expected. Seeing the curious look on Naruto's face, she rolled her eyes at him. "Neji came back from a mission with a leg injury yesterday. I visited him this morning. He was confined to the Hyuga compound for the time being. I told him I bumped into you and he requested that you visit him," Tenten said flatly. She sounded like she was narrating the most boring report on earth, though the last bit sounded tight. "Thank you for informing me, Tenten," Naruto said, formally giving a tiny bow. She just returned it with a blank stare. After a few moments she silently turned around and went into the shop with Naruto following. As the door opened, the familiar bell chimed and the duo made their entrance. At the chime they heard a cheerful greeting from a male voice coming from the counter. "Aheo. Oh. You are back, darling. How is Neji?" the tall man called out. "Neji's fine," Tenten replied without much warmth, probably due to the company she had. The man was rather sensitive to his daughter, seeing that she was his only child, and was about to question her state of being when he caught sight of Naruto trailing behind Tenten. "Who is that came in with you, darling?" Naruto stole a glance at Tenten, and seeing that she was keeping stubbornly quiet, he took a step to Tenten's side to introduce himself. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said, trailing off slightly, showing a bit of discomfort. He could never truly be comfortable with adults after his traumatic childhood, however he did the best he could and what was expected of him. With a bow, after noticing no adverse reactions, he continued. "My apologies, how do I address you?" Tenten never mentioned her family name before. Tenten's father barked an amused laugh. "Shinji is just a fine boy," Tenten's father replied casually. "I must insist," Naruto protested mildly with a bow, this time with his right hand touching his sword while making a formal gesture. Tenten stared at Naruto as if he just grew another head. Shinji barked an even louder laugh. A merry laugh was heard as well. Tenten's mother, hearing the conversation going on, chose to appear from the back room at this moment. "Oh my. What an interesting pick of a boyfriend you chose to introduce to us for the first time, dear," Tenten's mother said in a gentle, light-hearted, joking manner. Naruto coughed uncomfortably at the statement made by the petite woman in a traditional kimono that just appeared. Tenten's head jerked towards her mother and now stared incredulously at her, as if it's her turn to grow another head. Tenten's mother gave another merry laugh at their reactions and turned to her husband. "The resemblance is uncanny to darling," she said, taking a glance at Naruto. Shinji nodded repeatedly. Naruto just smoothed out his face, knowing what she was talking about. However, Tenten now looked confused at her mother's words. The woman then hit her husband lightly on his shoulder. "Oh, you shouldn't address him as such. Especially when he is extending such courtesy which he isn't required to," Tenten's mother chided her husband. The man just grinned widely at the mild scolding. Tenten's mother turned to Naruto and gave him a very gentle motherly smile. Naruto blinked at the smile. He never got such a smile from a stranger in this village before. Our family name is Katsuragi and I do apologize for my husband's behavior. He is rather rough around the edges, Naruto-sama, Tenten's mother said with a small bow. Shinji laughed at his wife's description of him. Naruto blinked repeatedly at the way he was addressed. Sama. Tenten said, her voice came out as a high-pitched squeak. Her head kept switching between Naruto and her parents with a what the fuck is going on. Look. Naruto gave an uncomfortable awkward smile to Tenten's mother. Katsuragi-san. Please just call me Naruto, Naruto said with an embarrassed laugh without any formalities, this time fearing the woman would indulge further into it. He really didn't expect anyone to return him such courtesies. Here, you are making the boy uncomfortable. My turn to apologize. My wife here can be quite stiff, Shinji said, turning his glance at Naruto while lovingly wrapping an arm around his wife. The said woman shot an annoyed look at her husband before looking at Naruto. I cannot act. The woman trailed off when she saw Naruto waving his arms vigorously in violent protest. See dear, even the boy insists so, and if you respect him as much you should accept his request, Shinji said. Though in return I wish you would honor a similar request, boy, Shinji started again. At the word boy the woman shot another dirty look at her husband. She really couldn't accept such a thing for Yandame's son. But you return us similar courtesies and address us just as casually. The wife here is Yukiko, Shinji continued, giving Naruto a wink and a wide smile. Hi Shinji-san, Yukiko-san. Naruto agreed, returning the smile with his usual grin, finally getting comfortable. This whole time Tenten felt royally out of it. Sure, her dad has always been friendly and her mom has always been traditional. However, this took the cake. Her parents were acting as if they had known him for ages. Just what the hell was that Sama business about? God, my mom's acting like he's royalty and my dad acts as if he's my cousin. Is there really so much about Naruto none of us from our peers knew? Ugh, not to mention the whole boyfriend comment. That idiot. My boyfriend. Ugh, I hate his guts even more now. Still, they never mention a single clue about what they know about Naruto. Whatever they said just made things worse. There's still those weapons that he has. Does it have something to do with all this? It must be. I'm going to find out, even if it means having to get to know that pompous idiot better. I'll just go crazy if things are left like this. The sound of a bell knocked Tenten out of her thoughts. Seeing no one in front of her, she swung around and caught sight of her parents leaving the shop with Naruto trailing behind them. Wait. Tenten called out. All three that were just about to exit the shop halted and looked at her. Where are you guys going? Tenten asked, getting even more confused. You must have zoned out a lot more than I thought. I said earlier that your mother and I are heading back home with Naruto to have the discussion that you told us about, darling, Shinji said patiently. And you guys are going to leave me here and out of the loop even more. With what just happened, it's enough to make me go a little cuckoo, but you guys leaving like this is going to make me plain crazy. Tenten exclaimed. Shinji's face grew serious at his daughter. Yes, we are leaving you here, he said firmly. Why? Tenten asked, frustrated. Shinji glanced at Naruto. It is never our place to say anything about it to anyone, Shinji said seriously to his daughter and left the shop without another word. Omina dear. Please understand. If you are going to go out anytime soon, please lock up the store, Yukiko said gently as she always exited the store. Naruto avoided looking at Tenten. He had a frown on his face that showed his dislike for the situation. He never liked causing tension between families, seeing he doesn't have one of his own. You? Tenten spat out venomously at Naruto, causing him to flinch. Don't you have anything to say about this? Naruto glanced at Tenten with his eyes for a moment. He seemed deep in thought. No, I don't, he suddenly said, his voice filled with regret at having to say it, but having no other choice at the moment. He then left the shop and closed the door gently. Tenten gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger. She spun around and stormed off to the back room to find something that she can vent her frustrations on. Naruto and Tenten's parents walked over to their destination in silence. Once they have arrived, Shinji ushered Naruto to their living room while Yukiko excused herself to make some tea. Looking around, Naruto wasn't surprised to see the house furnished by traditionally Japanese people, seeing who the mistress of the house was. Though it made Naruto wonder about the choices of clothing Tenten wore. Expressing his thoughts, he was answered firstly by a loud laugh coming from her father. Tenten acquired the lean towards tradition from my wife. I'm sure that is obvious, Shinji said, chuckling as the males sat on the floor facing each other with a low table in front of them. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. However, while my wife revels in it, Tenten found too much was stifling for her. Even though custom-designed kimonos were available for female ninjas, she opted for something different while still retaining tradition, just in a different culture, Shinji explained. Ah, I see, Naruto said in realization. At this point Yukiko had returned with the tea. Pouring a cup for each of them, she settled herself next to her husband silently. Before we get down to business. Dear, if you would, please, Shinji said, glancing at his wife. Naruto looked at them curiously. Yukiko raised her hands and did a few quick hand seals. At the last seal she muttered something under her breath and gently placed one of her hands on the floor. Upon contact Naruto felt a light chakra shockwave hit him. Naruto blinked in confusion, not really too sure what happened. Yukiko, seeing his confusion, gave him that gentle smile of hers and pointed to the corners of the room. Looking around Naruto noticed at the four corners of the room were seals with a pulsating glow to it. Naruto looked back at the couple and gave them a questioning look. Those seals seal off the room from attempts at eavesdropping. A wonderful byproduct from the research your father did when he intended to create something that you claimed to my daughter you could execute, Shinji spoke up to explain, however his voice contained doubt when it came to the last part of his explanation. Naruto sighed at hearing the tone. You know boy. Oh Shinji started only to be briefly elbowed by his wife before she quietly sipped her tea as if nothing happened. Naruto. It is not that I want to doubt you. However, was created to activate and react to only him. The secrets to duplicating it were sworn never to be revealed to anyone by blood oath. I don't mean to frown upon Jiraiya-sama, but son or not if it means you could do it, then I am appalled at a person of his stature revealing it. Before you get your panties all bunched up in your pants, Shinji-san, Iro-senin didn't reveal any secrets of its duplication to me, Naruto said carelessly causing Yukiko to choke slightly on her tea and making an undignified sound. She also paled at his careless and blatant use of underwear in speaking an inappropriate name, calling for someone important, which was something she just wasn't used to in her household. Shinji merely blinked at the young man. Naruto realizing the reactions he got grinned sheepishly. Well Shinji-san did say to speak casually, and my sensei's perverted habits really puts a damper on whatever great things he has achieved, Naruto explained awkwardly to which Shinji burst out laughing. I like your spirit young man. Shinji exclaimed. Though please exercise some restraint around my wife when she gets faint-hearted at such speeches, Shinji cautioned light-heartedly, placing a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. Naruto nodded and gave Yukiko an apologetic smile to which she returned awkwardly as she tried to calm herself down. Getting back on topic, what do you mean by Jiraiya-sama not revealing any secrets while you are able to execute it? Shinji asked curiously. The secrets revolve around the creation of the three-pointed kunai right? Which is the key factor in the right? Naruto asked in return. Shinji nodded. When it was revealed to me by my sensei who my father was, he once wondered out loud if the kunai would react to me. Sensei didn't mention why it would say it's something he swore not to reveal to anyone, Naruto began explaining. Shinji nodded once again. At that point we wouldn't know since my father was the only one who could do it and he passed away the day I was born. Also the remaining kunai, left with 3 after Kyuubi attacked, were transported away in secret together with Hanu no Ishi to be kept safe by the daimyo and his army of devoted samurai, Naruto said, pausing to take a sip of his tea. So when we reached the daimyo's residence, we acquired the remaining kunai together with Hanu no Ishi. Before my sword training began, sensei did an experiment to see if the kunai and myself could react to each other and it was successful. Sensei said this is activated when the kunai is embedded into something and it creates a circular marking field. I had to practice a lot to be allowed to be drawn by its activation, let alone to become proficient enough to sense and not to appear and bang into anything within its activated radius. It took me a year to master its movements. Though sensei mentioned that its activated radius for me was far shorter than what it was for my father, Naruto finished explaining. Shinji rubbed his chin and thought. I see. What is the radius for you? Shinji asked. 10 meters, Naruto stated. Well yes it is a lot shorter than your father's, Shinji said thoughtfully. By 5 times, Naruto retorted grudgingly, obviously not pleased with it. Shinji chuckled. Yes, as damaging as the reduction in distance can be, it is still amazing and useful that someone can execute it, Shinji stated. Naruto just waved his hand dismissively. Both Shinji and Yukiko looked at Naruto strangely. I don't really use it that much nowadays. It's too troublesome to lug around that much metal, Naruto said lazily. Tenten's parents looked insulted. After all this was part of their work they were talking about. Then why ask if it could be replicated? Shinji asked, his anger creeping into his voice. Naruto was taken aback as he realized they got angry at him. He didn't mean for it to come out as an insult to them. Omen. I didn't mean to insult your work. As you can see I can be quite careless with my words, Naruto replied genuinely remorseful. Tenten's parents visibly relaxed. Explain, Shinji said simply. Well after all I do have Hanu no Ishi with me at all times. In order for this to be effective for me with its reduced distance, I have to have either precise accuracy with the kunai like your daughter, which I don't have the time to train up to her level, or plenty of them which will hamper my movements due to its weight outside of the. So all in all it's pretty ineffective for me, Naruto explained. That explains your attitude towards them. If so then why request for replications? Shinji asked, still feeling a little ticked off. There is one aspect of this I particularly like and the reason why I want it to be replicated. Which is. It doesn't matter how far away it is activated. Sensei and I personally tested it. Though it did take some time to flick over at huge distances, but it doesn't matter when I know I could be there to help the people that are dear to me, as long as they have that kunai with them, Naruto said seriously. So you want it replicated to present them as safeguards to those precious to you? Shinji asked quietly. Yukiko's eyes started to water. Yeah, Naruto replied simply. You are truly your father's son, Shinji said emotionally. Yukiko dabbed at her eyes with the sleeves of her kimono. Naruto felt embarrassed at receiving such a heartfelt compliment. Could I ask for a humble request? Shinji asked softly. You want me to stick a hole in your nice floor just to show you? Naruto asked in a guess. Shinji burst out laughing once more. Naruto don't know, you have no idea how happy it would make me for you to stick a hole in my floor with that, Shinji said heartily. Naruto was quite shocked at Shinji's use of the suffix for him. Shinji was the man who started out earlier by calling him a boy. Though when he said it that way there was no way Naruto could refuse. You got it, Shinji-san, Naruto said cheerfully. Naruto dug out the last kunai he had that was once his father's and twirled it around using its ring end. Suddenly he grabbed it by its handle and with a wink to the couple he drove the kunai down hard into the floor and he flickered out of view. Not even a moment was allowed for the couple to even gasp when they felt a tap on their shoulders and heard from behind them. Daikin Kukin Ninjutsu. Hiraishin no Jutsu, please read in below about this. The couple simultaneously looked back and there standing right behind them was Naruto grinning widely. Shinji had a look of shock together with pride mixed in. Yukiko was on the brink of tears as she looked up at Naruto. Arashi. Yukiko cried out, launching up at Naruto, grabbing him into a fierce hug and cried into his shoulder, which shocked Naruto to the core at the sudden outburst. In his short time of knowing this traditional woman, this was the last way he had ever expected for the seemingly calm and collected woman to behave. Naruto hesitantly returned the hug as he looked over to Shinji for some kind of hint at what was happening. Shinji had a warm smile on his face and got up to place a hand on the young man's head. My wife and myself had a lot of respect for your father, and to see you perform Hiraishin with our own eyes with you grinning like that, it reminded us very much of old times. It doesn't help that you are a splitting image of your father. I thank you very much for allowing us oldies to indulge in dear memories for just a few moments, Shinji explained gratefully. Naruto shook his head happily to show that he was glad he could do such a thing. A few moments later Yukiko slowly unlatched herself from Naruto while hurriedly wiping her tears away again with her sleeves. I apologize to Naruto-san for such an outburst. My emotions got the better of me, Yukiko said just as hurriedly, showing that she thought it was highly inappropriate for her to be doing such things. It's okay, Yukiko-san. It warms my heart to know that I remind some people of my father other than the usual reminders, Naruto replied with a wide smile. Yukiko gave him in return the warm motherly smile that she had when he first saw her earlier today. Let's settle back down now, Shinji suggested chuckling. Yukiko was still smiling when everyone was seated at their original places. Her smile creased to a slight frown as she observed the unaware Naruto dislodging the kunai from the floor and kept it back into his weapon holster. Yukiko tapped her husband on the shoulder to get his attention and whispered into his ear. Naruto happened to catch this and looked at the couple quizzically. Shinji looked at Naruto once again and thought. Naruto, my wife was just mentioning something to me and we both wanted to clarify something, Shinji started. Okay, Naruto replied. Earlier you mentioned that one of the reasons why you almost stopped using the for yourself was because of its inefficiency in having to carry a lot of it around, adding to excess weight that could be cut down, correct? Shinji asked thoughtfully. Naruto just nodded. Well, we do agree it is a setback, but it's not necessarily one that is difficult to overcome. Training to get used to the weight just requires some time and effort and can be incorporated with a lot of other training. An example would be my daughter's teammate, Rock Lee, whom I understand you know as well. Also with Jiraiya-sama as your sensei, I doubt he would have missed the fact the weapons could be compacted by the use of scrolls. While troublesome at times, doesn't take much to getting used to, as I have seen my daughter wield it proficiently, Shinji pointed out. Yes, originally those were the options I planned to look at once I could find someone to replicate the kunai, Naruto agreed with the points. Then why have you discarded the idea and used your father's only as a means to help your friends and comrades out when in trouble? Don't get me wrong, that use alone is wonderful, but when you can add it permanently to your personal arsenal of skills? Shinji asked, thinking he was limiting the use of the. That's because I can do it without the kunai, Naruto answered simply yet seriously to show he wasn't joking. Chapter 8. Truths and Reasons. At Naruto's statement the room became deathly silent. Naruto took the time to take a sip of his tea while he quietly observed the reactions of the couple seated in front of him. Yukiko looked like she was about to faint. She was swaying slightly with a pale look on her face. She gripped onto her cup tightly for fear it would just slip out of her grasp. Shinji on the other hand had a stern expression on his face, making him look even more serious than his time-to-time uncharacteristic display of seriousness today. Staring at Naruto, he knew by now it was pointless to consider this as another impossibility. After what Naruto had said and shown so far, uncertainties towards him coming from the couple have been shattered. Well, are you just going to leave it at that? Shinji asked Naruto lightly, referring to the silence that has enveloped the room. I'm just waiting to see if you guys were just going to outright refute what I said, Naruto replied, glancing at Yukiko, seeing her struggling slightly with thoughts in her head. She leaned towards her husband and whispered something to her husband before visibly calming down again. Shinji looked at his wife briefly and gave her a slight nod. I apologize once more to Naruto-san, but as you expected already, we both find it hard to believe, Yukiko uncharacteristically spoke up in place of her husband. If Naruto would have to guess, she was having a harder time with this than her husband and wanted to deal with this on her own with the permission of her husband. Naruto just nodded in reply. From what we see from your display and hearing your previous words, refuting it would be pointless with what we thought impossible to be actually possible. I would assume this would be the case as well, Yukiko explaining, earning another nod from Naruto. Well, actually it is quite different from Hiraishin, even though at first glance it would seem to achieve the same results. Well, if I use it sparingly, that is, Naruto said, causing bewilderment to creep in the expressions of the adults. Essentially, Hiraishin is a supplement since it doesn't directly do anything offensive by itself. All it does is to transport a person from one place to another almost instantaneously, right? Naruto asked. The couple simultaneously nodded. Then what I do without the kunai would be the same. It is how I do it that differs. With the kunai acting as a marker and an activation tool, the principles behind Hiraishin would be similar to Kuchius in that, instead of summoning something else, you kind of summon yourself to another spot, Naruto explained. Yes, we know that already, Yukiko replied somewhat hurriedly. Shinji shot his wife a mild look of disapproval at her anxiousness. It was starting to show how much this was rattling his wife. Naruto chuckled and waved his hand at Shinji to show his acceptance. It's quite alright, Shinji-san. I can only imagine what today is like for you guys, Naruto said, causing Yukiko to be more aware of her actions. She straightened herself to a rigid posture in waiting, while blatantly ignoring her husband's pointed look. Naruto just smiled at the lady in front of him. Yukiko-san, under normal circumstances, what would be the fastest way to get from one point to another? Naruto asked. Yukiko gave Naruto a puzzled look at his question. She glanced up and thought briefly before looking at Naruto with a look of certainty. That would be to move in a straight line, Yukiko replied confidently. Yup. Well, what would happen if a person could bend the line and fold it together so that the two ends meet? Naruto asked, barely able to contain his excitement and hinting at an explanation. The look of shock hit the adults' faces once more in realization. But without. Shinji burst out suddenly, however, was stopped with an irritated jab at the ribs coming from his wife, coupled with a pointed look to remind him of something. Shinji raised his hands sheepishly and surrendered to his wife. Naruto curiously raised an eyebrow at the pair. Even with the aid of specially created tools, such a task would require an insane amount of chakra and having to control that amount with precision. Yukiko asked with more than just curiosity in her voice. Naruto grinned widely at the question. His features suddenly evened out and in his seated position bowed at the couple, causing the pair to gasp. Straightening from the bow, he smiled at them as he untied the Hanu no Ishi from his waist and placed the pair of swords gently on the table. That is where these come in, Yukiko-san, Naruto replied. The couple stares intensely at the weapons with a little uncertainty. I take it Otu-san didn't mention what these are actually for? Naruto asked, probing at their uncertainty. Hi. Even though we helped with the creation of those, the reason why and what it is for wasn't told to us and it didn't matter. Your father only told us that it would serve a crucial purpose in the future and that alone was enough for us, Yukiko replied. Shiki Fuijin is a complete seal on its own. However, Otu-san created something else complementary to the seal, Naruto began. The seals on the Hanu no Ishi, Yukiko stated. Naruto nodded. Jinchurikis are powerful weapons. Even though that wasn't Otu-san's intention, it didn't change the fact that I am one. The purpose of Hanu no Ishi was to give me an edge over other Jinchurikis, Naruto said tightly. Naruto-san. Yukiko called out sadly. It's okay, Yukiko-san. Otu-san would have avoided it if he could. So he did the next best thing, Naruto said, pointing to the weapons on the table. Hanu no Ishi acts as a buffer. Using it as a medium through which I channel Kyuubi's chakra in time, and with more training, I can learn to handle all of Kyuubi's chakra without destroying myself, Naruto continued to explain. Using Kyuubi's chakra to forcefully bend space and time, you instantaneously appear at another place or at two places at once, Yukiko said amazed. Hi, Naruto replied. Wait a minute though. Shinji spoke up, not caring this time at the look his wife was giving him. Seeing Kyuubi's chakra is special. It would then be possible not to exhaust as much chakra as once thought. Correct? Then how many lines can you bend simultaneously? Shinji asked with a voice filled with caution as various implications ran through his head. Naruto didn't answer. He looked at the couple with an expression of painful nostalgia. Shinji paled, visibly realizing the possibility of what could have happened to Naruto. I used it that way once. If it could be helped, I wouldn't do it ever again, Naruto said, softly, looking away before they could see the look of despair on his face. Yukiko slumped to her husband's side, tears once again couldn't be held back. Shinji wrapped a protective arm over his wife as soft sobs came from the woman. The price. Yukiko mumbled in misery as she buried her face into her husband's shoulder. Hi, Naruto just replied in sadness. Naruto suddenly stood up and picked his weapons up to re-secure it to his belt. Shinji looked up at Naruto in wonder. Where are you going, boy? He asked. I think it's time I left. I already told you what you wanted to know about the kunai and Hanu no Ishi. Also, Niji requested that I visit him, Naruto replied softly, still not looking at the adults. Shinji sighed. He had hoped it wouldn't go this way, but it couldn't have been avoided. Any discussion related to the relics of Yondame's time with Naruto owned always brought up negative emotions. The kunai you are requesting. Shinji said, bringing back the point for this discussion after it strayed. Naruto now looked at Shinji with hope. Shinji stood up, pulling his wife up gently with him. She had stopped crying, but she was still holding on to him. We will recreate them under 2 conditions, Shinji said firmly. Yukiko looked up at her husband in surprise. Anything, Naruto replied without hesitation. You will not ask a single question about its creation or effects, and you will leave us out of any mention associated with the weapons we are creating, Shinji stated. Agreed, Naruto said again in the same manner without hesitation. For each kunai that is to be made, you will provide us with 1 vial of blood and 1 strand of hair, Shinji stating what he wanted. Understood. And thank you, Naruto said, his voice thick with gratitude, and gave Shinji another bow. Shinji nodded his head in acceptance. He then whispered something to his wife, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Releasing only one hand from her hold on her husband, she lifted it up to create a series of 3 one-handed seals. Hi. Yukiko said softly, releasing the room from the earlier place. Come, my boy. Let us see you out, Shinji said, leading his wife to the door, to which Naruto followed shortly after. Once they have exited the house, Naruto faced them to say his farewell. Yukiko didn't give him much of a chance as she suddenly hugged the young man once again. I apologize once again for being so inappropriate, Naruto-sama. However, I hope that you won't hesitate to approach us if there is anything we could support you with, Yukiko said with an odd mix of motherly affection and formality. I won't if you keep up with apologizing and the same thing, Naruto mumbled back in the hug with mild irritation while he returned the hug. Shinji guffawed as he came up to pat Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Hi. Yukiko replied reluctantly. Coming out of the hug, Naruto took a step back and gave the couple a genuine smile. Send Niji our regards, boy. Shinji requested with a grin. Naruto grinned back and nodded. Will do. I'll see you guys soon with the necessary items, Naruto replied as he turned around. With a wave he started walking away, and the couple returned the wave even though he wouldn't see it. Not too long later, Naruto arrived at the gate of the Hyuga household. The gate was tall, as well as the wall surrounding the compound. However, the gate was not very wide, only to admit 1 person at a time. Through the narrow opening of the wall he could see the main building not too far away. He briefly wondered if Hinata was at home, even though his intention was to visit Niji. He lifted his hand to press the bell to alert someone of his presence. Before he could do that, he saw 2 people come out from the main entrance of the building. From the distance he could see that one was from the Hyuga clan from his clothing, and the other person looked vaguely familiar. As the pair came closer, recognition set in. The other person was quite outstanding. Not too many people Naruto knew ran around in quite a peculiar outfit. The woman that was slightly taller than he was wearing what seemed like queer-looking bandages crisscrossing her body, revealing only hints of a snug black top underneath that had a red long sleeve only on her right arm. Not only her clothes struck out. Kurenai is a beautiful woman. Her shapely figure with her long dark wavy hair and mesmerizing crimson eyes definitely made Kurenai a memorable person. Oh my. Is that you, Naruto? Kurenai asked as she came out from the other side of the gate. The Hyuga that was accompanying her remained behind. Hi. Greetings, Kurenai-san. Naruto replied cheerfully with his usual grin. Kurenai placed her hands on her hips and eyed him from head to toe. Well. You have grown up to be quite a handsome young man. Too bad you are way too young for me, Kurenai said teasingly with a chuckle. I happen to have a soft spot for older women, Kurenai-san, Naruto said while playing along with the teasing game. If you are referring to me, I don't remember anything soft about it. Apparently someone else also wants to join in the teasing. Naruto mentally groaned and shushed Kyuubi, earning him a sultry laugh. I have always seen you as the bold type, but that's still pretty forward coming from you, Naruto. Here I was thinking what Hinata just told me was exaggerated, Kurenai said with a cheerful laugh. So she is at home. I'll probably say hi later. You were visiting Hinata, Kurenai-san? Naruto asked curiously. Ah yes. I came over with some news for our team and she told me about that incident the other morning, Kurenai replied with a playful smile insinuating something. Oh. Naruto just said not really sure what to say about that, not that he wanted to keep it a secret. Are you here to visit her too? Kurenai asked a teasing tone returning. No. Actually I didn't know she's at home till you sort of said so. I'm here to visit Niji. I'll probably drop by to say hello, Naruto replied honestly. Ah I see. Though thank you Naruto. Even though you didn't return her affections the way she had dreamed of she was still very happy. In fact, Kurenai was happier than I have ever seen her before, Kurenai said warmly. I hope you will continue to befriend her in this manner, Kurenai said again with a matching smile to the warmth in her voice. I intend to, Naruto replied simply with a small smile. Well then I got to go. See you around Naruto, Kurenai said with a small hand gesture as she turned around to go off. See ya Kurenai-san, Naruto said merrily. Naruto faced the gate once more after Kurenai left. He noticed that the Hyuga was still there, staring at it with an expression that didn't betray any emotions that he might have at the moment. Naruto felt apprehensive earlier on the way to the Hyuga household. Being a clan of coveted abilities and with his experience in his travels, he knows there's bound to be guards. Adults who know of his circumstances. His negative popularity will be put to the test once more and after Kurenai left and facing this emotionless stare all the earlier apprehension returned. Internally sighing, Naruto took a step closer to the gate, meeting eyes with the guard. Greetings, Hyuga-san. I am a friend of Niji. I heard he was injured during his recently completed mission and I came to visit to check on his well-being, Naruto said politely with a small bow and all the while waiting for the verbal abuse that he was expecting to hear. To his surprise he heard the creaking of the gate opening. Looking up he saw the guard holding the gate open for him. My name is Hija. I am quite aware of who you are, Uzumaki-san, the Hyuga said evenly with a voice that held no outward malice. Naruto blinked and warily took a step into the compound. Don't worry Uzumaki-san. We Hyuga are a prestigious clan. We, unlike the commoners, do not function based on emotions alone. Logic states that you and your tenants are two separate beings, Hija said reassuringly. Naruto still couldn't really help just staring at the man. Most of the adults here are also aware of your lineage Uzumaki-san or should I say Uzumaki-sama. Hija said with a short bow. The Sama thing always snaps him out of his daze. Naruto will be fine actually. I'm thankful for the lack of malice already, but do all clannies have to be so stiff? Naruto asked uncomfortably. The Hyuga laughed out loud. You are just like how I heard you to be Naruto-san, Hija said. Naruto grinned sheepishly at the comment. Come. I will escort you to Niji's room. There was a sharp knock on the door, followed by a sliding sound of the door opening. Niji opened his eyes and looked up to see who was interrupting him from his meditation again. Niji you have another visitor, Hija said. Thank you Hija, Niji replied with a nod. Hija nodded in return and took a step back from the doorway to allow Naruto to enter the room, after which he closed the door. Yo Niji, Naruto called out nonchalantly. Naruto, Niji said impassively. Shouldn't you be lying down or something? Naruto asked curiously once he saw that Niji was seated. Niji gave him an annoyed look. I'm hurt, I'm not dying, Niji retorted. Naruto chuckled at his response. Naruto went closer to Niji and took a seat in front of him. So what's up? You asked Tenten to tell me to visit ya. Miss me or something? Naruto asked playfully. Niji rolled his eyes. However he then immediately frowned. I didn't expect her to do so even though I asked, Niji said his voice held uncertainty. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. When Tenten visited me this morning she told me about you bumping into her at the shop. When I asked her to tell you I wanted you to visit me, she just scoffed knowing that I would talk to you about her. Hostility, Niji explained, still frowning wondering why she actually did it. My guess that is weird, Naruto said, stroking his chin in wonder. Indeed. Well if I were to guess I think she wants me to know why she hates my guts but doesn't want to be the one to say it, Naruto said in his thinking position. Perhaps. Though she doesn't hate you. You just remind her strongly of something. From the time she saw you it just irked her to no end, Niji said. Naruto looked at him quizzically. A year after you left Konoha, those whom we know from the last Chunin exam retake it with the exception of Sakura, Niji began explaining. He massaged his forehead with one hand showing his discomfort in narrating the memory. The format was different. We still made it to the last portion which was a team matchup instead of individual like the one you were present for. To cut the long story short we lost. The opposing team had someone like Gaara with them, Niji continued. Damn another Jinchuriki. However, right before the match was stopped, the guy was about to kill Tenten. Lee and myself got another long-term hospital stay taking hits from him protecting her before he could be stopped by the Jounins. Due to that Lee and I were promoted while the officials felt that Tenten still wasn't ready, Niji said evenly. Though his facial expression was calm his eyes gave away his concern for his teammate. What has that got to do with me? Naruto asked. Tsunade-sama was one of the officials, Niji answered. Well, of course. She's the Hokage after all. Still doesn't answer the damn question, Naruto stated flatly. Tenten idolized Tsunade-sama and wanted to be like her as fervently as your dream to be, and she was nearly as hardworking as Lee was. Not to be recognized for the second time, this time especially by her idol tore her apart, Niji said. Arg. Get to the part where I'm directly involved, will ya? Naruto was irritated at the way Niji was going at explaining. Niji narrowed his eyes at him but didn't say anything in retaliation. He continued to explain. You were the dead last of your year. She got put down a lot despite her efforts during her earlier years just for being the only girl from our year. A lot of us are similar in our struggles. However, you gained acknowledgement from our peers during the Chunin exam. You brought Tsunade-sama back. Tsunade-sama gave you something precious which signifies her acknowledgement of you. Don't ask me how she knew that, she just does. Then you go off to be trained by a Sannin. It is not that she hates you, but you remind her of what she always wanted and failed to get. She hates herself and she sees that failure when she sees you. Just like how I despised Hinata-sama for trying to change because I wanted to change too, but felt powerless to do so, Niji shot out. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. This talk was picking at old scabs, and it unsettled him to see similar things happening to his teammate when he was elevated from the issue. I see. Naruto said solemnly. I don't want you to think any differently of her. I feel that she might be at her wit's end, and this might be an indirect cry for help, Niji said just as solemnly. I don't. Though what do you want me to do? That's why you wanted to see me, right? Naruto asked, letting out a heavy breath. I didn't ask you here for anything other than letting you know her perspective. What you do is entirely up to you. If it's anything that I would like, it's that you remain being you. Maybe you don't know this, but you changed a lot of people just by letting them get to know you, Niji said. I was one of them. Niji said the last sentence with a hint of a smile. That probably would equal Naruto's wide grin on Niji's scale of emotional range. Naruto returned that favor in his usual way. I don't want to be anyone else, Naruto replied with his grin. Coincidentally, right after that statement, another knock on the door was heard. However, this time round it wasn't Hija on the other side. As the door slid open, the two males looked up to see a girl standing at the doorway. Niji. Otu-sama heard that he, the girl pointed at Naruto, is here and requested that he get to speak with him, the girl said coldly. She practically spat out the word request, showing some form of disagreement. Naruto shifts his eyes from the girl to Niji. Who's the brat? Naruto asked casually. The girl glared sharply at the back of Naruto's head. Brat? How dare he? The girl said, seething at the doorway. Niji made a hand gesture to her for her to calm down. Naruto is Hanabi-sama. Hinata-sama's younger sister. Her father is Hiashi-sama, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Niji replied. Oh. She's Hinata's younger sister? From the way she spoke I couldn't tell. A lot different from Hinata's kind voice, Naruto said in the same casual manner, not caring if he offended the girl. The glare from the girl intensified. Naruto could feel the anger hanging onto his head, as if wanting to rip it off his shoulders. Niji sighed slightly and decided to do something before the two loggerheads gave him a headache. Your timing is excellent, Hanabi-sama. We just wrapped up our conversation here. Could you please escort him to Hiashi-sama for me? I still can't walk too well, Niji said politely to the girl. Hanabi frowned heavily at Niji and Naruto almost choked on his own saliva. Niji inwardly grinned at their reactions. Ha. That's coming close to giving me a headache. Hanabi smoothed out her features to one of indifference. Fine. She replied coolly. Naruto straightened himself and gave a shrug. Edwell and Tenten's parents send their regards. I'll see you soon, Naruto said to Niji. Niji nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto got up and walked over to Hanabi. He stopped next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Let's go, kid, Naruto said cheerfully, to which Hanabi retorted by slapping his hand off and stormed off ahead of him. Naruto looked back at Niji with a grin, almost saying thanks for a chance at some entertainment. Iced. Niji inwardly groaned, wondering if it was a good idea after all. He might just get a headache later on instead of one now. Hanabi-chan, wait up. Naruto called after the girl sweetly and cheerfully. Hanabi didn't show any sign of slowing down. Why don't you hurry up? Asked Hanabi, blatantly hostile. Hanabi-chan. Naruto started again in a whiny voice. If you don't slow down I might get lost in this huge place. However, are you going to explain that to your father? Hanabi stopped in her tracks. She spun around and directed another fierce glare at Naruto while he caught up. Stop calling me that way. I am no longer a kid. I am a genin of the leaf. Hanabi lashed out. Naruto stopped a meter away from her and gave her a smile while poking the forehead protector on her head. I can see that. Though you are still a kid. Nothing wrong with that. Even adults can be kids from time to time. Frankly, I think life is more fun that way and I love being a kid when I can, Naruto replied, genuinely cheerful. Hanabi blinked, slightly shocked at the words he was saying. all the fire in her disappears. Constantly being trained from young and under pressure from the clan head, no one stopped her to actually let her enjoy whatever it is that she was doing. Naruto took a step forward, placed a hand on her head, ruffling her hair slightly, and brought his face up close to hers. "Let's go to Hanabi-chan. Your father is waiting," Naruto said affectionately. Hanabi blushed involuntarily at the closeness. The heat at her cheek snapped her out of her stupor. She sharply turned around again and walked off, however this time a lot less angry and slower. Naruto grinned and caught up, walking closely beside her. Glancing down, he could still see hints of color on her cheeks, noticing that she rigidly kept her face forward. Now she is starting to resemble her sister. Chapter 9. Beginnings of newly reforged bonds. A sharp knock was heard. The Hyuga clan leader, Hiashi, lifted his head up from his current task at hand. He was reading a couple of documents that were sent to his office from the Hokage. He looked at the door, wondering if the person he asked for had arrived. "Who is it?" Hiashi asked in a loud, crisp voice. "It is me, Otu-sama," a very familiar young girl said. "Ah, Hanabi. Come in. Is he with you?" Hiashi asked in a warmer voice. At this point the door slid open, revealing his second daughter together with Naruto. "Hi, Otu-sama," Hanabi said, her eyes locked on her father. However, Hiashi could see that for whatever reason Hanabi was uncomfortably avoiding Naruto's gaze. Hiashi has never seen her this way in recent years. He raised a curious eyebrow at his daughter, to which she sharply looked away. "I wonder what happened." Hanabi is too headstrong to actually avoid staring someone down if they get her angry. "You can now go to Hanabi." "Thank you," Hiashi said. Hanabi didn't hesitate. With a curt nod, she quickly left Naruto's side. Naruto looked at her, retreating back with an innocently playful grin. "Would you like to share what that was about, Naruto Dono?" Hiashi inquired with a very curious voice. Naruto stepped into the room and closed the door. "I merely reminded her that she is still young and that there is nothing wrong with it, Hiashi-san," Naruto replied with a somewhat cold voice. Naruto turned to the older man with a stern expression, all playfulness disappearing in a moment. His mannerisms showed slight resentment, to which he saw as a man who led a divided clan. Hiashi reacted with an expression of slight amusement. He had been expecting such a response to his presence, remembering Naruto's fight with Neji at the Chunin exams 3 years ago and what Neji revealed to him. Hiashi placed his elbows on his desk, fingers pressed together, and leaned forward in a thoughtful posture. "Aren't you being a little disrespectful, Naruto Dono? Even with your lineage you are addressing a clan leader?" Hiashi asked surprisingly with a light voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes on him. "Respect is earned and not because of the 2 words pegged outside on the wall of your office," Naruto retorted crudely. Naruto was doing his best to control his temper around the older man. This was the man responsible for Neji's former hatred, Hinata's lack of confidence, and now, from what he saw, Hanabi's inability to enjoy her youth. Even though he was teasing Hanabi on the way to the office, it didn't leave his mind that this was possibly going to erupt and it would end very badly if he didn't keep himself in check. Which was why Naruto was rather taken aback at the moment. He was staring blankly at the clan leader, who was laughing quite loudly and uncontrollably. Quite ironic, don't you think, Naruto Dono? For someone who was misunderstood for the majority of his life to make assumptions of another person without ever talking directly with him. Hiashi asked once his laughter died down with his initial amused tone. Naruto blinked a little before he put on a look of indifference. "Gee. I didn't have many good role models to learn from in the first place," Naruto replied, grudgingly, knowing he had made a mistake somewhere. "Excuses," Hiashi said calmly in a non-accusing tone. Naruto looked away, crossing his arms defensively. "Yeah, whatever. Hearing from Neji and looking at your daughters, there wasn't much evidence to say otherwise about how I think of you," Naruto retorted, again wanting to push his point a tad further. "I guess that is quite understandable. I couldn't say that I was the best father or uncle," Hiashi said matter-of-factly, to which Naruto snorted. "However, ever since the Chunin exams 3 years ago, there have been considerable changes," Hiashi said again. Naruto gave Hiashi a sidelong glance, wondering whether to believe the man or not. Well, Neji does seem a lot less stiff, and Hinata doesn't seem as bad as she used to be in terms of her confidence. Naruto couldn't really say for Hanabi, since today was the first time he actually spoke to her. "As you can see by now, due to assumptions, we both have been on the wrong footing from the start. I have to admit I didn't really think highly of you to begin with, not because of what you contain, but for someone of your lineage, you didn't really strike me neither as a born genius, nor a hard worker with your academy results and your endless pranks. Though that could be due to your lack of guidance, but we all have our blind spots in seeing things, even with one with eyes such as these," Hiashi said, pointing to his eyes. "Yes, so what?" Naruto nonchalantly asked, most of his resentment disappearing at the admission of mistakes on both parties. "Seeing that you have returned after 3 years, I requested to see you to say words which are long overdue," Hiashi explained. Naruto half frowned with uncertainty. "Which is?" Naruto inquired, about getting the better of him. "I would like to express my gratitude," Hiashi stated. Naruto gave him a look of slight disbelief, wondering if there was a catch somewhere. During these 3 years that have passed, noticing changes in Neji, firstly then from my daughter, Hinata, I have wondered what sparked those. From what happened during the Chunin exam, I took that as a clue and asked their Jounin instructors about it, Hiashi began to explain. Naruto's expression relaxed hearing those words and became curious at what was mentioned about the two that Hiashi was talking about. From the feedback I gathered from Yuuhi-san and Mito-san, we came to the conclusion that it was from your direct interaction with them that brought about these changes. Namely your confrontation with Neji during your fight, and I heard as well that you fervently rooted for my daughter during her fight with Neji. That led to a display of strong spirit coming from her in the fight, which was non-existent to her prior to that, and it continued to flourish even after you left Konoha, Hiashi continued. Naruto's eyes became shifty as fleeting thoughts ran in and out of his head. Such words were a rarity, and coming from 3 adults from a village that hated him was unnerving in a way, and Naruto was feeling disorientated. Seeing the way Hanabi was acting earlier, I have no doubts that you have affected her in a similar fashion. I have been trying to get her out of her state of rigidity and edginess, however the pressure that came from me from young was too deeply ingrained in her for any positive changes to occur coming from my actions alone. It would seem that this might be the catalyst which I needed to turn it around, and for that chance, and for everything else you have done for my family, I thank you. I can only hope now that you have returned your continued friendship with them will take them to even greater levels, Hiashi said with rare heartfelt warmth. Naruto dealt with this the best he could as it was turning uncomfortable for him. He grinned sheepishly. Well, I can't really say everything I did to and for them was nice and dandy, Naruto said with slight forced laughter. Hiashi once again laughed, just not as loud as before. I have to agree with that. Though what does it matter if it yields the desired results without adverse consequences? Hiashi asked. Naruto grinned with a soundless laugh as an answer. Hiashi then gave him a hint of a smile as the conversation seemed to have come to a close. Naruto straightened himself and gave Hiashi a deep bow. I appreciate your words, Hiashi-sama. I am only glad that for someone like me who was hated for so long managed to achieve such things, and it gives me great pride and happiness to be friends with your family, Naruto said honestly and formally. As I have mentioned earlier, it is long overdue for a lot of us for other reasons as well, Hiashi said with a firm nod of the head. Hi. If there is nothing else, Hiashi-sama, I will take my leave, Naruto said respectfully, to which Hiashi responded with another nod. Also, I heard from Kurenai-san who was here earlier that Hinata is here, and I would like to visit her as well before I leave, Naruto requested politely. I believe she is in the study room at the moment, if not then in her own room. You can get Hadoko, whom you passed by outside earlier before coming in here, to escort you to either place, Hiashi said, giving consent. Thank you, Hiashi-sama, Naruto said in return with another bow before he left the room. Hadoko brought Naruto round a bit before they reached the study room. As he opened the door, it turned out to be more of a small library with a sitting area for reading. As Hiashi mentioned earlier, Hinata was there, and surprising Naruto, so was Hanabi. Both of them were sitting across from each other at one of the few medium-sized square tables in the sitting area. Hinata was reading through one of the few scrolls on the table, while Hanabi was practicing calligraphy. Facing Hadoko to softly thank him for his assistance, he stepped into the room after Hadoko left. It was only when the door slid closed with a slight thud that the two girls noticed his presence. Hanabi's eyes widened slightly at seeing him before snapping back to her calligraphy in silence. Hinata blinked at the sight of him, oblivious to Hanabi's reaction. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, a little stunned at seeing him in her house. Hey Hinata-chan, Naruto greeted me casually with a wave. What are you doing here? Not that I mind. Just surprised, Hinata asked, her voice soft and a tad nervous. Naruto briefly switched glances between the two girls, a little confused. Huh? Hanabi-chan didn't tell you? Naruto asked curiously. Hearing Naruto's words, Hanabi's hand jerked effectively, spoiling whatever it was that she was working on. Hanabi-chan? Hinata asked in disbelief as she slowly turned her head away from Naruto to stare at her younger sister. Hanabi, without looking up, calmly set aside the spoiled work and opened a fresh empty scroll to reattempt what she was doing. It slipped my mind. Hanabi said flatly. Only the deaf would have thought it wasn't a lie. Oh? It was only like 15 minutes ago when you brought me to see your father. Naruto asked innocently. To Hanabi it was anything but innocent. Intentionally asked to prod and irk her. You went to see Otu-sama? Hinata gasped. Hanabi mentally cheered and thanked her sister, knowing that the question would divert attention away from her. Well yeah. I didn't know you were at home until I saw Kurenai-san outside before I came in. I came to visit Neji before your father asked to see me when he heard I was here, Naruto explained briefly. Now Hinata was definitely nervous. What did Otu-sama want to see you for? Hinata asked, starting to get a little fidgety. Although treatment from her father has improved a lot, it wasn't every day that your father asked to see the person you had affections for. Naruto noticed her unease and grinned at her sheepishly, trying to show that it was alright, although he was a bit uncomfortable with it. It's okay, Hinata-chan. Nothing to worry about. Your father wanted to thank me. Being friends with you and Niji is He thinks I helped to bring out better aspects in you guys, Naruto said, a little embarrassed still. Hearing this, any unease Hinata felt drained away. Hinata gave Naruto a beautiful smile. You have. I meant what I said 3 years ago before the Chunin exam finals, and I love myself even more now, and it was thanks to your show of support that started everything for me, Hinata said sincerely. Naruto returned the smile with a warm smile of his own. Naruto then glanced at Hanabi, who seemed to believe that she had totally disappeared from the room. Naruto's smile grew to a mischievous grin. Your father also thought that I might have affected Hanabi-chan positively in our brief interaction when she brought me to your father's office. Something about getting her to be less rigid, Naruto added casually as if it was a fleeting thought. Hanabi made a choking sound upon hearing the words, though she refused to look up. Hinata looked curiously at Naruto, then shifted it to her sister. Hanabi? Hinata called out curiously. The younger sibling kept silent. She continued to silently work at her calligraphy, portraying nothing else other than rigidity. Naruto chuckled, causing Hinata to look at him again. Naruto smiled at her while waving a hand dismissively. She's probably just being a shy kid and doesn't want to admit that we are becoming friends, Naruto said playfully to Hinata. Hanabi's hand shook visibly. That was the last straw. She snapped up at Naruto. I have no reason to be shy. Hanabi shouted, slamming her brush loudly on the table and glaring at him. Hanabi? You will apologize immediately for your outburst. Hinata scolded. Hanabi gritted her teeth in anger. Even though in their younger days they were fiercely competing with each other, Hanabi respected her older sister a lot more now after Hinata came out of her shell and actually listened to her, seeing that she was the only one in the family that actually showed any form of warm affections to her. I'm sorry, Hanabi spat out reluctantly while still definitely staring at Naruto. Hinata sighed. Even after all these years, she still hasn't lost her fierce edge that came from all the pressure of the Hyuga household. Naruto smiled. He took a couple of steps and once again stood right in front of her. Poking her forehead protector just like earlier, he also leaned in to pinch her cheek lightly. It's okay. At least you didn't deny that you are a kid like you did earlier on, Naruto said lightly. Hanabi's eyes widened at the actions, her anger displaced by shock. She jerked back to get any distance she could from him and turned back to her calligraphy. Picking up her brush, she started on her calligraphy again. You said there is nothing wrong with being a kid. Hanabi replied softly and grudgingly, not looking at anyone. Of course. Naruto cheered, straightening himself up, sporting a wide grin. To say that Hinata was amazed would be an understatement. While she was a tad jealous at the little exchange, she could see that Naruto was acting around her like how he would if he had a younger sister. For someone to get Hanabi to say something other than words of spite for referring to her as a kid was quite an achievement, and Hanabi even acknowledged that she is one. Anyway, I just came by to say hello. I got to go see Tsunade-bachan, Naruto said. Hinata got up from her seat and straightened her clothes. I'll see you out, Naruto-kun, Hinata offered. Naruto beamed at her. That would be great. I could get lost here. All the hallways look the same, Naruto exclaimed with wild hand gestures. Hinata giggled at his actions. Naruto looked over at Hanabi as Hinata waited by his side for him to make his move. See ya, Hanabi-chan, Naruto called out. Hanabi paused in her calligraphy only to give a short nod, making her a perfect imitation of a female Niji. Turning around, the pair made their way out. The whole time going out of the compound, Naruto and Hinata relaxed into light conversations about what they have been up to the past 3 years, exchanging information and entertaining short stories that they laughed off. By the time the two reached the gates, it could be seen that the pair has comfortably settled in the bonds of their friendship that started off long ago and finally solidified with their encounter at his place. Naruto gave Hinata a warm hug, setting the standard gesture of farewell for the two of them. Hinata is no longer the extremely shy girl that she once was, hugged back just with a tinge of a blush instead of passing out like she would have once have. With a wave as a final gesture, the two parted ways at the gate of the Hyuga household. Naruto walked down the very familiar hallway leading to the Hokage's office. Reaching a desk located right outside the office, Naruto made eye contact with the Chunin on duty, which surprisingly was Kiba. Akamaru was lounging at the foot of the desk, his head resting on his front paws as his tail lazily swung around in random motions. I never thought I would see the day where you would get stuck behind a desk after our academy days, Naruto said to Kiba with a grin. Kiba sulked childishly and crossed his arms. Even Chunins have their mundane things to do, Kiba said grudgingly. Naruto laughed and Akamaru gave a short series of barks which sounded like a laugh as well. Apparently the dog wasn't resentful of the situation. Its tail swung happily now as its head rested on its paws once again. Almost makes you not want to get promoted, though I doubt it is as bad as D-rank missions, Naruto commented casually with a chuckle. Kiba shuddered remembering the stupid things they did as missions during his genin days. Yeah, gotta agree with that. Talking about promotions, when are you going to get your rank? Don't tell me you got scared off after the first time, Kiba said mockingly. The FFT. As if. Have you forgotten who kicked your ass when we were rookies? Naruto asked with a smirk. Ha. I would have literally kicked your ass if you didn't fart right in my face, and I'm a lot stronger than I was before, Kiba retorted confidently. Gee. As if you are the only one. You think I was just lounging at the beach resort getting a tan for 3 years? Naruto asked incredulously. Kiba barked a laughing reply. The academy just released a new batch of genins. If it's anything like our year then the next exams might just be around the corner, Kiba commented. I guess I'll ask Bachin about it later. Is she busy with anyone at the moment? I need to speak to her about something else first, Naruto said. Kiba looked up and thought. No one else other than Sakura. Shizune-sen is out somewhere. I didn't catch where she was going though. So it's just the two doing some form of training, Kiba replied. Kiba got up from his seat and went up to the door of the Hokage's office and gave it a few loud knocks. What? Came a loud rude shout from inside the office. Naruto's sweat dropped a little. Although a woman was far from being the most refined person he knew. Hokage-sama, Naruto is here requesting to see you, Kiba, in a formal tone. Loud but incoherent comments could be heard coming from the inside. This time Kiba's sweat dropped as well. Send the brat in. Came another shout after a short moment of silence. Kiba sent a somewhat sympathetic look over to Naruto before taking a step back so Naruto could enter on his own. Naruto sighed and proceeded forward to enter the room. When Naruto stepped in and closed the door behind him he could see Tsunade at her desk. She was huddled together with Sakura beside her over a bunch of scrolls and seemed to be in deep discussion. Naruto walked up to the desk unhurriedly giving them time to finish off whatever it was they were discussing. Training issues? Naruto inquired nonchalantly. Both ladies looked up at Naruto now. Tsunade straightened up rolling the open scroll closed and cleared the scroll along with a few others from her table. Somewhat. What brings you here, Naruto? I already told you there are no missions for you until I said so, Tsunade assumed feeling irritated. Gee. If it's anything that has changed I'm not as mission crazy as I used to be so don't worry about that, Naruto replied mirroring Tsunade's tone of voice. Then what is it? Tsunade asked curiously. Well it's a couple of things, Naruto started. He pulled up a chair in front of the desk and sat down, showing that there might be quite a number of things he wanted to talk about or perhaps just wanted to get comfortable. Firstly I wanted to ask how Kakashi-sensei was doing, Naruto elaborated. You could have checked that out at the hospital Naruto, Tsunade highlighted. Well you know people there aren't as hospitable towards me as compared to others and seeing I had other things I wanted to talk about as well I came here, Naruto explained. He's fine actually. He woke up this morning, but we are still keeping him under observation for the next few days to see if anything comes up, Tsunade replied. Tsunade briefly glanced at Sakura and a dark cloud seemed to be hanging over her at the moment once Naruto mentioned Kakashi. Naruto noticed it. I assume she knows about it as well and is the next one in line Bachin. Naruto asked a little somber. Yes, Tsunade replied firmly. Naruto just nodded in a way that showed neither agreement in the choice nor protest. Naruto looked over at Sakura. Sakura-chan? Naruto called out. Sakura could read from his voice what he was asking. I don't know yet. I just got the details, Sakura said quietly, her face blank and her eyes looking lost in another world. I see. Also since the hospital is ironically inhospitable to me I came also for a request, Naruto said now to Tsunade setting the earlier issue aside for the moment which is. Tsunade asked curiously wondering what it would be seeing the brat was actually being polite. I need to have my blood properly drawn out in vials, Naruto said, as if it was the most normal thing to ask for. Tsunade gave him a weird look, briefly wondering if there was a shady cult running around in Konoha. What? Why would you want to do something like that? Tsunade asked, worried creeping into her voice. Naruto reached into his weapon holster to dig out the special kunai. Naruto held it up for Tsunade to see. Sakura saw it as well and blinked in recognition and unconsciously fiddled with her own weapon holster. I found someone who could recreate this. The person agreed to do it with a few conditions. One was that I didn't ask any questions so I didn't and I don't know what the person is going to do with it. All I know is that it is necessary for its creation, Naruto answered calmly. I don't like this. A lot of things could be done if someone gets hold of a person's fresh blood properly contained, Tsunade stated her worries. I know you are worried about Bachin, but I trust this person okay? Naruto said soothingly which didn't affect Tsunade at all the way he wanted it to. She narrowed her eyes at him. How would I know that the person is trustworthy? She asked not wanting to agree with this. You won't be able to know. Just trust my judgment, Naruto said persuasively. You aren't the smartest person around you know. Tsunade replied flatly not buying it. Naruto's face faltered. Sakura just had to laugh. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Bachin, Naruto said sarcastically. You are welcomed, Tsunade replied sweetly. Sakura covered her mouth in an attempt not to explode in hysterical laughter. Ah. It's my blood alright. Let me take my own risks. I can't have you watch over me forever. Naruto hotly exclaimed. Well, that statement is true because of how Tsunade related to Naruto, she tends to be overly protective of him at times. Tsunade knows this all too well. She sighed. Well, if anything goes wrong, you are going to pay for it in ways you can't even imagine at this point, Tsunade said, reluctantly conceding at the same time giving a final warning advice. Naruto grinned widely. Thanks, Bachin, Naruto said sincerely. Is that all? If it is, Sakura can accompany you to the infirmary where she can do it for you, Tsunade said tiredly. Worrying for the brat always drains her, but she couldn't help it. Actually, there is one more thing. I heard from Kiba that the next Chunin exams might be coming up soon, Naruto said with hope. Something suddenly clicked in Tsunade's head. That's right. Well, the date has yet to be confirmed, it is coming up and you should start taking steps towards preparing for it, Tsunade said seriously. Yes. Naruto cheered enthusiastically. Firstly would be to get together a team. Sakura will be participating together with you. Tsunade said, trailing off a bit. The atmosphere in the room dropped a notch as they knew thoughts of Sasuke were rising. After you are done with the drawing of blood, you will go fetch the third person in your team before I get into the details. I already chose the person that would be good for your team without both of you having to put too much effort initially in getting to know the person, though the situation is a little prickly, Tsunade said with unease. Naruto felt a chill run up his back as he got a very bad feeling about this. She is an excellent kunoichi. However, she has refused to take the exams again after a failed second attempt 2 years ago, despite continually improving herself. Your job is to convince her otherwise, something which I'm sure you can do, Tsunade elaborated the situation further. Naruto's face paled dramatically. Both Sakura and Tsunade blinked in confusion when they saw his reaction. What is the matter with Naruto? Tsunade asked worriedly. Naruto tugged at his hair with both hands and let out a frustrated groan as he already knew who his other teammate was. Arg. This is going to be so troublesome, Naruto groaned in an exaggerated Shikamaru fashion. Naruto was making his way back to the Katsuragi weapons shop. Kept in a compartment of his robes were 5 vials of blood. That was as much as he could draw before he started to feel a little sickly. Sakura had given advice against drawing that much, but he stubbornly wouldn't hear of it. Naruto had left Sakura behind at the infirmary with the promise that he will pick her up soon before they headed off to find their teammate. Well, there could be a chance that Tenten was going to be at the shop, but if that was the case he would drop off the vials and his hair with a request that she stay put till he could get Sakura before speaking with her with hope that Tenten would actually listen to him. Worst comes to the worst, he will just hunt her down. Entering the shop, the bells were heard again, followed by the familiar voice of greeting. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. It was Shinji at the counter without any sign of her daughter being around. Returning the greeting, Naruto made his way to the counter. Back so soon, boy? I was expecting tomorrow the earliest, Shinji asked curiously. I prefer to get things done as fast as possible, Naruto explained, to which Shinji chuckled. Naruto reached into his robes and carefully took out the vials of blood one by one. Placing them neatly in a row, Naruto displayed all 5 vials. Shinji blinked. 5 at one go? Shinji asked, a little stunned. It's not a problem. I have high vitality thanks to someone, Naruto said confidently. You don't only have that to thank me for, Naru-chan, Kyuubi said with a silky smooth voice. Are you ever going to quit making remarks like that and in that manner? Naruto thought with frustration. Never, Kyuubi replied with a sultry laugh. Ugh. And the hairs? Shinji asked, oblivious to Naruto's internal interactions. Naruto lifted a hand to his head and curled a tiny clump of hair in between his fingers. With a sharp tug he plucked out more hairs than actually necessary. This should be more than enough, Naruto replied. Shinji nodded. Once it is done I'll get Tenten to deliver them to you, Shinji stated. And the payment? Naruto asked. The honor of being able to recreate this together with what you have shared with us is payment enough, Shinji said firmly with a serious face, leaving no ground for Naruto to protest. If you insist. Shinji-san, Naruto reluctantly conceded. Shinji merely nodded again. Also, speaking of your daughter. Naruto started again, slightly cautious. Shinji raised an eyebrow at the young man, or boy as he affectionately refers to. Is she at the back? I have something I wish to speak to her about, Naruto said softly. No. She went to her team's old training ground to train with Lee. However, is this about what we discussed earlier? I would rather she not know of it. Don't get me wrong, it is just information with a heavy responsibility which I rather she does not have to bear, Shinji said lightly. No worries, Shinji-san. That is not what I wish to speak to her about. If it could be helped I wouldn't wish on her the responsibility myself. However, I have come with the orders from Hokage-sama to convince her to take part in the upcoming Chunin exams, Naruto explained reassuringly. Ah, I see. However, that might prove difficult, Shinji said with unease. Yes. I am aware of the circumstances. Neji enlightened me on it when I visited him earlier, but I'm still going to give it a shot nonetheless. Naruto said with conviction. Ah well, I wish you luck then, boy. I know she would very much love to get to wear the vest. It's just that she has come upon a heavy block and I hope you could help her with it, Shinji said. I intend to, Naruto said again with conviction. Naruto was now together with Sakura as they quietly made their way to the training ground where they expected Tenten to be at. Naruto could feel that there was slight tension coming from Sakura that was present ever since he left the office with her to draw his blood. Naruto had been expecting it, but so far it was not as bad as he imagined it to be. How are you doing, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked out of the blue. He could see her flinch slightly at the question. He knew the way he said it was meant to be pointed at something rather than a question of general well-being. It pops in my head from time to time about what you told me. Well, I'm slowly coming to terms with it, it's still an effort to push it aside, especially any thoughts concerning Kyuubi, Sakura said honestly. At least she felt comfortable enough to speak up honestly however vague it was. Sakura was slowly trying to walk closer to Naruto, though she still couldn't really look him in the eye for long. Naruto, seeing the discomfort, decided to lighten the mood up a little. Does that include the side note you made at the end this morning? Naruto asked mischievously. Sakura reacted quite dramatically. She kind of jumped aside with a heavy blush on her face. From his observations of the display of emotions that were running across Sakura's face, Naruto could see that she wasn't quite successful in pushing out any impure thoughts out of her head. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Indignation outruling any other emotion that she could be feeling right now got Sakura to glare menacingly at Naruto while the fierce blush was still lacing her cheeks. You asked that question on purpose, didn't you? Especially after I said I didn't really want to talk about that. Sakura hotly accused Naruto, pointing a shaky index finger at him all the while both of them were still walking. Well, I do recall the note saying maybe, so I asked. It's not my fault that you have a dirty mind, Naruto said carelessly, shrugging nonchalantly with his eyes closed. Sakura responded by picking up a small rock and launched it accurately at Naruto's head. With his eyes closed, it smacked hard at his temple, causing Naruto to almost lose his balance at the same time and citing a loud yelp of pain. Sakura stalked off ahead of him while Naruto chased after her, goading her more, and Sakura the whole time yelling her head off at him. Naruto figured that by getting them back to their familiar bickering, it would ease them into a routine, which would open them up to more things for them to comfortably talk about in time to come. Their antics were stalled once they reached their destination. The path in the vegetation opened up to a clearing in which two people were intently sparring. Apparently Naruto and Sakura's bickering didn't go unnoticed, seeing as it was rather loud. It became even more obvious when they stepped out to the clearing that the two who were formerly sparring were staring curiously in their direction. Hey Lee, Naruto called out in a cheerful greeting. Lee, seeing Naruto after 3 years of absence, had a fiery look of happiness in his eyes. Tenten, Naruto continued his greeting however with a more reserved tone. As expected, Tenten's face darkened into a stern expression. Naruto, looking straight into Tenten's intense eyes, was reminded of Neji's words. It is not that she hates you, but you remind her of what she always wanted and failed to get. She hates herself and she sees that failure when she sees you. Chapter 10. Breaking the mirror. What are you doing here? Tenten spat out viciously at Naruto. Lee gave Tenten a worried glance, all the earlier fire in his eyes put out by Tenten's animosity. Lee was just as aware of the circumstances as Neji was. However, he was a lot more susceptible to openly showing his disapproval of the matter. Sakura blinked at Tenten. She had thought this setup for their team was great. She was disappointed for the girl that she didn't make it 2 years ago, but Sakura viewed it as a blessing in disguise now that she was to be her teammate. She thought highly of the girl. However, to see her in this manner, she could only wonder what all this could mean and how it would affect their teamwork if they could even convince her to join them in the first place. Naruto, however, was unfazed. His face was a picture of impeccable calmness. He had been expecting different degrees of possible negative reactions, and seeing this, Naruto knew that this goes beyond all of the things that she saw about him. This time round it included being excluded by her parents as what she saw as something she should know just by being part of the family. That alone, adding to the mix of messy perceptions that she already has of Naruto, was enough to warrant such a degree of resentment. Naruto took a step forward as a sign to show to Tenten that her viciousness will not yield anything to her liking, and at the same time to distance himself from Sakura as a sign that he will handle this alone. Sakura briefly glanced at Naruto. Even though now Sakura was out of his line of sight, he could sense his teammate's concern. Naruto made a small, almost insignificant hand gesture to show to only Sakura that things are alright and to let him be. I heard that you were having some fun here. I came hoping I could join in the fun, Naruto said pointedly. Sakura stiffened at what Naruto was implying to Tenten. This was not why they came here. She didn't see the necessity of letting the already visible tension escalate. Naruto. That's not. Sakura was cut off when she received a glance from Naruto. While all his features were visibly relaxed, there was a slight hardening around his eyes, which told her to stay out of it. Sakura was reminded of his reaction in the office when they were told who would be their teammate. She suddenly realized there was definitely something going on that wasn't quite right between the two, and the stage was being set so that they would work out their differences before the request was made. Tenten grudgingly frowned at the brief interaction between the two. She was feeling suspicious about their presence, and this just made things worse. Earlier thoughts of having to get to know the blonde idiot was totally absent as all she could feel was this rising anger as she kept being excluded whenever he was involved. Now Tenten could see that Naruto was preventing Sakura from highlighting something that would clarify the missing reason as to why Naruto would come here to seek her out. Well, if you think you can handle it, Tenten said smugly with a smirk, years of influence from her pale-eyed teammate showing. Naruto returned the arrogant gesture with one of his own. I was wondering if it was going to be the other way around, Naruto replied, hotly goading her into getting as angry as possible. Lee and Sakura looked at each other worriedly. Lee, however, decided to intervene in his own manner. Yosh. We together get to experience the flames of youth Naruto gathered on his travels. Lee hollered in excitement, implying a three-way fight in hopes that he could lower the tension. Not even taking her eyes off Naruto with a flick of the wrist, Tenten accurately sent a kunai she was already holding onto when both her and Lee were sparring together to the ground in between Lee's legs. Stay out of it. This is going to be just me and him, Tenten said flatly, understanding her teammate's concern, leaving most of the emotion she felt right now out of her voice. Lee's worried look came back, but Tenten wouldn't have any of it and she didn't even look his way. Sakura's worries escalated as well. She wanted to do something to stop this, but seeing the look she got earlier, Naruto will probably be a lot harsher if she tried something else now. Coupled with what she now knows of Naruto, her fears were acting up again and she just stood rooted at her spot. Naruto walked forward, moving towards the center of the clearing. He stopped about 10 meters in front of Tenten, not once breaking eye contact with her. However, he now looked over at Lee and with just a somewhat of a sideways nod, he made a silent request for Lee to step aside so that he wouldn't get involved. Lee, dejected, moved back to the line of vegetation, giving them space. Naruto slowly drew out his katana and pointed it at Tenten. Let's start the party, shall we? Naruto asked with an excited grin. Tenten smirked, reaching down with her left hand. She drew out in one fist 4 kunai in hand and brought it up in front of her in an on-guard position. Naruto himself shifted into position, but of an odd choice. Just because I'm confident doesn't mean I am going to fall for that, Tenten said calmly, even though her face showing concentrated anger is a dangerous sign of experience in her abilities to properly channel emotions in a fight. She was referring to Naruto's choice of stances. Naruto currently looked very relaxed with just his left foot slightly in front of his right, both arms at his side, his katana in his right hand pointed forward to the ground, and him standing straight as if not interested. Naruto smirked, realizing that Tenten saw through to what he has been planning. He was relying on Tenten's anger getting the better of her, charging in with his supposedly relaxed defense. Well, since you aren't going yet, I'll start things off, Tenten said confidently. She channeled chakra into her feet to give her an extra boost as she jumped up from the ground. Rather than going forward, she flipped backwards to the line of trees behind her. Just as she was about to complete the rotation, she released the kunai one by one at Naruto with high velocity and accuracy. Naruto immediately brought up his sword to deflect all of the kunai. Completing the rotation, Tenten was planted on the trunk of a tree. With her right hand, she pulled out a spinning scroll before grasping it firmly. Simultaneously, another burst of chakra launched her straight at Naruto as he made his first contact with the series of kunai. But the smooth extension of her arm, Tenten unrolled the scroll and it poofed into a katana of her own, speeding towards Naruto in midair in a forward sword thrust. Deflecting the last of the well-timed kunai attack, Naruto barely escaped the thrust by throwing his left shoulder back, shifting his footing and parrying it with his own katana. Screeching of metal against metal was heard and sparks flew as the two well-forged swords grinded against each other. If Tenten had aimed for a vital part, he would have at least gotten a shallow cut instead of barely getting away without a scratch. Letting Tenten's momentum carry her past him, Naruto lifted his katana in a counter-attack, coming as a downward diagonal slash on her now exposed back. Tenten smirked. As her strike went past Naruto, touching down on the ground left leg first, she used it as a pivot to pull her right side back in a blindside turn towards Naruto. Using that action, she swiftly shifted the momentum from the previous strike to swing her sword smoothly to where she knew Naruto's sword would come from to strike at her formerly exposed back. The two swords met with a loud clang, effectively cancelling out each other's strike. Both of them holding their ground, they stubbornly stayed at a deadlock, pressing against each other's sword. While Naruto had the physical strength to overpower her, Tenten had better technique and posture, allowing her to match up to him. You are a lot faster than the last time I saw you fight at the Chunin exams 3 years ago, Naruto said, surprising Tenten slightly as he referred to her fight with Temari. I didn't know you took notice, Tenten replied flatly staring straight at him. General misconception about me thinking I wouldn't observe everyone properly, Naruto explained meeting her eye with a similar unwavering stare. HN, Tenten snorted. Naruto smirked thinking how much this felt like fighting Niji rather than Tenten herself from the responses he has been getting. You held back as well, Naruto stated showing his knowledge on her not aiming for a vital point. Just how am I going to explain to Tsunade-sama if I happen to accidentally kill her precious little brother in a friendly spar? Tenten asked, her voice filled with scorn. You flatter yourself, Naruto said with hints of an amused smile. Tenten gritted her teeth at the sly insult. By this time Lee had made his way to Sakura as they watched the exchange together with their individual worries. Lee, knowing most of the circumstances, was worried that Naruto's goading would get Tenten to go all out with him. The point to where Tenten has worked on herself till today might prove to be very painful if she decided to use the technique she has recently mastered about a month ago. Sakura however was worried if this escalated the slim chances that they had in the beginning of actually forming a team would reduce to none. She could see that they have their differences. Even though she didn't know exactly what it is, do they really have to go about it in this manner? It is not without grounds, Tenten said heatedly. In her head all the insults, put-downs and rejections from her past came up. With each passing memory her chakra unconsciously leaked more and more, radiating a vicious battle aura. Neri-chan might want to be careful here. I know what you are thinking about doing this, but she is reaching the end of her threshold, Kyuubi said lightly in an ironic tone for giving a warning. I know. Just a bit more though, Naruto thought firmly. Let's go, Naruto said physically applying Tenten channeled chakra expertly into her left foot to hold her ground with the pressure Naruto was giving, while she lashed out planting a foot into Naruto's stomach. This knocked Naruto back a few steps. Releasing the chakra in a forceful burst, Tenten simultaneously flipped forward towards Naruto while changing her hold on her sword. Humming down hard and fast in a downward thrust from directly above, Tenten attacked with full intent of stabbing him. Naruto managed to cleanly dodge the strike, however not without consequence. He had left his left side open without the protection of his sword. As Tenten's sword came down it struck into the ground and once again shifting the momentum, Tenten without setting foot on the ground placed a hand on top of the sword hilt to propel her body upwards, sending a vicious kick to Naruto's head. Naruto barely ducked successfully, feeling Tenten's foot sweeping his hair that stayed in the air from inertia. Naruto wasn't free yet. As the foot came around touching the ground, Tenten shifted her weight there, detached the sword from the ground and swung it in an upward sweep towards Naruto. Naruto, expecting the strike, blocked it effortlessly this time round. Once again the exchange ended in a deadlock with Naruto having achy abdominals as the only person to receive damage. They didn't stop here this time round. It quickly launched into a display of swordplay showcasing both of their abilities. You hold yourself well with it, Tenten commented while attacking Naruto from his left flank. Naruto blocked the attack proficiently and brought the sword around to counter-attack in a similar fashion. Tenten however stepped back, judging the distance well to move the minimum to dodge the strike. Naruto swung it upwards and brought it down, intending to land a heavy blow on her. Tenten swiftly adjusted and brought her sword up to effortlessly block and absorb the blow, deadlocking yet once again. Your sensei must be very good to get you to this point in just 3 years, Tenten commented again, her voice getting lighter as she seemingly eased into the excitement of the sword fight with appreciation. This isn't where Naruto wanted it to go. Time to push it up a notch. I can't let her hide her anger at me behind her appreciation of the art. Naruto put all his strength into pushing against Tenten's sword and jumped back to create some distance. Tenten looked at him in suspicion, her sword still up in guard. I have to say I'm very impressed at your skills with the sword. I thought your excellence in weaponry only existed in accuracy with projectiles and manipulation of long-distance attacks. I was proven wrong, Naruto started with compliments. Tenten smirked at the praise, unknowing of what else was to be said. In fact, I only knew of 2 people prior to fighting with you that moved with such deadly grace and fluidity in the art that I have yet to achieve, and I fought quite a number of people with the sword in my training and my travels. Naruto openly admitted his shortcomings, continuing to butter her up. Then quit being so arrogant like you were at the start. At least now you know who is the better one, Tenten said confidently without arrogance and acceptance of what Naruto said. Naruto however smirked back with a little laugh to show that he thought otherwise of her statement. You know, the first person was Kamimuro, whom I encountered during the mission to retrieve Sasuke from the Sound. The way he moved, he literally danced with his sword made out of bones using his bloodline limit. The second person was my sensei. Though contrary to your assumption I only spent a year with him. Come to think of it, Naruto paused for effect. Tenten narrowed her eyes at him, wondering where Naruto was going with this speech. Coincidentally he has the same family name as you. He was a rather old man. Seeing the way you move with the sword is very much like him. Could you be related to him? Naruto asked in mock amusement underlying the knowledge that he already knew they were but didn't mention earlier. Tenten's face immediately contorted in rage. You were trained by Katsuragi-sama? Tenten asked dangerously. She was like a tightly coiled snake now a moment away from striking with the intention to kill Naruto. Oh shit. Lee exclaimed from the sideline. Sakura looked worriedly at Lee. She thought that things were getting smooth until Naruto said the last portion. She really was lost at what was going on. Lee noticed the confusion. There is a reason why most people don't know Tenten's last name, Lee began to explain. Sakura looked wonderingly at Lee waiting for him to continue. Her grandfather was a renowned samurai in the service of the daimyo. Tenten was taught from young by him in the art of. He often called her his protege. She was fiercely proud of this and the fact that she, other than her father, was the only person in Konoha to be trained by him. She in her pride kept it a secret, wanting to be recognized for her abilities rather than coming from a background with an infamous figure in it. She didn't want to be his shadow, so to speak. It took away one problem only to give her another problem when she turned out to be the only girl in our class, which caused her to stick out and be ridiculed. Still, she refused to elevate that problem by letting people know of her background, and her parents supported her in this, seeing her conviction in creating a name for herself out of her abilities, Lee explained in a lengthy speech. Sakura finally understood, but looking out at the pair in the clearing didn't make her feel any better. Just what in the hell are you hoping to accomplish by doing this, Naruto? The pair in the clearing was silent. Rather, Tenten was waiting impatiently for Naruto to answer her question, while Naruto kept up his amused act. It's going to be any time now. Just a bit more. Don't get careless just because I'm around, Kyuubi warned. Don't worry, but this couldn't be helped. I need her to let everything out. Answer the damn question. Tenten said. Her voice was raised and very tight, bringing the tension between the two of them to an all-time high. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I thought I implied it pretty obviously. Is it really necessary for me to spell it out for you? Yes, you are better than me now, but Naruto paused again for effect with a lifting of his free hand to punctuate it. I trained under him for only a year and the other 2 years were of my own, and if only in that time as compared to yours I reached this far, it would mean I have better potential. In fact, Naruto paused to narrow his eyes at her with a sadistic grin. Katsuragi-sensei said so, Naruto said, pronouncing each syllable pointedly at her. Now. That was the last straw. With a hysterical scream, Tenten launched herself at him with full intent to strike Naruto down. She swung wildly and viciously at him, not caring whether the strikes, if successful, would kill him. There would be no reservations now. Naruto remained calm in contrast to Tenten to efficiently block all her strikes. Though he made no effort to counterattack. Everything. This was the last thing I held dear. Even this you had to take away from me. Tenten screamed while still going at it in her berserker mode. Naruto held on to a mask of impassiveness, giving her the space to lash out at him. You weren't the only one to work hard. You weren't the only one to get shot down continuously. Why, goddammit. You got your recognition from all our friends while I got sympathy. You got recognized enough to be trained by a Sannin and even brought back Tsunade-sama. She even gave you that damn necklace that belonged to the Shodaime. I saw it before. Why is it that she only has eyes of acknowledgement for you when you weren't the only one who excelled? I never even got a single word of praise or encouragement coming from our precious Hokage, no matter what I did, and that was all I ever wanted from her. She even denied me of my promotion I struggled and worked so hard for. Why? Why? Even now you came back from your training. Training you received from my grandfather that I cherished so much, only to be thrown in my face that he thinks you will do better. With relics belonging to Yondaime. Made by my parents' hands. Now they keep things from me when they have never done that before. All because you showed up. Tenten viciously and hatefully lashed out at Naruto, ranting with every attack she struck, wishing as if the words would strike him down as much as she in the moment wanted her attacks to do so. With every sentence, Tenten's eyes released fresh hot angry tears, pouring out all that she felt of what she has been through and how it involved Naruto and how it actually affected her so badly. Sakura was visibly shaken at the vast display of anger, hatred, sadness and disappointment. She cried openly on Lee's chest while Lee gently patted her on the back, trying to calm her down, but all the while his eyes were fixed on his ex-teammate with pain, worry and sadness. Naruto kept quiet the entire time. However, as the attacks kept coming after the girl had gone quiet and each time their swords met, it was a blow to his heart. Slowly the mask of impassiveness gave way to show a reflection of the pain, anger, sadness and hurt he saw in her eyes. Tenten even in her hysterical state saw it, and confusion added into the mix of volatile emotions already running in her. Naruto saw this as the sign he needed to end this and finally sort everything out with the girl. He met the incoming strike now with a lot more force, causing Tenten to jump back in prevention of being knocked over by the force of it. Naruto himself jumped back to give them considerable distance the whole time, not breaking eye contact with her. Omina Tenten. I had to hurt you like this. I'm going to end this and then I'll explain everything, Naruto said while in midair. He also curled his legs up to reach for the last of his father's kunai with his left hand and threw it low at Tenten. Naruto landed on the ground firmly the same time the kunai lodged itself into the ground right in front of Tenten. Her eyes widened, but before she could do anything Naruto flickered out of sight. Tenten then stiffened at the feel of cool steel at the base of her neck coming from the back together with a whisper. Hiraishin no jutsu. The two stood there silently for a moment as the fighting stopped. It could have been described as a scene of tranquility if swords had not been drawn. The sun was starting to set as the evening approached with a breeze lightly blowing through the clearing. The place was silent other than the rustling of leaves on the ground and on the trees alike and chirping of birds showing little to no sign that a fight had just taken place. Tenten, put down your sword so we can talk, Naruto said softly, warmth lacing his voice. Tenten didn't answer. Well, she didn't answer vocally. Not yet. There was a shuddering of shoulders visibly from Naruto's point of view. Naruto observed her cautiously from behind, wondering what this could mean. It started off soft. Soft chuckling, almost like a giggle. Then it got louder. A laugh now. The laugh grew. Slowly but surely it once again started to match the hysterical behavior she displayed earlier. Naruto frowned worriedly. This doesn't look too good, Naru-chan, Kyuubi stated warily. I know. We just have to deal with it. We knew it might come to this point. Talk. What is there to talk about? Tenten asked, her voice sounding crazed. For one thing, the real reason why I came here looking for you, Naruto replied calmly. No, Tenten said deceptively calm. Tenten, you don't understand. There is nothing to talk about. I will show you that I am better, Tenten continued, the crazed voice evident once again. Suddenly Naruto could feel a pull at his sword. It was as if an invisible hand gripped the blade and tried to pull it away. Naruto blinked. In his confusion, Tenten jumped out of harm's way. With another jump to distance herself from Naruto, Tenten in midair took out 2 scrolls. Landing gracefully, she placed the 2 scrolls by her side. Naruto braced himself knowing what was to come. Oh shit. Lee exclaimed again. Sakura, now a lot more calm, looked over at Lee wondering what was wrong. What's wrong, Lee? Naruto saw this movie before at the Chunin exams. I'm sure he thought of a way to counter it, Sakura said in wonder. It's different after 3 years. It was incomplete at that point of time. The real technique comes in 3 parts, of which this is only the prelude to the first of the 3 parts. She finally mastered it about a month back. This could get very bad, Lee explained with dread. Tenten quickly went through a series of seals. At the last seal the scroll seemed to come alive. Unrolling itself, the pair shot up to the sky, swirling around each other and took the form of clouds, shaping themselves into twin dragons. Tenten jumped up as well, joining their ascent in the middle of the vortex created by the scrolls. Seals soon appeared lining the scrolls and a multitude of weapons shot out from the seals at Naruto. Sashirayu no Jutsu. Rising twin dragons. Naruto using Hiraishin flickered all over the place within its field to avoid the rain of weaponry. Tenten has really gotten a lot faster and if possible even more accurate in predicting enemy movements. It shows after the shower of weapons as Naruto was panting lightly while sporting several cuts in various places. Tenten gracefully landed on the ground again as the scrolls fell from the sky. Tenten stared at Naruto intently, this time round her turn to sport the sadistic grin. It's not over yet, Naruto, Tenten said as she made a short series of one-handed seals this time. Hi. Tenten shouted. Naruto looking around, he could see all the weapons littered on the ground glowing eerily. Naruto, not having a good feeling, flickered as far away as possible from the majority of the weapons. At that moment the weapons exploded. Naruto dove for cover, barely escaping the shockwave of the blast. Lee had dragged Sakura behind the cover of the trees they were standing in front of. As the effects of the devastation settled and the smoke thinned out, Naruto could see Tenten unhurriedly walk towards him with her sword still in hand. With a raise of her left arm, Naruto made a choking sound. Lee closed his eyes while Sakura's widened to its limit. Naruto's body was impaled by a multitude of sharp debris. Naruto's vision was blurry, but he could feel the effects of Kyuubi's chakra starting to heal what it could. When his vision sharpened, Tenten was still quite a distance, but close enough to clearly see her face. Both of them at the moment were out range from Hiraishin's field, so while escaping is still an option, it did not give him an avenue for another surprise attack. From where he was impaled he could tell that vital points were missed. Queen of accuracy prevails yet again. Also from the way she walked, Naruto was quite sure she wouldn't attack just yet. While Tenten was still walking, Naruto removed the various objects in his body so that it could be healed as soon as possible. Gee. You missed it. Naruto said playfully, sitting himself up. Tenten stopped about 5 meters away. Tenten replied by stabbing another object into his shoulder, inciting a cry of pain from Naruto. This time she did this with a straight cold face. Damn chakra strings, Naruto retorted. Ashiketsu Kanju, bleeding emotions of blades are not just chakra strings. Working with Niji over the years I formulated a way to instantaneously create strings straight from me, though I can only do it with my left arm. With a constant feed of chakra they come alive like extra lengthy hands controlled by thought. This is the final form of the incomplete version that you saw in the Chunin exams. Sasharyu to create vast weapons that have seals to activate explosive tags placed on each weapon, creating a field of scattered objects to use at my disposal with for those who survive the blast, Tenten narrated flatly. Shiketsu kinda angsty don't you think? Naruto said with a smirk. It fits the mood now, Tenten said coldly, though there were hints of amusement. Naruto from the corner of his eye could see that Sakura was coming to his aid. Stay back. It's not over yet, Naruto shouted, causing Sakura to halt in her tracks. At the same time it caused Tenten's anger to visibly resurface. I didn't kill you when I could for a reason, Naruto. It's over, Tenten said with a tone of finality. I could say the same when I first did Hiraishin so we are even, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto coughed as he got up sticking his katana into the ground to use as support. Stabilizing himself he pulled out his katana and sheathed it. Naruto slowly peeled off his robe and grimaced at how tattered and torn it was as he discarded it to the side carelessly. Tenten didn't move, but with the setting sun at her back, the strings could be seen moving wildly from her left arm. She observed him curiously wondering what he was about to do knowing he was setting up and she allowed it wanting to know a bit of what he has been hiding. Naruto after sheathing his katana reached lower and slowly drew out his wakizashi. Tenten raised an eyebrow at him in question. Naruto however looked over at Sakura. I didn't want it to come to this point, but it seems like she will not listen to me until one of us admits defeat. Also I didn't want to use this until I could properly speak to you about it, but I guess I don't really have a choice. I know you will be scared of Sakura. Just remember it's still Naruto 1. Naruto said to Sakura in a voice filled with sadness. Sakura bit her lip in trying to control her fear and just nodded a few times taking a few steps back, not too sure what would happen. Naruto looked back at Tenten seeing that her look of ice was still present. Omen Tenten. Firstly I have to say I lied about your grandfather saying that I had more potential. He never compared both of us. I did it so because I know it will be the final straw and you would let everything out, Naruto said sadly. Tenten's face once again contorted in rage. Naruto however didn't let her say or do anything as he channeled Kyuubi's chakra into the wakizashi. Since you told me about your technique I'll tell you a little bit about mine, Naruto started again. This is why your parents didn't want you to know anything. These items come with prices Tenten. I'll show you one of the small ways I paid for it. The short sword glowed red revealing complex seals imprinted on the blade. Naruto kept his eyes on Tenten. Even in her anger Tenten got confused by his words and the sad pained look in his eyes. Suddenly, just as the sword glowed red, Naruto's pupils looked as if it started bleeding and so did his hair. In a very fluid manner the crimson color glossed over the bright blue of his eyes and the red dyed over his blonde locks. Tenten's eyes widened. As the physical characteristics took over the sword looked as if it was melting. As it liquefied it formed into a long strip of what looked like bandages, only it was laced red with what Tenten remembered from the Chunin exams to be his secondary chakra. The strip then with a life on its own wrapped around his right arm and torso. What is the small price I was talking about? Naruto asked himself for Tenten. Notice how I never used any of my old I can't anymore. Want to know why? Tenten just stood there dumbfounded. Using this chakra makes me unstable, Naruto answered his own question. Even his voice now changed, it was very low and gruff. I need to have most of my original blue chakra to stay sane, Naruto said with a loud laugh as if what he said was the funniest thing on earth. Though it didn't escape everyone's ears the bitterness it held. Everyone was shocked to say the least, but Naruto didn't give them much time to revel in it. Then since you want to prove it so badly. I will put your misdirected anger at me in the right place, Naruto said cruelly with a sadistic laugh. Naruto slowly took steps forward with a frightening aura, causing Tenten to unconsciously take steps back. Seijin Shai Shibori Nasai restrict and constrict Kitsugo. Binding tail, Naruto called out causing the bandages to loosen its hold on Naruto's arm and torso. Chapter 11. When push comes to shove. What's the matter Tenten? A little change in images scare ya? Naruto asked, sneering at her with blazing eyes. Naruto was literally stalking her as if she were prey. Tenten still continued to back up in her steps. She remembered her surprise when she saw Naruto emitted that chakra during the Chunin exams, but now not only did his image change, his personality did as well. It wasn't the cool arrogance he was displaying earlier on that got the rise out of her. This was downright condescending. Putting that together with the feral image of molten eyes fiery Harry and the wisps on the bandages that made him look as if on fire, it did more than just tighten her throat. She felt fear. It's not over yet Tenten, Naruto quoted mocking her with an even more sadistic look. I'll give you more to fear. Naruto raised his right arm pointing it right at Tenten. The bandages shot out in a spiral. Tenten's eyes widened at the speed it was coming at. Out of instinct she swung her sword wildly at the strip of cloth. Instead of slicing it and stopping its advance, it merely bent the cloth and now it coiled itself around Tenten's sword and arm, effectively rendering her arm useless. Naruto grasped the cloth that was right next to his palm and gave it a hard pull. The sudden tension on the cloth and the vice-like grip on Tenten's arm jerked her arm forward with enough force to dislocate it from her shoulder. Tenten screamed out in pain. Sakura dropped down on her knees shivering violently at what she saw. Fear as it did Tenten wrapped around Sakura tightly. Tears came out as it did yesterday night, out of fear she felt for Naruto and out of disgust for herself at once again failing to brace herself as she said she would. Just remember it's still Naruto 1. Is this really you Naruto? Sakura thought once again feeling the split and wanting to stand firm for her friend and disbelief at the severity of Naruto's malicious being. Lee felt disorientated. Naruto went from guarded to arrogant to apologetic and finally to this in the matter of minutes. Not in the slightest way did Lee think a reunion would end up like this. Lee rushed in to stop the fight from getting even worse. Unleashing a devastating technique was one thing, but with such intent. Lee had to do something. Naruto snapped his head in Lee's direction. With a flare of chakra and an intense stare with his crimson eyes halted Lee. Lee tried to resist, but he was paralyzed, not a muscle willing to move. Tenten painted in pain but using Lee's rush as a distraction, she sent debris flying swiftly towards Naruto. More cloth uncoiled from his body and curled out in snapping actions deflecting anything that came his way. Naruto slowly turned his head to lock eyes with Tenten with a smirk. TSK. TSK. Taking advantage of a distraction. Naruto chided questioningly, wagging a finger at her to show her actions were in vain. Tenten grimaced. With her arm bound and the pain clouding her mind, losing her accuracy and control, she did the only thing she could. She rushed at Naruto hoping to surprise him. Naruto's eyes widened as she threw caution into the wind. However, right when Tenten was about to reach him, whatever slack the bandage had that was created with the closing of distance snapped into action. Hitting her hard simultaneously at both her ankles, the bandage swept her off her feet. Everything seemed to slow down for Tenten. At that point she seemed to float in midair. A jarring pain burst from her hip as the bandage circled around and hit her where the pain sprouted from. Air got knocked out of her as she slammed into the ground. Instinctively Tenten curled out into a fetal position. The pain was agonizing. Firstly from her dislocated shoulder, then her hip and lastly the front of her torso, as it was the first to suddenly make contact with the ground. The bandage uncoiled itself from her arm, but that didn't give her any peace, as a sharp kick was delivered to her back, causing her to sprawl out on the ground a few meters away, with another scream of pain. Is that all you got? Is that all your hatred for me has to offer? Naruto asked condescendingly. Tenten struggled to get up. She got some help. The bandage once again coiled around the injured arm. With another hard yank she was painfully brought to her feet. Tenten bit down on her lip hard to suppress another scream causing it to bleed. The bandage yanked at her arm again lifting her off the ground. Pain tore throughout her body from her shoulder. However, not even having the time to react to that the bandage uncoiled itself and another portion of the bandage hit her at her gut which sent her flying slamming her back painfully into a tree. As she slid down and about to blank out from the shock of the hit, Naruto's Ketsugu wrapped around her entire body, holding her up in place against the tree. The sharpness of the pain from her injured parts kept her awake rather than numbing out and sending her into a black oblivion. Naruto sauntered over to Tenten. Now don't I strike you more of the person you hate so much? Isn't this what you see every time you lay your eyes on me? Naruto asked menacingly. Tenten just hung limply against the pressure of the bandages. Well, you were rather talkative earlier. Naruto said coldly. Tenten's head was facing downwards. Teardrops splattered on the ground in front of her. I hate you. Tenten mumbled softly. What was that? Naruto asked. Tenten struggled against her bonds. I hate you. Tenten screamed, struggling fiercely but still not looking up. More tears spilled on the ground. Really? Or is it this situation that you hate? Naruto asked. However, his voice was soft and surprisingly Naruto sounded hurt. Tenten's head snapped up, not quite believing her ears, and blinked to clear the tears. Gone was the malice. Even though the crimson eyes, fiery hair and dancing wisps were present, everything about Naruto showed pain and sorrow. From the slight frown to the watery eyes, the sunken look and the sagging shoulders. Time and time again, you grow stronger and stronger, but always not getting there. Always getting shot down, always failing, always left out from what you deserve. Naruto said, each syllable punctuating the pain and sorrow he felt. Tenten's tears came out again. She shook her head slightly and then more vigorously. No. Tenten moaned, still struggling, trying to deny the reality of what Naruto said. It was never me to begin with. Naruto continued in such a way, implying it would have been better if that were the case. I just happened to be there. No. Tenten screamed out helplessly. The bandages suddenly loosened. Tenten dropped down to her knees. Gripping at the undergrowth she steeled herself in order to stop the tears from coming out, but the opposite occurred. More and more poured out against her will. Everything hurts. Her body, her mind, her soul. Her tears were her only release from all that she pent up in her after everything else was rendered useless by Naruto. Nothing to defend herself with, nothing to hide behind from. Gentle arms wrapped around her. A soothing hand stroked her back to comfort her pain. Tenten, still teary-eyed, slowly looked up. Looking down at her were the round concerned eyes of her ex-teammate. Lee then looked up to glare intently at the remorse-looking Naruto that was right in front of them. "What in the blazing hell are you trying to do?" Lee asked in pure anger as he protectively held his ex-teammate away from Naruto. "Lee, please. I am not done yet. If you would just step aside." Naruto's pleading got cut off. "I will not let you hurt her further." Lee shouted angrily. Naruto flinched, but he forcefully calmed himself down. "Lee. She is a strong girl and she can deal with this on her own. I believe we are done fighting. We still have issues to work out, though that is just between the two of us," Naruto said calmly. Lee was about to protest again when he felt a gentle push coming from his side. Looking at Tenten, Lee could see her determination coming up again. Tenten made a bit of distance from Lee and he stood up. "Naruto is right. This is between the two of us," Tenten said firmly. Lee nodded dejectedly and went to join back up with Sakura, who seemed to be still rooted on the ground, staring fearfully at Naruto. Naruto, while looking at Lee's departure, noticed this and felt hurt. He knew it was bound to happen, but that didn't change the fact how he would feel about it. Sakura saw that pained look in his ears. She buried her face in her hands, crying while mouthing the words, "I'm sorry." Naruto looked away dejectedly, like Lee that would be dealt with later. "One thing at a time. I see you took my advice when it came to this girl, although intense it is starting to look up. Perhaps you are feeling too attached to do the same with the pink-haired one. It would have made this a lot simpler," Kyuubi said in a somewhat wise manner. "I am starting to believe that. Good. I want you to answer Lee's question though," Tenten said, struggling to get up on her own. "It's fine if you want to sit down," Naruto said, sadly surveying what he had done to her. Brown eyes stared intensely into the crimson, all previously existing fear gone. "I'm fine. Answer the question already," Tenten said defiantly, swaying slightly as she managed to get up. Her left arm curled up across her body, holding up her injured arm. "Someone taught me that the best way to deal with emotional pain was to let it run its course," Naruto said softly. "How I deal with my pain is none of your business." Tenten lashed out, taking a step back to lean against the tree that she slammed into. "Normally I would agree with that. However, it became my business when you chose to direct it at me, rather than dealing with the root of it all on your own," Naruto continued. "You did this just to remind me of what I went through?" Tenten asked incredulously. "Yes. What gives you the damn right?" Tenten spat out viciously. "Your choice to involve me and my choice not to stand for it. Especially when I already lost a friend, a teammate to hatred, all because he couldn't come to terms with what happened," Naruto said bitterly. Tenten looked away, knowing what he meant. "Is that where you see me going? Why should you even bother? I'm not a teammate, let alone a friend," Tenten asked, her voice coming out soft and weak. There wasn't much energy left to do any more fighting against Naruto physically or verbally. Here was a person whom she thought she hated fighting against her when in reality he was fighting for her. Fighting for her against herself. Suddenly she was just tired of fighting at all. Everyone is worth fighting for, Tenten. You're worth fighting for. Besides, are we friends now?" Naruto asked warmly. Tenten couldn't look up even if she wanted to now. Tears once again streaming down her face at the words of acknowledgement. Rustling of undergrowth was heard and a gentle hand cupped Tenten's chin as Naruto gingerly got her to face him. On his face was a genuine smile, reinforcing his offer of friendship. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and slowly and gently got her to sit down. "Omina. My teachers were never really the kindest people when driving a lesson home. Let's get you fixed up," Naruto said kindly. Tenten looked into Naruto's crimson eyes, seeing only sincerity in them, and gave a small nod, not only in agreement to the suggestion, but also to the questions Naruto asked that were left unanswered. Naruto slowly pried Tenten's left arm away, and Naruto's Ketsugu wrapped her right arm to her torso firmly to give it the support it needed, while he went to get Sakura to fix her up. While the wrappings didn't hurt her, she felt a little uncomfortable, not because of her injury, rather because of the wrappings across her chest. The way Ketsugu moves is like Hashiketsu Kanju. It was like a living part of her. To have Ketsugu wrapped around her in this manner, it felt to Tenten as if it was Naruto himself touching her chest. She squirmed a little, only to have the bandages hold her body even more tightly, making her feel very self-conscious. She mentally tried to shake it away, such thoughts, knowing it was silly, but when it failed she looked around to find something to distract herself. It was then she realized something. Looking at Naruto's retreating back with the trail of cloth leading to her, she saw that he was still bleeding. In fact, his tattered, already dark clothes looked angrily darkened with many wet patches. Other than dislocating my shoulder, which could be easily fixed, all he gave me were a bunch of nasty bruises that's not foreign to me from fighting with Neji and Lee. Even though I didn't hit any vital spots, he still has multiple jagged stab wounds that should be bleeding profusely, and if something isn't done soon, he could be in danger. How the hell is he still standing so sturdy? Naruto. Tenten called out weakly. Naruto halted and looked back quizzically. You should get Sakura to tend to your wounds first. With the number of places I stabbed you in, you should be bleeding pretty badly, even though I can't really see it clearly from your dark clothes, Tenten said worriedly. Naruto frowned slightly and turned back. From Tenten's point of view, she could see that Naruto was looking at Sakura. Looking at Sakura, Tenten saw that she was still gripped in fear, staring straight at Naruto. Lee was unsuccessfully trying to shake Sakura out of it, looking very worried. Tenten frowned at the whole scene, confused at what was going on. I don't think Sakura wants to be anywhere near me right now. Don't worry about my wounds. I'm fine. It's already handled, Naruto said calmly, but Tenten could sense some bitterness in his voice. Since it's going well so far, let's ride this wave further, shall we? Finally, I see your control over the taint is coming to good use here. Don't get the wrong idea. I use it when it's useful. Of course. I never meant it otherwise. Two others are going to know. That was never an issue for me in the first place, only how it affects you. I believe I have been beaten up enough in one day so you don't have to worry. You are taking away my fun, you know. Save it for when I actually need it. Gee. Just what is going on with Naruto? Tenten asked, confused. Naruto halted again, but he didn't turn around this time. You are about to find out one of the biggest secrets the village has kept from its youth. The real reason why your parents didn't want you to be burdened with the truth. I apologize in advance. That goes the same for you, Lee. Please move out of the way. You are not going to like what I am about to do, Naruto said gravely. Lee got up, blinking with the same confused look on his face as what he imagined Tenten would have. The moment Lee took a reluctant step back, Naruto didn't hesitate and rushed forward straight at Sakura. Naruto. Lee and Tenten called out together. Naruto ignored them. He yanked Sakura up by her collar and roughly slammed her against the tree behind her with minimal force necessary to prove a point. Sakura's eyes jolted wide open in shock at the treatment. Since your fear is already present, let's go all the way, shall we? Naruto growled menacingly, crimson eyes boring right into her emerald pair. Her body convulsed violently and her eyes looked as if she was staring right at her death. Naruto. Stop. Please, Sakura pleaded fearfully. No, you stop. Naruto hollered. Sakura whimpered. I have done nothing to hurt you. Well, I can understand your fear, we might as well get this done and over with. Since all you can see is fear right now, shall I demonstrate to you Kyuubi's full power so you truly have something to be fearful about? All Naruto here has done is nothing, might as well give you something which will justify your fear. Maybe this will show you who is who, Naruto said in a very tight, controlled voice. Kyuubi? What is going on? Tenten asked, staring at Naruto. Naruto looked back at Tenten and then Lee with a stern expression. Isn't it obvious? I am Jinchuriki. The host of the demon that attacked our village 16 years ago, Naruto said softly and coldly, his voice devoid of emotion, stating a fact. What? Lee asked incredulously. Tenten, brace your arm. I will be needing Kitsugo back. I will show you, the three of you, exactly what it means to be a Jinchuriki. Then you can start to distinguish the difference between what I am and who I am, Naruto stated bitterly. The cloth uncoiled itself and swiftly returned to Naruto. Tenten let out a slight hiss at the sharp pain that came with the loss of support. Tetsugu, however, didn't recoil itself around Naruto. It once again seemed to melt, and then it condensed itself to reform the shape of the wakizashi, returning to its original form of a black blade glowing red. Naruto transferred the sword to his left hand, however, holding it in such a way that the blade ran up the length of his arm. Naruto then unsheathed his katana. He pressed the broad side of the katana to his forehead, at the same time extending his left arm out, shifting it in a manner so that the tip of the blade was pointing at his stomach, where his seal was. Naruto solemnly closed his eyes as if in a prayer. Come out of Kyuubi. Let's show them when we are put together what we truly are, Naruto said softly with pain and sorrow, his eyes still closed. Hiryu Hakai Haiki. Weapon of mass destruction, Naruto said out loud, stabbing himself with the wakizashi at his abdominals on the way to the hilt. Seeing this, Sakura dropped down on her knees again, looking limp, not even fear present. It was pure traumatic shock as her eyes remained glued on Naruto. Lee had his hands on his head that was shaking slightly with a lost look on his face, showing his uncertainty towards the reality of what is happening. Tenten painfully reached out for Naruto from her position, screaming out his name. Once Tenten's scream died out, silence and stillness enveloped the area. Both the katana and wakizashi were glowing red again. Suddenly there was a violent burst of chakra. Naruto knew this would be detected by the village, but he didn't care at this point because he knew he could handle almost anything in this form. If everyone was going to know from this, so be it. Both swords melted to what seemed like molten lava. Naruto let go of both hilts. Taking life on its own, both swords transformed. The katana condensed and covered most of his face, solidifying into a black-red mask of a sinister-looking fox. It wasn't a full mask. It covered Naruto's entire forehead and the right side of his face. But the jagged line it revealed his left side of his face from underneath his eyebrow to his chin. The mask was black with the red making out its features. A thick dot connected to a tapering line extending to the right end of the mask indicating an eye. A vertical slim longish triangle demarking a nose and a slim curved line extending to the cheek with a thick fang sticking out made its sadistic smirk. The molten wakizashi however grew as the majority of chakra leaked out from its source where it pierced through. The center of the seal. It spread out starting to form what looked like a much thicker version of Kitsugo only of pure red chakra. The blade end grew and coiled around his hip and finally fanned out above his rear with 9 tails swinging around violently. With a sweep of all its tails, it effortlessly toppled numerous nearby trees in an obvious display of power. The hilt end coiled upwards around his torso and the end rested hanging over his left shoulder. The end grew further till it formed a head of a fox and 2 limbs, one curled around his neck, caressing Naruto's exposed cheek lovingly, and the other curled around his upper left arm in a possessive hold. The fox's head lifted up slowly and extended its tongue to lap up his ear affectionately. All in a display to show those around that Naruto was hers. Naruto however straightened himself up showing his stoic expression. "Neri-chan. As much as I appreciate the gesture I didn't think you would bring me out in the public quite so soon. Is this a wise choice?" Kyuubi asked endearingly. This was heard by everyone present. Sakura had to see while we came together that a single person exists as 2 separate beings. Tenten would have been next in line with what we intended to accomplish today. As for Lee, I intended to tell the rest of my friends about it in the long run, so he just got lucky to know it first, Naruto explained calmly out loud so that the 3 present could hear him. That way there were lesser things to explain. "And the village?" Kyuubi inquired curiously. "Knowing Ba-chan, she will probably come here herself soon to investigate with people running around pacifying the situation," Naruto answered calmly. "Quite a big risk you are playing." "Oh well. If it turns out bad, it might just be fun for me," Kyuubi said with a gleeful giggle. "There will be none of that," Naruto said flatly looking down at the fox with an unamused look. "Being quite stiff aren't you? You know I was just kidding. Though could you change the name of this technique? I told you countless times that it will be unnerving for those you know," Kyuubi whined playfully knowing he will just refuse as always. "It is what we are. Nothing changes that and it doesn't matter. It is how we use it that matters," Naruto said firmly. "I know. Well if you insist," Kyuubi acknowledged nonchalantly though nudging her head against Naruto's cheek affectionately. Naruto frowned slightly at her. He wondered how the rest would see this as once everything settled down if everything settled down positively. Naruto turned his attention toward Sakura, currently the immediate problem at hand to be handled. "Sakura. Can you now see what I have been trying to tell you and how others have come to accept me?" Naruto asked gently, trying to get a feel of how she was doing. Sakura still had a blank look on her face, but she seemed to have grasped what was going on in front of her. "Sakura. This is me Naruto speaking. The fox dangling on my shoulder is Kyuubi. Although together, we are not the same being," Naruto said repeating part of his conversation with Kyuubi to drive it in. Sakura now blinked repeatedly. Naruto inwardly sighed. "Neri-chan. Let me have a shot?" Kyuubi asked innocently. Naruto never liked the sound of it whenever she tried to be innocent, but seeing he was unsuccessful, Naruto decided to give Kyuubi a chance. He could always restrain her immediately. "Nothing drastic," Naruto grudgingly agreed, shooting Kyuubi a pointed look. The moment she heard those words a tail shot out and slapped Sakura hard across the face. Needless to say Kyuubi immediately lost control of the tail with an angry Naruto growling at her. Kyuubi ignored him, instead choosing to focus on Sakura who now was knocked out of her stupor. "You listen up and you listen up good girl. I am not as nice as the dolt I am hanging on to at the moment. As obvious as we already put it out for you, you still don't get it do you? I have no fucking idea what made this dolt chase after you in his earlier years, but I am glad he quit it because apparently contrary to what this dolt told me, you to me are just as fucking stupid as he is for taking so long to get this into that big thick forehead of yours." Kyuubi lashed out viciously. "That's enough." Naruto growled at his companion. "Gee. No. It's okay Naruto. She is right," Sakura shakily said. Though intimidated by the sudden presence of Kyuubi, a demon that almost destroyed the village, the slap not only returned her to the present time and place, but it also returned her voice. "Seeing the 2 of you in this manner put everything into perspective for me. I get it now," Sakura continued. Naruto silently observed her. Sakura however looked directly at Kyuubi now. "Thank you Kyuubi. San," Sakura said gratefully although uncertain. "Sama. Hi Kyuubi-sama," Sakura said this time with a grateful nod of her head. Naruto closed his eyes and swung up his left forearm to smack Kyuubi's head in irritation. What the fuck was that for brat? Kyuubi snapped angrily at Naruto. Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto said annoyed. What the fuck are you jabbering about? You ungrateful prick. I don't give a damn what the situation is. I am still a powerful being. I will be treated with respect. Kyuubi roared at him. And I am your container. So don't go around trying to muscle up my friends. Save that for the bad guys, Naruto retorted angrily. You know you are going to pay for that, Kyuubi replied, seething though not without a noticeable hint of slyness in her voice. Yeah, whatever, Naruto said dismissively, knowing where this conversation will go and not wanting to go there. Kyuubi, instead of saying anything to him, turned her head sharply at Sakura. Sakura jumped slightly at the sudden turn of attention. Kyuubi had what looked like a smirk on her foxy face. The boy actually enjoys what I do to him, Kyuubi said suggestively to Sakura. Sakura's eyes shot open as wide as they could get with a gasp coming out of her mouth, while blood heatedly gushed to Sakura's face, turning her bright red at what Kyuubi was implying. Naruto mentally groaned. He should have known better than to think he could get away without Kyuubi finding some way to get the upper hand on him. Now that we are done over here, I still have two other people that I'm sure are in need of some answers. Naruto exclaimed, not wanting this conversation to carry on its current course. Before he could even face Tenten and Lee, he heard a holler coming from not so far away. You brat. What the hell did you do this time? The booming voice of the fifth Hokage hollered. Turning to where Sakura and himself first came from, Naruto saw Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya hurriedly appeared into the clearing. Make that 5 people that need answers, Naruto muttered to himself, feeling his shoulders sag. Well. If it isn't the big-breasted hag herself. Together with her entourage consisting of the sweet quiet medic Nin and that pathetic excuse of a Sannin. Glad we could finally meet Tsunade Haim, Kyuubi said in a smug voice. Tsunade looked at where the foreign voice came from and saw Naruto there with a fox that looked like it was made from chakra with 9 tails swishing about excitedly hanging off his shoulder. Tsunade paled visibly. Oh god, Naruto. Just what did you do? Tsunade said gravely, more of a dreaded statement than a question. Chapter 12. Acquisition. I see you still haven't read the report yet, Naruto said dryly, looking at Godame. Tsunade twitched at the remark directed at her. Shizune was looking nervously at Naruto, or rather what was hanging on to Naruto. Jiraiya, however, remained calm and collected. Even though he has never seen the form, he has heard enough from his student to expect something of this nature. Forget about that now. How do you expect me to explain this to the council? Tsunade asked Naruto heatedly. Well, if you had read the report it would be a lot easier to explain this, Naruto insisted. That is true, Jiraiya said sagely, nodding his head. Tsunade jerked her head at Jiraiya. You stay out of this. Tsunade snapped. Jiraiya, with his arms raised in surrender, took a step back in silence. Tsunade, seeing that she wasn't going to be getting any more interruptions from the pervert, she returned her focus on Naruto and his tenant. Practically everyone in the village felt that. Of your peers they probably don't really know what it was, however you can bet the rest of the village do. Before I came here myself to investigate, I had to activate all remaining squadrons of Anbu still in the village to do what they could to prevent an outbreak of panic. So quit stalling because you owe me an explanation right now. Tsunade hollered. Kyuubi silently but in amusement looked at the exchange between Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto had a stubborn look on his face. Tenten and myself were working out our issues and it was a good time to tell them the truth, Naruto replied quietly. You can tell the truth in words. Was this really necessary? Tsunade asked in frustration. I wanted to show them the extent of what they are getting themselves into, Bachin. They had to know, Naruto replied. Still. Tsunade started only to be interrupted. I had to show them the difference between what I am and who I am. This is what I am, Bachan. Naruto said pointedly with a gesture of his hand extending from his head to his lower body. Naruto then placed his hands on his mask and on top of where his seal was. Releasing the mask in form that Kyuubi took, melted and reformed a pair of swords. But the hard pull, Naruto yanked out the wakizashi from his midsection. Letting out a suppressed cry, Naruto fell on his knees. Losing strength, he lost grip of his swords and they fell on the floor. Naruto. Tsunade called out frantically, rushing to her surrogate brother's side. Kneeling down and placing an arm around him, Tsunade held up the barely conscious Naruto. Tsunade looked down at him with worried eyes. This is who I am. Just plain Naruto, Naruto said with a sad chuckle barely loud enough for everyone to hear. Right after he said that, Naruto collapsed into unconsciousness. Naruto. Everyone with the exception of Jiraiya chorused. Tsunade immediately laid Naruto on the ground. She lifted up his already tattered shirt to take a look at his wound at his midsection. Although still looking very raw, the stab wound that went through his torso showed signs of the fast recovery that Naruto was known for. It was like magic as small wisps of smoke were seen while his body seemed to sew itself up. Tsunade covered his body and looked around. Shizune, Sakura and Lee were crowding behind her, while Tenten was still seated leaning on a tree looking in pain after an attempt to move, and Jiraiya with an air of surprising disinterest was leaning on a tree himself. Frowning slightly at her ex-teammate Tsunade stood up. However, she addressed those right in front of her. "Let's all take a step back and give Naruto some air," Tsunade instructed firmly. 3 pairs of eyes just stared at her in worry. "Is Naruto okay?" Sakura asked with a frown. "Don't worry about the boy. He's fine," the nonchalant answer coming from Jiraiya rather than from Tsunade. The 3 facing Tsunade now turned around to stare blankly at the man comfortably leaning on the tree with his arms crossed. "Even with his healing ability, would you care to explain why you aren't the least bit worried about your student who has just passed out from a gruesome self-inflicted wound?" Tsunade asked about the anger underlying her tone of voice. "Do you think a person even like him can draw on the Kyuubi's power without some form of a drawback?" Jiraiya asked coolly. "Of course not, but asking a question to a question does not make things any clearer," Tsunade said impatiently. Jiraiya shrugged, causing Tsunade to glare infuriatingly at him. "Jill Tsunade. I was with him for 3 years. Don't you think I would know what his abilities and weaknesses are? Basically being able to physically manifest a Kyuubi will have effects on him. Fainting at the point of releasing them is one of them. Even though I personally have never seen this upfront, Naruto told me enough not to be worried, as long as he has people to guard him for a brief period of time," Jiraiya explained calmly. "What did he tell you about it and how long will he be out?" Tsunade asked with a leveled voice showing that she was calming down. "That depends on how long he holds that form. He will be out approximately 3 times the time he used holding it up. About what he told me, drawing that much of Kyuubi's chakra in that condensed form is overwhelming to say the least. The swords assist him in controlling it and buffer out its negative side effects. However, it doesn't change the fact a human body was not made to handle such chakra. Even though he grew up with it at best, it gives him the ability to endure it much better than anybody else could. You could say it's like an adrenaline rush. It keeps you going past your limits, but once it wears off the effects will suddenly hit you," Jiraiya lengthily answered. "I see. Since you know about him better than anyone else here, you could answer my questions along with everyone here and shed some light on this whole situation, seeing the brat won't be up for quite some time and I can't go back to the village without knowing clearly what to say in explanation," Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Before that, Tsunade started again, this time turning to Sakura and Lee. Sakura takes a look at Tenten and fixes her up. Lee helps Shizune to bring Naruto over to where your ex-teammate is. We will resume the discussion there. "Hi Tsunade-sama," Sakura and Lee replied obediently. Sakura trotted off to Tenten's location not too far off the side, while Lee and Shizune carried the unconscious blonde by draping the said boy's arms over their respective shoulders. Tsunade herself walked over to the injured girl, with the rest following behind her. Once everyone was gathered and Tenten almost fully patched up, Lee and Shizune slowly laid Naruto on the floor and everyone gave the Hokage their attention. "So what happened here?" Tsunade asked, eyeing Naruto's peers suspiciously. Tenten, Lee and Sakura squirmed under the scrutiny. Sakura much more than the other 2. Tsunade noticing this gave her apprentice a very flat stare, showing that she should speak up. Sakura sighed and went into telling Tsunade what happened from the time they arrived till the point Tsunade appeared. She narrated how they found Tenten to her instructions, her not being able to stop the both of them from fighting, Naruto's transformation, her reaction, and finally their short confrontation with each other, before Tsunade turned up with various inputs from Lee and Tenten. Tsunade took a moment to digest the information given before sighing. Looking at the unconscious boy in irritation, she let out a tired sigh as she glanced at Tenten who looked down in shame. "I know Naruto told me both of you had differences when I told him to seek you out, but to this extent. Figures the brat would pick a fight when all I told him to do was to convince you to be his teammate," Tsunade said tiredly, too used to his antics to even get worked up. Tenten however snapped her head up at Tsunade's remark. "Teammate?" Tenten asked incredulously, looking with wide eyes at Tsunade and then at Sakura. Sakura grimaced seeing that she left that out since Naruto stubbornly wanted to be the one to bring up the news. Tsunade slapped her forehead. "Oh great. The brat didn't even accomplish the task I gave him," Tsunade exclaimed, shooting Sakura an irritated look for not doing anything about it. Sakura frowned defensively at her sensei, but before she could say anything movement was heard where Naruto laid. "I was getting to that when you showed up," Naruto said groaning as he pushed himself up. Clutching his stomach a little he got himself up in a seated position and looked at all the observing eyes on him. "I'm fine," Naruto said with a wave as a dismissive gesture. Tsunade had a stern look on her face as she crossed her arms glaring at Naruto. Naruto notices this frowned back. "I already told you this was going to be troublesome and I told you why. She wouldn't have even listened to me the way she was let alone form a team together. Besides, what kind of team are we going to be when there's so much shit going on between the 3 of us?" Naruto said, giving Sakura and Tenten pointed looks. "Look at where Team 7 got," Naruto added grimly. Sakura looked down, biting her lip in discomfort. Fine. I grant you that much, though I still have questions about what I just heard, and since you are awake might as well get the information firsthand than from him, Tsunade said, pointing a thumb at Jiraiya. Hey, my information is always accurate, Jiraiya said defensively. Yeah. I'm not doubting you. It's just better getting it from the source, and you know that, Tsunade said, casting Jiraiya a knowing look. Jiraiya just gave her an indignant look. Well, what do you want to ask about? Naruto asked. What is this about you saying you are unstable that I am hearing about? Tsunade asked with a tone that told Naruto not to leave anything important out. Naruto could see everyone else practically leaned in to hear what he had to say to the question. Naruto is not really comfortable with talking about Kyuubi in front of so many people, and also in front of those that just found out, even if they don't seem to be showing any form of ill intent. I'm starting to wonder what the hell I wrote the report for, Naruto grumbled audibly. A knot formed on Tsunade's forehead at the obvious jab that was made at her, however, before she could say anything Naruto continued. But since everyone else would be wanting a clearer answer to what I mentioned to them, I will elaborate, Naruto stated, while everyone kept quiet in anticipation. The tailed beast's chakra is not something to be trifled with. Contrary to popular belief, essentially they are not evil. Although it is an undeniable fact that they are destructive beings. Just like how forces of nature can be like. They just take on a more physical form. Humans just fear what they do not understand, thus demons having such a reputation from the time mankind has existed, Naruto started to explain. Such a display was cut short thanks to someone, Kyuubi muttered sarcastically. We have caused enough disturbances in the village to last quite a while, you know, Naruto thought just as sarcastic. Hey. That was your choice. Don't you go dumping that on me when I actually warned you, Kyuubi retorted. I know. Shut it already. I'm in the middle of trying to shed a prettier light on your kind, Naruto snapped back. I don't particularly care, you know, Kyuubi said flatly. Whatever. A few people blinked at the momentary stretch of silence and the faraway look on Naruto's face. Shaking out of it, Naruto continued. Sorry for the slight distraction, Naruto vaguely explained, pointing to his midsection. The look of realization dawned on everyone. Anyway, because of their nature their chakra is volatile. Humans, however, have a much wider range of emotions. When mixed together in cases like myself, it heightens a person's aggressive aspects and creates a thirst for destruction in that person. Before I actually got my swords, whenever I used Kyuubi's chakra I turned animalistic. A mild version of that was seen during my fight with Neji at the Chunin exams. However, that was merely a very small fraction of Kyuubi's chakra and its effects get worse as I use more chakra. I used about the tail's worth of chakra, if you want to use that as a form of measurement, when I fought Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Physically I looked even more so like an animal. Fangs, claws and such, and my body almost melted from the experience. Just imagine what it would be like with the amount of chakra I used earlier without the swords. As a comparison, I release at least half of Kyuubi's chakra whenever I use that form. That is what I referred to when I said it makes me unstable. I call it a taint in the chakra, Naruto said, finishing up the answer for the question. I don't understand part of it, Tenten blurted out. Everyone shifted their glance at Tenten. Unnerving as the attention might be, Tenten continued to fix her eyes solely on Naruto. Naruto responded with a quirk of an eyebrow. Which part? You said tailed beasts are just destructive beings, but when she was out earlier, Kyuubi looked to have some range of emotions that you implied shouldn't be present, Tenten pointed out. Ah yes. Well, it's quite different for a tailed beast that is sealed, Naruto replied. How so? This time Shizune shot out. Well, being sealed within a human, they are directly exposed to their container's life experiences. Therefore they share the same range of emotions as they, the container and the sealed beast, learn it with the container growing up, Naruto explained. So Kyuubi can be as loud and idiotic as you are. Sakura blurted out without much thought. I resent that, Kyuubi growled. Naruto ignored his tenant's complaints. If you want to put it that way, then yes. As to how a tailed beast's nature can influence its host, the host's life experience and his character can influence the tailed beast's character to some extent as well, Naruto said flatly, showing he himself was resenting the remark. Sakura gave a sheepish smile at Naruto's reaction to her question. Inwardly Naruto was quite happy seeing now Sakura wasn't fearful of him anymore. Yosh. That means Kyuubi is burning in the flames of youth just as Naruto strongly is. Lee burst out, causing Shizune to shake her head slightly, Tsunade to slap her forehead, Jiraiya to chuckle, and Tenten and Sakura to sweat drop with deadpan looks. I resent that even more, Kyuubi growled once again. So do I. Though having such thoughts, Naruto's happiness went up a notch. Another person has accepted him for who he was. That leaves Tenten. Other than the blurted remark, Tenten didn't really show how she felt hearing this. Naruto locked eyes with Tenten, however she didn't betray anything. She had the cool blank impassive stare she gave him when they met at the shop after his return. Naruto however didn't manage to get anything further as Tsunade launched into her next question. Then what about you not being able to use your former techniques? It doesn't add up about what you said to them, since you actually used Hiraishin, which I might add, I'm quite surprised you could execute, Tsunade inquired with a hint of pride at the end of the sentence. Naruto gave her a smile for that, but it was quickly lost. I guess I didn't really get that out clearly, Naruto replied. Once again everyone was quiet with their attention solely on him. His forehead creased as he thought about how to say it. I didn't really mean it that way, however it has the same outcome. It's not that I lost the ability to use them if that is what you guys are thinking. I still can, Naruto started. To drive his point across he showed them the palm of his right hand. Steadily swirls of chakra appeared and formed a tight ball on his palm. While some of them were going wide-eyed, Naruto looked at them with a sad smile and saw the same sad knowing look on his sensei's face. Naruto closed his fingers to form a fist dispelling them. That was done with the minimum chakra necessary, Naruto said. Continue, Tsunade said softly, seeing his expression. Naruto nodded. Anu no Ishii assists me in controlling the flow of Kyuubi's chakra and buffers out the physical side effects of the taint so it doesn't destroy my body. However, the sword does nothing to stop its emotional and psychological effects. That's where my own chakra comes in. While I cannot use my chakra to eliminate the taint, what it can do is to detach myself from the taint's effects, which means the effects are still present in me, but it does not affect me, which in turn gives me the choice to react to the effects or not, Naruto said, continuing his explanation. So you actually chose not to use them? Shizune asked in disbelief. Yes. I actually need the majority of my chakra to accomplish that. The reason why I still use Hiraishin is that as a supplement, it doesn't use much chakra as compared to the rest, though the hassle comes in its preparation. The lesser chakra of my own I have, the more susceptible I am to succumbing to the effects. Rather than taking a chance on losing control, I choose to stop using them and only use Kyuubi's chakra and the abilities that I gained from learning how to control it, Naruto answered. That was the earlier, wasn't it? Tenten asked with a hint of anger. Naruto looked at Tenten, wondering where she was going with that sudden question. Yes, Naruto answered simply. Tenten narrowed her eyes at him. How is it that you were taught Yondame's secret? Tenten asked. My sensei was Yondame's sensei. I thought that was a known fact, Naruto answered with a frown. That's not it. There's something more to it than that. I can tell from the way my parents acted. Why was it taught to you when almost all information about them was kept secret from the rest of the village? Tenten asked with more bite this time. Naruto looked over at Tsunade and then Jiraiya for some form of assistance, however they all sported looks and made gestures that said it's your choice. Tenten glared at Naruto with impatience. The same reason why certain techniques are kept within clans, Naruto answered cryptically. You mean? Tenten mumbled out, starting to realize something. Yes. It's meant to be kept in the family. Yondame is my father, Naruto said evenly. What? Tenten asked harshly. Lee's eyes got even rounder. Naruto kept quiet. Then that means your father is sealed. Tenten trailed off, averting her eyes. Yes, my father did this to me, which caused almost the whole village to hate me. Are you happy to hear that now you know the truth? Naruto asked bitterly, causing Tenten to flinch. Naruto. You will not speak of your father in that manner. Your father did what he had to do with the best of intentions. Tsunade yelled at Naruto. He glanced at Tsunade. Things go wrong even with the best of intentions. I don't blame Otu-san for it, but it does not change the fact or makes it any easier to swallow that what he did caused 13 years of my life to be a miserable existence. Naruto flinched and looked away. It was never meant to be that way. Tsunade said with grief. I know. Shit happens, Naruto said quietly. Naruto then stood up and re-secured his weapons and went over to where the last remaining kunai belonging to his father miraculously laid intact after what happened. Keeping it, he turned around to face the rest, who had questioning looks on their faces. It's getting late and I believe I still have something to do, Naruto said, directing it at Tsunade. Tsunade straightened herself, realizing what he was talking about. Let's all head back. Though Naruto, the council might want to see you about this, Tsunade added. Naruto just nodded. Anybody who was seated earlier already got up and was walking out of the clearing, joined by Naruto, who was a slight distance away from them. Though there was one exception. Naruto. Wait, Tenten called out. Looking back, Naruto saw that Tenten had stopped walking and was looking at him with an odd expression. Understanding that there was still something she wanted to talk about in private, Naruto called out for the rest to go on ahead and that they will catch up soon. The rest just nodded and walked off. So? Naruto asked cautiously. Why? Tenten asked curiously. Why what? Naruto asked back in confusion. Why go through all this trouble just to get a teammate? Tenten asked quietly. I didn't do it just to get a teammate, Naruto replied. Tenten frowned in confusion. When I heard what Neji told me, things just clicked. Even though I don't blame myself, I do see where I was indirectly responsible. I didn't like where things were going and I'm just doing something about it, Naruto said softly. I see, Tenten said looking deep in thought. Besides, since I already paid for all the good things that I have in my life. Might as well get a new friend along with it, so I got more people to share it with one. Naruto said with a genuine smile. Tenten however gave him an irritated look. What is with the whole price thing? It's annoying how you keep harping about it, Tenten said. Naruto laughed out loud. It sounded light at first, but it got bitter as it died down. It comes with being a. Nothing is for free, and most times I pay with everything else other than money, Naruto replied this time with a wiry smile. What the hell are you talking about? I believe some things do come for free like friendship. I don't believe I asked you for anything, Tenten said pointedly. I had to bleed quite a bit before we could actually talk normally like now, Naruto said dryly, giving her a flat look. Oh. Hey. You're the one that wanted to fight. Tenten retorted. Only because you would stubbornly clam up like you did at the shop if I tried to talk to you. Naruto yelled back. Suddenly Tenten laughed. What the hell is so funny? Naruto asked, frowning further. Tenten's laughter soon died. She shook her head and gave him a secretive knowing smile. Nothing. Though why do you need another teammate and why is it me? Tenten said changing the subject. We are taking part in the next Chunin exams. Naruto answered straightforwardly. His body posture though was still showing that he was annoyed at being laughed at without knowing why. Tenten obviously ignored the body language and carried on with the current conversation though not positively. Exams? I think I'm not fated to get that damn vest. I thought Niji already told you, Tenten spat out cynically. I didn't think he would pass on the fate disease to his teammate, Naruto replied dryly. Tenten crossed her arms and looked away stubbornly. Besides, Tsunade-bachan thought you would make a great addition to the team and could match up to us easily as compared to other genins, Naruto continued knowing mentioning the Godim's name would hook Tenten. Tsunade-sama said that. Tenten asked in disbelief, eyes wide open. Gotcha. Not exactly but I know that's why she chose you, Naruto replied confidently. Tenten narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Naruto. Are you just trying to butter up to me? Tenten asked dangerously. Uh-oh, look, you are a great Kunoichi. That's what she said if you want to be exact. You in or out? Naruto asked hastily after a long day which had yet to end, his patience was running, looking down in doubt at both what he said and whether she wanted to take it up. Closing her eyes she shook the doubt away and came to a decision. In. She said reluctantly. But because this time round I am going to get that damn vest. Whatever it takes. Might as well do it together one. Naruto asked cheerfully. His confidence and energy seemed to have seeped into Tenten as she looked a little brighter now. Yeah, she replied more assertively now. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see a smiling Naruto. Let's go back. Tsunade-bachan will be waiting for me. That's not a good thing, Naruto said. Tenten closed her eyes again, her face twitching in what seemed to be irritation. Naruto looked at her curiously. Tai. Naruto just got smacked. Don't you know how to show some respect? How Tsunade-sama puts up with you is lost on me. Tenten exclaimed glaring at the squatting Naruto who was rubbing his head. Naruto looked up with his own glare. Odd. Do you have to be like Sakura-chan? I don't see what you girls are making a big fuss off. She's an old lady for goodness sake. How am I being disrespectful? Naruto shot back. She is the Hokage. Tenten hissed. So? The Hokage is an old lady who I treat like a mother I never had. Haven't you ever heard of the name of endearment Tenten-chan? Naruto teased at the end. Tenten's glare intensified. Call me that again and I'll castrate you, Tenten said, her voice dripping with venom. Naruto just rolled his eyes at her, turned around and walked off. Whatever. Let's go already. Bachan is probably going to hammer me just for taking this long. Naruto exaggerated as he walked off with a violent wave of his arms. Tenten seething glared at his back before stalking off after him. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.